appreciate indeed. Yes. Oh, hold on. Breaking news. It is a exclusive. Yes. And we're black. Yes. And welcome to another installment. Yes, of We're Blacker for the Blacks. Tonight we're going to be talking about critical race war issues. Indeed. Yes. Is critical race theory racist? Yes or no? And I am also live on YouTube as well as on the Clubhouse because I am in the media. Indeed, yes. And so, please feel free to continue to explore and explain, yes, and blow pine, yes, around the notion of critical race theory. And then also, if you would like to watch or witness, indeed, yes, Rebecca for the Blacks in all of her regalia, indeed, yes, in all of her blobbiness, yes, I will be pinning, yes, the YouTube link, yes, for the Black Issues experience to the top of the screen, yes. So while I do that, because I don't have a blend, I told you I was going to go live. I told you this. What do you need? No, the Gregors. For those of you who are watching on the YouTube, if you just go to Black Issues on YouTube, you'll find it. The Gregors is for me. No, it's for me to drink because I'm going to be on here probably for 10 hours straight talking about critical race theory issues. No, she's drinking all of my Gregors. God. Is this an issue? Shame!
Blend-turn problems.
Blend-turn issues and problems. And we're black, yes. And so I'm going to be pinning, like I said, whom else in the room? I see you, Paul for the Blacks, Samuel for the Blacks, Catherine for the Blacks, Victor's also for the Blacks, Mitzi also for the Blacks, Hooked, Tae for the Blacks, Cam for the Blacks. I adore all of you. I see the real Alicia Nicole also for all of the Blacks, indeed, yes. And so whom else? Kaisha for the Blacks and Jennifer for the Blacks. Who else? Someone else, please take over for a minute. Maybe even talk about all the different Blacks you're for, yes. Or whether take the poll. I don't know, but I need to pin the room. At the top, I need to put on my earrings, yes. So who's going to help a Black woman out because my blender is useless. Shampoo. Oh, blended, yes.
Yes. You were asking me about what is the problem with people that are against CRT?
Yes, what is the issue? What is the issue?
Yes, what is the issue?
Is there an issue? What is it? Is it an issue? Or is it a problem?
Exactly. But again, I'm confused myself and I'm not Blexpert. I'm getting my Blexicon back on again.
Oh, Blexpert. For those of you who are watching on the YouTube, I have the Blexpert mug here. I'm going to sip some Grey Goose from that. Yes, sir. Continue. I love you, Black. Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm going to pass it over to Philip in a minute. So get ready. I just wanted to finish that thought that I don't know what the problem is because I just can't wrap my mind around it. They're just resisting because they're afraid of change, or back to the idea of racism.
Shameful.
They're racist. Yep.
Shameful.
I'm done.
Is that it? Oh, Catherine for the Blacks is also coming up to the penthouse of Clubhouse stages. I love you, Black. I love you more. Yes. And so Tracy for the Blacks had mentioned really the issue around the notion of critical race theory. Yes. Is that they're racist. Now, which is indeed racist? Is it that the actual people who have an issue or problem with critical race theory, they are the racists? Or is it indeed, yes, that critical race theory itself, in and of itself, yes, is racist? What say you? Tell us! I love you, Black.
Sorry, I'm so tickled.
It's blurted. It is an issue.
It's so blurted. So we know that racist ideas have always kept pace with anti-racist ideas.
And before you continue, yes, because I do believe that this is an occasion to take out a 400-page notepad, yes, to take copious notes, yes. So while those of you blallowers, blimfluencers, and Blexperts on Clubhouse are taking out your 400-page notepad, and also on YouTube. I love you, Black. I love you more for also watching and tuning in because I'm in the media. I, on the other hand, will be putting on my earrings because I am on what is called CP time, colored people time, and so I was not able to put on all of my accoutrement here. Yes, there are bell sleeves here. Yes, which you will be able to appreciate if you're watching on the YouTube. So I need to continue to expand on my look. Yes, to be as blabulous as possible. So while you all take copious notes on what happened for the Blacks is exploring, yes, around the notion of what is anti-racism anyway. Is it like static? Is it like anti-static? You know, I do believe that there's new detergents for that. There's dryer balls for that. Yes, maybe even for the hair, this hairspray, this anti-static. Is that what it is when you're anti-racist? Yes, just let us know. We don't know. We don't know. It's not easy. Shapeboard. It's an issue.
Any progress that's made towards eliminating racism, the racists keep pace with it. And the CRT is just the latest thing that's been ginned up to create fear in the white people.
In the who?
In the racists.
In the
white people. In us.
In the whites.
To make us afraid that we're going to lose our dominant position in society.
Indeed.
And all that goes with it. And I listened to a Code Switch podcast about, I think it was in September.
Oh, that's in the media. Oh, is that NPR? Catherine for the Blacks, Code Switch is on NPR.
Yes, it's on NPR. And it was the title was "The Folk Devil Made Me Do It," and it's about moral panics, which is a term that I'd never heard before, but it makes perfect sense to me. It's a very interesting topic and how people use fictions to make people scared to, keep them in their lane.
It's an issue.
It's an issue.
And so what you're saying is that the notion, yes, if I may, yes, around the notion of the critical race theory, Blindy, yes, is indeed what is called a moral panic, Blindy, yes. And so what exactly is a moral panic? I, Rebecca, for the Blacks, I have a moral panic, like I continue to say. And for those of you who can click the link at the top there so that you can also witness Rebecca for the Blacks in all of her blabbulousness, I have a moral panic because there's this very high percentage. Next week, I'll be doing a room. I conducted a Pew Research study on those who do not know the difference between a parasol and an umbrella. That is the moral panic. That, indeed, yes, is the moral panic. Shameful! And for those of you who are witnessing the YouTube Black Issues, you can see my parasol right now, indeed, yes. And so, what is the moral panic that you speak of? Oh, that you speak of it, of which, indeed, yes. Catherine, for the Blacks.
Okay, so I'm going to the Oxford Dictionary and I'll read the definition.
Blinky.
It's a mass movement based on false or exaggerated perception that some cultural behavior or group of people is dangerously deviant and poses a threat to society's values and interests.
Oh dear. And as you were saying that, I was twirling my parasol in sync with all of that, Lindy, yes. So thank you so much for that, Catherine, for the Blacks. And so, we don't just talk about issues, Lindy, yes. Flash your microphones. We also speak out around the notion of solutions. So what is the solution, Catherine, for the Blacks? What is the solution to all of this? Lovely, lovely, moral panic, racism, anti-racism, all of that, yes. What is the solution? Hold on, I'll say it again. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Now, what's the solution?
I'm not a blank spirit. I don't have all the solutions, but I feel like as many white people as we together need to.
Hold on. Blood with influences and lectures. Please help Catherine out. whites. The whites. Yes. And so, yes, continue, yes, the whites. What are the whites supposed to do, yes?
The whites are supposed to stop being comfortable. They're supposed to listen up and get uncomfortable, learn something, educate themselves, read,
Well,
be in the space.
We're blacker.
For the blacks.
For the blacks, when I moved into this new apartment, Lindy, yes, overlooking 125th Street, which is really Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, yes. And I live at the intersection of Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, yes, and Malcolm X Boulevard, Lindy, yes. And I just adored it. I can see Apollo through my window here. I have my orchid here. I have hibiscus and palm trees on the balcony. Yes, and I'm so excited. There's a rooftop, looking at the entire expanse, yes, of the New York skyline. All of that really befits Rebecca. For the blacks. But speaking of what is uncomfortable, yes, because you speak of being uncomfortable, yes. What really, for me, Rebecca. For the blacks, what makes me uncomfortable is the 4-foot tub, Lindy, yes. When I like to soak my black hearts. The fact that I have to scrunch up my knees, so I'm not able to fully ever luxuriate it, and really just stretch out, and then the bubbles for the bubble bath and the bath salts and all of that, I'm not able to fully embrace it, and really, just experience, the notion of soaking my black house fully in the tub because the tub is too small, So when you talk about being uncomfortable, yes, that is what I would black up.
For the blacks.
For all of the blacks, including the blacks that tried to escape 400 years of racial oppression while soaking in a 4-foot tub. And that is uncomfortable for me. But what is it for the whites? Catherine, Tracy, Philip, all for the blacks. If you walk and think about the whites, well, what would being uncomfortable look like for the whites? I don't know. Would it be getting a suntan? Would it be going out into the sun without sunblock? What does uncomfortable mean?
That was easy. Uncomfortable means being willing to examine your own history and that of your ancestors and identify the damage that's been done to other people.
And so what would that look like? What does it even mean? What does that look like? There's been lots of book lists that had, there was a silly book list last year when George Floyd was George Floyding. Flash your microphones if you remember that, right? There's so many book lists, yes. So what does that mean now? What was that? What is that? I don't even know. And I'm so excited to have Paul for the blacks. So excited to have Paul here. And we have such a packed room of black with blue influences and blacks versus the black issues, just black experience on and off Clubhouse, yes. Catherine for the blacks, continue, and then we'll move on to Paul for the blacks, and then others will also tribute, Lindy, yes. I'm so excited and grateful for the blacks.
Well, for me, it's been a personal issue trying to examine ways in which I thought I was being an anti-racist and really wasn't being very effective. For me, it's realizing the ways in which I did not hear what my black friends were saying. So it's been humbling and just one step at a time. You just do the next right thing every day.
Got it. And so, what is that? Are you? I'm a little concerned here. Yes. Let's have a moment of silence for your level of uncomfortability as you wade in the waters. Wade in the waters, children. Wade in the waters of your whiteness. Let's have a moment of silence. for all of the whites that are willing, Lindy, yes, to be blurred, black and urgent, yes. The coalition of the whites whom are willing, yes, to be uncomfortable, yes, to look into the history, to even have a full 100-page notepad. Oh, look at that, yes. And to take copious notes of what it means to be white. Let us have a moment of silence and appreciation. Blom. And we're black, yes. Yeah, we're black. I'm so excited, yes. And I see that Robert is also here for the blacks. I'm so excited. So, Catherine, can you tell us of a time when you were uncomfortable? Yes, and I know the real Alicia LaCour says that she's going to be coming onto the stage at some point, yes, to weigh in. But in the meantime, let's go. Catherine, for the blacks, would you like to explain any times that you were uncomfortable, and then we'll move on to Paul and keep it moving? I love you all. Black, indeed, yes.
I was uncomfortable last week when I was in a store and had an interaction with a black store worker that I felt I was being judged, and I felt that he thinks I'm a Karen, and I was upset about that. I didn't act on it, but I felt like, gee, I'm trying my best to be anti-racist. I'm not, and he's, stereotyping me. And then on a lot of further examination with family and friends and other people in this space, I was able to identify the ways in which my own interaction with him, I was being very white.
White. So what did that mean? How were you being white? Yes.
I expected that what I wanted in that interaction at the store.
And what was it? Was it Robitussin? What was it? NyQuil? What was it?
It was
tampons? Tampons? What was it? Depends. What was it? What was it? Oh, it's another little genre of capitalism altogether. I'm thinking CVS. You're talking J. Crew. Shameful. Now what? So now we're talking about fashion. Yes, let me take out my parasol again. So now that we're talking about fashion, yes. So what kind of coat was it? Was it a will coat? Was it a pea coat? Was it a midi coat? What kind of coat was it? Was it twill? Was it a new type of shirt coat that's on trend right now? Like what? Like shirling kind of thing? Was it real shirling? Faux shirling? Was it dry clean only? Was it polyester? What kind? Do you need to send me a link and I can pin it to the top of the room? Like I want to know. What kind of coat? This is fashion. Fashion. What fashion? Fashion is always fashion is for black and for the blacks. Remember, I wanted to be the senior blood of Vogue. Do you not hear my earrings clack as I continue to say Vogue? But unfortunately, I'm even more amazing if you can see me on the YouTube test. But unfortunately, for blacker, for the blacks, all of the blacks. I'm the senior editor of a 400-page magazine called The Black Issues magazine that doesn't exist. Lindy did. So I adore and appreciate all things fashion. Continue. And we're black.
So my whiteness was that I expected to get what I wanted. And
that is an issue.
And I realized that I'm used to, getting what I asked for. And although I wasn't immediately able to identify it in my behavior, I certainly was able to back up and figure that out with some help from people that I, talked it out with. And
now, what exactly what did you say? Like, were you demanding? Were you doing a Karen? Were you like the Victoria's Secret Karen? Were you rolling? on the floor? Did you call the cops? What did you do for this pea coat? For the pea coat.
It was something that I had ordered, and I felt like it was there in the store, and he was telling me that it may not be, and I was explaining that I saw it, that it online it had said that it was available. It was there in the store that day. So he had information that I didn't have and was trying to share that with me.
However,
I didn't listen.
Shameful. Shameful.
It was shameful. It was shameful.
Shameful.
And I owed him an apology, and I did go and apologize later in the week.
Oh, bloody yes. Now, did you CC Obama? Was this a form letter? Did you also provide flowers? Did you? What is it?
No, I went back to the store and I said.
Did you recommend him to be the new CEO of J.Crew? Like, what is the solution for that? What is the solution? And by the way, for those of you who are watching on the YouTube, Black Issues on YouTube, Marina, I love you, Black. Marina says that she adores my blue hair. Indeed, yes. There's also Black Solutions mugs for sale. Indeed, yes. And we're Black, yes. And so we are up to now where Catherine for the Blacks is mentioning how she went above and beyond to make it so that that particular Black employee, indeed, yes, at J.Crew would be nominated for the new Secretary of Labor for all of America, based on the ill treatment that Catherine for the Blacks had provided the J.Crew associate, Blindy yes. Continue, yes. For the Blacks.
That's it. I apologized, and he was very surprised and said, "Please come back."
Oh.
And so I felt like I at least did that small thing to try to fix the harm that I caused by not listening to him.
Blindied. If you think that that is a solution, that the apology is suffice for 400 years of racial repression, please unmute all of the Bloodwoods, Blimps, and Blacksmiths and say, "Blow you black!" Indeed, yes. So maybe those Bloodwoods, Blimps, and Blacksmiths can share, like, what more can be, what more, or what is or what isn't in there? Yes, sir.
That was easy.
In terms of the solution to the Black issues, indeed.
I don't think this was a solution to one small act like that will not solve racism.
Oh, indeed.
A billion small acts like that will.
Indeed,
so
indeed.
That's what we can do every day.
Indeed.
Is be aware of our privilege, be aware of our programming, and try to dismantle it.
Indeed. Thank you so much for that, Catherine, for the Blacks, for your level of vulnerability, yes, and whiteness. Can we get a witness? Yes, we are all witnessing you. Yes, in all of your, shall I say, flaws, yes, but also in all of your commitment to do better, indeed, yes, and that's all we can ask for the Blacks, indeed, yes. And so for those of you who will appreciate all of Catherine's efforts, please unmute right now and say, "For the Blacks! For the Blacks! For the Blacks! Indeed, yes." And so before we go to Paul, so excited for the Blacks, I'm going to read a comment from the YouTube, the Black issues on the YouTube. Oh, and Robert for the Blacks also excited to have Robert up on the stage. Yes, Marina for the Black says, definitely more than apology for years of oppression or blow oppression. Yes, is in order. So we're making these steps. Yes, I have on my earrings now myself. Yes, it is a parasol. Not an umbrella. Shake on. and I am Rebecca. For the blacks, and we're going to add J. Crew, associate, working a little bit more than minimum wage and also receiving a generous discount from J. Crew blacks. We're going to add those blacks to the list of the blacks that we are for, ladies. So thank you so much for that, Catherine, for the blacks, yes. And so now, Paul, for the blacks, yes. I want to know, is critical race theory racist? Yes or no?
Thank you for having me.
Oh, is Rebecca for the blacks?
To me, that question.
Hold on, Paul. It is for the blacks. Rebecca for the blacks, yes. For the blacks, yes. I love you, black.
I love you, black.
I'm so excited. Continue.
I think it's the absurdity to me is the question boils down to, is it racist to teach about racism, right? So one of the, and also just a quick aside to Catherine's story, I firmly believe if every American was forced to work in retail for a year of their lives, I think we might have a different society.
Is it an issue? And hold on. Paul. When we speak about retail, yes, where exactly are we speaking? Yes, are we talking about bird off good things? Yes, retail, yes, or are we talking more Zara, Nine West retail? Like, what type of retail are we talking? Walmart retail, Costco retail, which, by the way, pays way more than Walmart and BJ's and the others, right? So when we talk about the notion of retail, yes, where exactly are we sending all of these so-called Americans, yes, to work, indeed?
Well, I would say in general, on any level of retail, you get the same things, right? You get the person coming in with baggage, treating you a certain way because you don't have their favorite cookie or their favorite handbag in stock. And, you know,
or not in their size. Not in their size. That's another issue, yes. That it is there but not in the size, or it's there but not in the color, indeed, yes. Or it is there but not in petite. You know, it's small but you need small petite. That's another issue. It's an issue.
It's another issue.
It is. It's legitimate. It's an issue.
It's very legitimate.
Indeed.
I personally worked at a certain quirky, Hawaiian-themed grocery store for many years, which in general was a decent company to work for while I was there, and which in general has pretty decent customers, but still, you get, and I have to say, mostly white people.
Oh, hold on, Paul. The blog was Blimps, the Winston and Blexers. Please give Paul the proper blog orientation, indeed, yes.
White.
Try that, Paul, for the blast.
Anyway, people acting as if the smallest
inconvenience
is the end of the world. You learn how to deal with that. But to the other question of, is critical race theory racist? I think one solution is that, and this, like Catherine says, one small act is not going to change the world, but a billion will. And part of that is white people, like myself, taking over that exhausting emotional labor of explaining to white people that learning about racism doesn't make them racist, or the fact that they've benefited from a racist system doesn't make them a racist. Those exhausting conversations, and black people do not need to be catering to white people's feelings. So that's white people's job, like myself, to have those conversations, be non-condescending with people that disagree with you. And, that's how you reach common humanity and can sometimes solve things. And, sometimes it's the comment by a well-intentioned, your non-racist relative that says something that you think is questionable or insensitive. And having, honest conversations about that stuff. Like that, white people's labor is the solution, in my opinion. And
labor? White people's labor?
Yeah, white people need to do the emotional labor. And not just like the internal stuff. And people, I just wish we'd be more pragmatic about it. And I think if people could let go of their guilt or just accept it or whatever, and just get over themselves and talk to other white people about this shit, and not in a combative way, because there are people in the middle that are not dug in racist, but who think that everybody on the left is that they're communists and that they're teaching their children that they're racist just because they're white. White people need to build bridges with other white people and make those inroads to changing, I think, people's minds who might otherwise be in the middle, but who are, through the media, through social media, they are hypnotized, like we all are, by these catchphrases like critical race theory, which is an actual, obvious academic field, but it's not what people are learning in third grade. They're just learning about the history of slavery in the United States.
Shameful.
Stuff like that. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling, but that's what I think the solution is white people taking over that labor, having those difficult conversations with their friends, their relatives, their coworkers, and that's what I think the solution is for the blacks.
For the blacks, yes. I would just have a few quick things, yes. One would be just again for the blue orientation, Blinky, yes, and we will adore you and will appreciate all that you are for the blacks. But just one more time, if you can just try, I know something with your larynx or I don't know if you've had COVID. Kisses, no COVID, by the way. But the way that we say white here on the stage, yes, is we add a little bit of aspiration to, because there's a lot of whiteness is very aspirational, yes. And when we say it, there's a level of that it whips around, like it whips around the world, like colonialism. So let's try this again. White. Oh, look at that. Oh, here. Wading in the waters of the whiteness.
It's a speech that I'm working on.
Oh, Blindy. Oh, Blindy. And we appreciate it. We appreciate you, and we adore you, and we see you. We say that in the blacks. The blacks say that that we see you. Hold on here, yes. I learned that, yes, on page. Hold on here. And those of you who are witnessing this on the YouTube, welcome Isabel for the blacks, yes, on the YouTube. I learned this here. This is on page 37. This is on page 37 of my third 400-page notepad. That when the blacks say, "I see you," yes, and they say with this level of intonation, it's very high pitched, yes, is that when they say that, yes, it is not that they visually see you, but they see you for whom Blindy, yes, you actually are, or blacks you would be are. So it's not that I see you, just like, oh, I see you over there, like, you know, you're about to catch the train or the bus or whatever the pedestrian thing is that the blacks are doing. No. It is I see you, meaning I see you for whom you are, yes, as a you know, being blabulous or you're excited or you're passionate, whatever it is, they really see you. So Paul, for the blacks, we see you. So can everyone please unmute and say, we see you, we see you. That's how they say that, yes.
We see you.
We see you. We see you, Lindy, yes. And for those of you who are on the Clubhouse, yes, please feel free to also watch on the YouTube. And for those of you who are on the YouTube, please feel free to also join on the Clubhouse. It is what it is, Lindy, yes. And we're black, yes, and we're blacker for the blacks. And tonight we are wading in the waters, wading in the waters, children. Thank you so much for that. Yes, for the blacks, wading in the waters. Indeed, yes. We're waiting in the critical race theory that seems to be racist and taken out of the school, even though it was never in the school. It is the parasol, not an umbrella. For the blacks. And we're black, yes. I'm going to be reading some of the comments on the YouTube. But before we do that, let's go to now. Hold on here. Thank you so much for that. Hold for the blacks. Let us go to Robert. Robert for the the Blacks, so excited to also have you, yes. And then after that, there's quite a few in here. Katrina for the Blacks, Dr. Francine, Georgina as well. Welcome to come on to the Penthouse of Clubhouse stages. I see you, Samuel for the Blacks, to continue to talk about whether critical race theory is or is not racist. Yes or no? Robert, what say you? Robert for the Blacks, are you able to unmute? Are you able, Robert, for the Blacks? Okay, there seems to be an issue, yes? For which there's no solution. And we're Black, yes. So as Robert for the Blacks tries to figure out, he's old. So hopefully Robert for the Blacks will indeed be Black. He's Black. Robert, are you able to unmute? Are you able to share with us? Yes. And while he gets himself together, yes, I'm also going to shout out Mina. Mina for the Blacks is a blood educator. So Mina, if you can come on Clubhouse and also share with us on Clubhouse, or where if you rather just type it out on the YouTube comments on the Black issues on the YouTube, indeed, yes. Either way, I will adore and will appreciate you, yes. And so Mina for the Blacks is giving some love of a Blumojicon variety, yes. Robert for the Blacks, whenever you're able to weigh in and unmute, please do so. We love you, Black, for that. Marina is also very excited, has shared a woohoo, yes. Isabel for the Blacks is opining or blow-pining on the notorious RFTB for the Blacks and all of the Blackly Blacks, the late party for the Blacks, indeed, yes. And so this is really a hoot here. This is a exclusive, we're having a conversation of the Grey Goose. I don't know if you all can see the bottle here of the Grey Goose that I have here. Yes, but it is a solution. It's not an issue. I do not have an issue. Yes, Grey Goose is a solution. Indeed, yes, I'm being sponsored by Grey Goose. Yes, and so we're here tonight to really talk about whether critical race theory is the issue. Is that the issue? Is the people having an issue with critical race theory the issue? Who is the issue? Where is the issue? Or is it a problem? Is it not even an issue? It's a problem? I don't know. So we're waiting in the critical race theory wars. Waiting in the critical race theory, and this is the reason why the Democrats were defeated, and because they're not able to control the narrative, and the GOP is better doing it. Children, wait. It is so much of an issue, and I see that Robert for the Blacks is here in the waters. Issues, waters. Now, Robert for the Blacks is going to weigh in on the critical race theory. Is it racist or not? Waters.
Critical race theory is not racist, but racist Republicans are using it as an issue to, create fear and anxiety and smallness and, backlash. So
is it backlash or blacklash? Indeed, yes.
Well, it's backlash.
What's the black?
Blacks.
What's the black? What's the black?
I'm for the blacks. I'm for the blacks. And they're against the blacks.
Shame on. Shame on. And we're Black. And so what say you, Robert, for the Blacks? Is there a solution? Is there no solution? What say you?
I think so. There's many things to be done. I'm a big believer in inner empowerment. I'm a believer in focusing inward as well as outward. I'm a believer in getting rid of all of the burdens of our subconscious minds, where all of these negative images, negative beliefs, and oppression have been implanted over time and repetition through stress and anxiety. And so many of these things are running our lives without us being fully aware of it and knowing how to actually relieve ourselves of these things. And I've worked in this area. I've done things around this. I'm a big believer in it. I think there's a lot of possibility there. The inner game is very important, as well as looking outward and fighting injustice where we find it.
Is it important or blimportant? Indeed, yes. It is so
massively
blimportant. Indeed, yes.
Blimportant in my look.
Indeed. And when you're speaking of the the notion of going inward, Blindy, yes, are you speaking of walk-in closet, like going into the walk-in closet to really organize it? Yes. You know, when I was thinking about my walk-in closet, there's two ways that you can do things. Yes, you can organize it by color, yes, or you can organize it by genre, Blindy, yes, genre of accoutrement, yes. So all of the blue blazers, coats, skirts, blouses, and the like will all go in one section of the walk-in closet, right? If we're going to go in, as you mentioned, Robert, for the blacks, yes. That is one way to.
Just speaking to my wife about her boot museum in our walk-in closet.
Indeed, it's right. And so
she has a boot museum, and one of them fell apart, and a 20-year-old pair of boots and had to be done away with.
shocking.
It has to be replaced.
Shameful. Shameful. Hold on here. We're going to have a moment of silence for Robert for the Black's wife's boots, yes, that are no longer in service, no longer reporting for duty. Let's have a moment of silence. And we're black, yes? And I am the black for the blacks. And so, as I was, explaining before, yes, there's two ways when we go in, when we go inward, when we do the inner work, yes. There's two ways in order to organize walk-in closet, yes. One way is by genre, yes. Where, all the boots, which is what I'm hearing, Robert for the blacks. Correct me if I am mistaken or mistaken, yes. One way, yes, is that you organize by genre, as your wife did. All the boots are in one section, indeed, yes. All the coats, regardless of color, they're all in one section, yes. All of the purses are in another section, yes. Or, like I said, you can do it by color. All the blue, everything. All the blue purses, coats, blouses, blazers, all of that all in one section, yes. And so is that the inner work that you're speaking of, indeed, yes. Robert, for the blacks, that inner work, the inner, in the walk-in closet, inside.
I'm captivated by your sense of fashion, Rebecca.
That's all! That's all!
That you can make it a metaphor for almost anything. I love your vision.
Vision!
I love your distinction between the umbrella and the parasol.
Oh, it's shameful. It is so shameful.
It is, it's essential to make that distinction.
It is so important. Did you know? And did you know? I don't know if you knew this. But some might know this, yes. That I am raising funds, yes. Black Issues Cash App, Black Issues Venmo, yes. I am raising funds right now. Blurted, black and urgent, yes. Funds, yes. To start a school, yes. So those of you, please unmute and say, amazing. Amazing, yes. And I see you, Rich Sanchez, for the black. I will adore you and I will appreciate it. Yes, I'm starting a school. Amazing, yes. I love you, black. Colored people time call and response is black accepted, indeed, yes. And so, yes, and how these students, yes, I'm going to raise and uplift, yes, the underserved and underprivileged, yes, the children who don't know the difference here between, yes, or betwixt, yes, a parasol and an umbrella, yes. I'll have you know, yes, that is the only requirement, yes, in them graduating, is that they must know, parasol after parasol. I'm going to give them multiple examples, yes. It is what? Parasol or umbrella, yes. It will be multiple choice, yes, and it will just be parasol after parasol, umbrella after umbrella, and they just need to know that. So there, if you're watching on the YouTube, Black Issues on YouTube, you will see one parasol, not an umbrella, and you can hear it close, yes. And hold on here. Yet again. Here's another one. It is a parasol, not an umbrella. Indeed, yes. And we're black. And so, Robert, for the blacks, as you were saying, indeed, about fashion and vision. Absolutely.
Well, of course. Well, I love your fashion universe to
fashion.
Bringing the inner game to the walk-in closet, but I myself was, referring to something a little different. I was thinking of the inner game between our two ears, the realm brains and our subconscious mind and our souls, were to bring freedom there and to get rid of those things that are landed in there that don't belong to us and don't serve us, and they're all stewing around in there. We aspire to freedom, to free ourselves of these things. It's possible.
Lindy, and if I were blacker for the blacks, and I see you, Isabel, for the blacks, and also Rich Sanchez for the blacks. If I may, for me, yes, what is in between my two, in my head, yes, it's just, for me right now, I'm really on Moschino, just the level of playfulness with fashion. Not so much Balenciaga. I do Samuel, who's going to be one of my senior editors for the Black Issues 400-page magazine. We were talking, luxuriating over Mai Tais and palm trees in Miami recently, as in, never, about, Balenciaga. Shameful. But really for me, if you all are watching on the YouTube Black Issues, the link is at the top there. You will see here that, I'm really into playfulness. Yes, that is really between, in my head. Yes, the notion that, things can be form and also fashion and function. Yes, and so this is I'm holding up here a phone that is also a purse right now. Maybe I can even phone in to the Biden administration about said reparations. Hello, Biden, and Kamala, whomever. What exactly would the Build Back or Build Black Better plan? Something like that. Yes. What about the reparations line item? So that is what I think about. In terms of between my head, but black to critical race theory, and does anybody even know what it is? Can we get someone to explain what exactly it is so that we can know if it's racist? Then we can know. Does anyone have a textbook definition? Do I need to read from my 400-page notepad? What say you? I love you all black. Fashion. Is it about so not to know what the black? What the black? And we're black. Welcome to the Black Issues experience on and off of the Clubhouse. Every Friday is Black Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the blacks. And for today's installment, we're going into the notion of critical race theory, and we're wading into critical race theory issues. Wading in critical race theory issues, yes. And is it or is it not racist? Indeed. So, does anyone have an actual definition that they can read from their 400-page notepad? Paul for the blast, please.
David Miguel Gray, assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Memphis, says critical race theory is a field of intellectual inquiry that demonstrates the legal codification of racism in America.
Indeed, the legal. And do you know, Paul for the blast, what does that even mean? Indeed, yes.
Well, I'll just keep reading. Critical race theory explained the central idea of CRT is that racism is institutionalized and is embedded in America's history, legal systems, and policies. It acknowledges the continuing impacts of slavery and segregation in America and critiques how institutionalized racism perpetuates a caste system that is inherently unequal. And then there are 5 core principles which we could get into if you would like.
Oh, indeed. I hope you all have your copious notes being taken in your 400-page notepads, yes. For those of you who are watching, the link that is pinned to the top, yes, you will see that I, too, will be taking copious notes based on what Paul for the Blacks is sharing with us. Indeed, yes. Hold on here. I will show you all here that, here goes my 400-page notepad. If you have your 400-page notepad, please flash your microphones, yes. Copious notes being taken. Indeed, yes. I'm so excited.
Yes, please have your 400-page notepads open.
Indeed.
So I'll, I guess, just read the basic concepts, and if you'd like me to read the elaboration on any of them, I will. So 1 is race is a social construct. 2 is the centrality of racism. 3 is the commitment to social justice. 4 is the importance of experienced knowledge. And 5 is an interdisciplinary perspective.
Okay, so racial construct, yes, is social construct, yes. 2 was what now?
2 was the centrality of racism.
Central, bleeding, kind of like a marble countertop, in the kitchen, in the island, Blindy, yes. It's central to the kitchen, Blindy, yes. Or like how if you're watching on the Black Issues YouTube, you will see how my orchid, yes, is central, yes. It's a centerpiece, Blindy, yes, to my whole black expanse in my living room, complete or replete, Blindy, yes, with the grey goose and the purple drinking glass here, Blindy, yes. Blintinu, yes, for the blacks.
And also, just a brief aside, critical race theory emerged in the 1970s as a response to critical legal studies, which argued that law was not objective or apolitical. So it was sort of a subset of that, I guess, general concept. So, so again, 3, the commitment to social justice. CRT seeks to address why racial disparity exists in America, and so to eradicate it and eliminate oppression. The importance of experienced knowledge. Number 4, CRT scholars explain that experiences of people of color are crucial to understanding racism and changing the American society for the better. And 5, the interdisciplinary perspective contends there is no one answer or one path to freedom. And I think that kind of hits it on the head.
So there's no one path to freedom, Blindy, yes.
Says we ought to use all the tools we have to help educate individuals and fight for liberation. And that, I've been in a lot of rooms lately where there are people voting, arguing that the entire electoral political system is corrupt and therefore not worth participating in. And people saying that that's malarkey, and then other people saying, you can only make change on the micro level. But that argument just drives me insane because you need it all, right? You need the little micro moment when you're at the store and you need to question why you're reacting to someone a certain way. And then you need to get out and vote so that the Supreme Court doesn't add, you have to play the long game and the short game, to sum it up.
Indeed, yes. And so
I totally agree with the disciplinary perspective.
And so what do you think, because when I speaking of interdisciplinary, what I'm saying, this is what I also do fashion, Blindy, yes. Because I understand or blow the stand, yes. That you cannot just hit it in one way, yes. I'm running around in ruffles as I fight racism, or at least try to fit 400 pages of issues, flash your microphones, yes, into the Black Issues magazine, Blindy. That is my way of being disciplinary, Blindy, yes. I see that Bella for the Blacks is here on the YouTubes, yes. Tracy also for the Blacks is also here. So we have quite a few robust blonde conversations also happening at the same time on the YouTube. But we really appreciate what you're saying here. And so I was really curious, yes. You mentioned also, with the critical race theory, what was the last one you had mentioned? There was another one that I wanted.
An interdisciplinary perspective.
We got that one. The one before that, it's central. What was the other?
The importance of experience knowledge.
And what does that mean? The experience knowledge, indeed, yes. Are we talking 400 years? Are we talking all of the 400 years? Is it plus or minus, give or take, margin of error, 300 years? Like what when we talk about experience yet?
If we take it literally, it says that it's embedded in America's history, so that would be, you have to assume they are really talking about the beginning of colonial American history. So, 400 years, 500 years, what have you. So the CRT scholars explain that experiences like storytelling, biographies, parables, narratives, family histories of people of color are crucial to understanding racism and changing the American society for the better.
Blurt it!
So that's the importance of experience knowledge.
Black and urgent, Blindy, yes. Whatever is happening, it has to happen now. Blindy, Blindy, now. So the thing is, so why do you then, Paul, and then others, because I see that we also have Samuel for the Blacks. Why are they so scared of this? I mean, they're saying that, you know, critical race theory is about the centrality. Yes. You know, why is that such an issue, Indeed, yes? Because right now it seems to be that football is central to America, Indeed, yes. Is that not the case? Football and Pepto-Bismol, because then they're eating all these hot dogs for July 4th, and, you know, there's a July 4th hot dog eating contest, yes. And so to me, it seems as though the central issue or the centrality is really Pepto-Bismol, Indeed. Is it not?
Indeed.
Isn't that the issue?
Yes, we need to be soothed, right?
Indeed. Was it pink? Is it?
My opinion is that the people that are reacting.
And hold on. Yes.
Indeed.
This is urgent. Black and urgent. What the black? For those of you who prefer milk of magnesia, indeed, because that is what my mother gave me, yes. For those of you who prefer milk of magnesia, yes, say Blended. Blended. For those of you who prefer Pepto-Bismol, unmute and say Blended.
Indeed.
I rest my case. Because I used to cry. I used to be so upset about it. You know, milk of magnesia. But it was forced upon me, indeed, in my youth. I'm still scarred and triggered by milk of magnesia issues. Anytime anyone says my mom, oh your mom, oh your mom, oh your mom, oh it is an issue. It is an issue. Don't you dare say mom! Do you know what that means? To this day, I can't go into a CVS or Walgreens, Target, none of the above. Mom, milk of magnesia. Shameful. And we're black. And we're black, yes. Now, I just realized, yes, that the title, you know, hold on. Blinter, weren't you supposed to title this room Critical Race Theory Issues? Why is it titled Niagara Space Launch Issues? Crease Khaki Issues? That's a different issue. There's not enough Grey Goose for this. Not enough Grey Goose. And we're black. I don't know. I'm talking about milk of magnesia issues, yes? And now I have bigger issues. You are useless. Straightforward. No, I don't want to hear it. No. This is an issue. It's not even about the parasol this time. It's not even, no. That is basic. That is rudimentary. That is elementary. That you know the difference between parasol and an umbrella. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about enabling a room title. These people, these blowers, blue wizards, and blacksmiths were expecting a room about spray starch. Generic spray starch. Niagara spray starch. Spray starch. Issues. No! That could be next week. The blurted. Where is it? The blurted. The black and urgent issue this week is critical race theory issues. Have any of you on the stage check to see if my 400-page notepad is falling apart as well. No, it's still together. It's all intact. These coils really hold on to all of these 400 pages of issues really well. They hold them quite well. I can't wait to start to sell them in the For the Blacks C19 store. Yes. Tracy for the Blacks, what say you? It's an issue.
I was very confused.
And no one said anything. I'm a black woman in America. I am in the media. I am in the media. No one said anything. It's not what we do to a black woman who's building her empire. You just let her be in the media. I am in the media, by the way, in the media as you walk your useless turn behind Elsevier. No one decided to say a thing. Shameful. Blood influences and blacks for betraying me. Where's the Grey Goose?
Please forgive us.
Shocking and shameful. I don't know what to do. There is not enough water on the planet to soak my black ass. Not enough. There are not enough eucalyptus, Epsom, bath salts to soak away this 400-year black ink. What the black? And now I'm also getting DMs about how people are confused as to whether it was the critical race issue room or the Niagara Space Sauce issue room. Oh, waiting in the waters of the wrong room title issues on the Clubhouse. Waiting in the wrong room title issues when it's really critical race theory issues, blurted black and urgent issues, but people are into another room issues. Waters. Waiting, and they don't even know what room to go in. This is all an issue, and you're a shameful, shocking, useless, blurted issues, and I'm a black woman in the media. No one can tell me. Waters, children. Waiting in the... This is the wrong room title, but we're still going to make it work because I don't even know what to do anymore. But you all can also watch on YouTube. Black Issues on YouTube. The link is at the top, pinned to the top of the Clubhouse room. Waters. None of my blood was influences and black sweats could even tell me what the room title was. And this is an issue. War. 400 plus years of it. War. That my orchid is still here. At least you are reliable. At least I love you, black. I love you more. I love my orchid issues for the blacks. Who is this deep-voiced individual on this penthouse of Clubhouse stages, which is the Black Issues experience of the Clubhouse? Every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every Friday is Black Friday. Indeed, yes. Is it Grey Goose issues, or Grey Goose problems? Now, Rebecca. For the blacks, I do not have. For all of the blacks, I'm for the Grey Goose blacks. I'm for the Moet blacks, the Moet drinking blacks. I'm for those blacks that go take out, have an entire table in the club. Don't drink all night. Don't dance all night. Drink instead, and have buckets filled with ice and Ciroc. Black. I'm for those blacks too. I'm for all of these blacks. Yes. Now I do not have an issue or problem with said Grey Goose. No. It would be my blinter. That is a subplot of being black and a woman in America. That the biggest notion of misogyny war is all of the ways in which a black woman is not supported like a push-up bra without the underwire for her to really build her empire. That is the issue, indeed, yes. But thank you so much for that ink spill for the blacks. Yes. We'll go right back to you. What the black? But we are going to go to is this Samuel for the blacks, and then we'll go right back to you, Inksville, for the blacks, and then Katrina is also here for the blacks, and the real Alicia Nicole is also here for the blacks. Christopher is also here for the blacks. And just really, those of you who are still confused, clearly it's different. I don't know what to do anymore. Niagara Space Dodge issues, Crease Khaki issues, respectability politics issues versus critical race theory issues. That is an issue, but we're here for the solution. And so with that, Samuel for the blacks. What say you, Lindy? Yes.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Samuel for the blacks. I love you, black. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Those of you who are on the stage, the Penthouse Clubhouse stages, the Black Issues stage, if you would like to PTR to something around the notion of critical race theory or racism or something like that, please do so as I continue to run around in ruffles. This time it's like a tulip ruffle that is on the sleeve. It's like really more like a trumpet. It is a trumpet, and these are more like daisies that I have here. It's a little bit of a little bit of an outfit. It is blue, if you need to know. It is blue and pink and white and yellow, and also like a peach, this is really like a zinnia pattern that I have here in terms of a blouse with a trumpet, or really more like a trumpet more than a tulip sleeve that I have going on here, with the decolletage that is then offset or offset, Lindy, yes, by a necklace it's more like a icicles, yes, of fresh water pools, yes. It's a cascade. That's what I would call it, a cascade of fresh water pools, yes. And then also the black for the blacks has like a blue hair installment on the head for tonight, along with this is quite an ornate earring for the evening, yes. It is a tulip and along with an orange stamen or really statement earring, Lindy, yes, along with the said the triangle, the notorious RFTB glasses installment, yes, and then also a red lip by Tarte, Lindy. I love you all black, and you're black. So Samuel for the blacks, what say you? Is critical race theory racist? Yes or no? Lindy. And we're black.
Critical race theory racist. I think no. I think that a conversation that would try to remove it is probably one that's based on racism, whether someone knows it or not. But in itself, it's a lens that tries to expose racist policies and sort of things that resulted from not being conscious of racism in dealings with sort of systemic institutional save me here from this because it's not going anywhere. For blackout.
For the blacks. And so what is the solution? Is there a solution?
The solution is to we were talking about this 12 months ago. I don't know why we're still talking about it now.
We were socially distancing 12 months ago. 12 months ago we were trapped still, we were afraid to visit our grandparents for Christmas. That's and for Halloween there was no trick-or-treating last year this time, and we were excited to have Biden in office. I think that was the thing last year this time, and something about Thanksgiving and whether we would be able to have this all and our family, and again socially distance, and maybe have Thanksgiving outside and use a heater, an outside heater, a propane tank or something, and blow up your home along with roast your turkey. Like that was really the issue last year. Yes.
But this year has been around for 40 years.
Indeed,
so
yes.
We're only talking about it now, and so it's the sort of thing is why is it coming up now? Why is it so divisive in a sense that why do we keep talking about it? Because it's not the real issue. It's something that's being dangled in front of us so that we don't move forward in it. We're just looking at it.
This is an issue. And so racist, yes. And so, you know, what do you think? I mean, I don't know what I don't. It seems to be right, yes, that last year, yes, you know, I predicted we're black up. For the blacks. For the blacks. Oh, thank you kindly. On CP time it counts, yes. I predicted that the color for 2021 would be the Pantone color would be Black Lives Matter yellow. Indeed, yes. Because it seemed to be that everyone everywhere had a black square, had, you know, on their social medias, you know, they were out there, you know, painting various boulevards, you know, with Black Lives Matter, you know, near and far wide. There were protests happening in everywhere, you know, in the little towns with like 300 people, you know. There were embryos inside of the room screaming Black Lives Matter and kicking and fighting, kicking down the obstacles to racial oppression from inside the womb. Yes. And so we went from that, I mean, police stations were being burnt down and statues were being torn down, yes, and booklets were being, you know, shared around, you know, and so, you know, we went from that level of being blurted, you know, black and urgent, blurted. Hold on, yeah, I'm trying to find where my blurted, well, he is indeed, yes, it took down, but just it, yes. So we went from being blurted, yes, my blend turn is useless, to now, it seems to be the other way around, is that it's, so where did all the whites go? The whites with the cardboard boxes and the quotes and Sharpie marker of James Baldwin and Black Lives Matter, where did those whites go? Did they die of COVID? I don't know, because they were out there marching. Remember last year? And they were saying that you had to socially distance, and they weren't socially distancing. They were all marching. Yes. And so did they die? So I'm so confused as to what happened, because it seemed as if people cared about racism and they wanted to end it last year. Hence, I wanted it to be Pantone yellow for the color of 2021. But it seems as though since then, yes, that they're not. I don't see those whites anymore. I don't see the protests anymore. I don't see the cardboard boxes anymore. I don't see any of that. And George Floyd Justice and Policing Act not passed, yes. And John Lewis Voting Rights Act not passed. Indeed, yes. And you know, I just look at my report. I just keep taking copious notes, and this is now, I'm now up to my you know, 89th 400-page notepad. I'm just taking copious notes of issues, flash your microphones, not really solutions. And so I don't know what is really happening. So if Standing for the Blacks or Ink Spilling for the Blacks wants to weigh in as to, you know, what I don't know. We're now talking about supply chain issues and critical race theory issues. When last year we were dying, indeed, and that was really it. That was it. Oh, so they went black to normal? Is that the thing?
I have another theory as well.
Hold on. Paul for the Blacks. Ink Spill, did you want to weigh in more, or was that basically the long and the short of it for 400 years?
Indeed, that was basically it. I mean, I have a theory or critical race theory as well.
Ooh. Ooh. Are you tempting us? Is this an exclusive? Is this an exclusive for Black Issues? Critical race theory. Is that? So did you want to weigh in now, or did you want Paul for the Blacks to go?
Yeah, Paul.
Oh, I'm so excited, yes. And so Paul for the Blacks, weigh in, and then we'll come back to Ink Spill for the Blacks for the theory, or the theorem, indeed, yes, plural, indeed.
Oh, sure. Thank you. And thank you, Inkspill. I agree with Inkspill. I do think the white people went back to work. I think another theory I have, which does not negate his, is that I know around where I live, specifically talking about where did the white people go that were marching, most of the big marches around here were organized by like 16 and 17-year-old black girls and young women of color, and they're back in school.
They're black in school, and where is it that
They're
you
black in
live?
school.
Where are you, Paul, for that?
I'm in Rhode Island, so like for the march I was at, which was about 10,000 people, was organized by these high school kids, and it was on point. They had water and snacks and hand sanitizer and masks for everybody. It was the most organized thing I've ever been to. And they're back in school now.
Indeed. So they're black in school, black to work, black to school, black to normal. Is that what it is? That we're right back where we started in terms of not caring about ending racism? Is that fair enough? Yes. So anyone can weigh in, and I know Inkspill for the Blacks has an exclusive about critical race theory, so we're so excited to get to Inkspill as well for the Blacks. Indeed. Thank you so much for that, Paul, for the Blacks. And we're black.
Black to being comfortable.
Indeed.
The whites went black to being comfortable.
Indeed. And so what does that look like, or what does that mean? It means pumpkin carving, yes? Is that it? Apple bobbing? Apple bobbing, is that it? Apple bobbing issues, yes? Is that also, yeah? It's
Apple bobbing, pumpkin carving, carrying on in the usual manner to where they feel they're on top.
Indeed, yes. It is an issue. It is an issue. And so, anyone else wants to weigh in as to, well, what happened? What happened to the cardboard box signs? Are they being recycled? All of those Black Lives Matter cardboard box signs, like what happened? I don't know.
I think I have an idea.
Oh, this is Samuel for the Blacks. Indeed.
Yeah, it's wrapped up in the notion of white privilege in the sense that white privilege is not having to know what white privilege is and having the luxury of certain, like, well, does it exist, or am I involved in it, or all those questions that normally would not be asked until something like this shows up. CRT, it being CRT, that is thrown into the mix not as anything other than something that makes people feel uncomfortable, and then they stop doing the things that they know is better, acting what's right from wrong. They retreat and no longer have to look at it, because now it's not a given. Now it's a question mark. And so it's not there's some sort of moral ambiguity, or an issue of am I being anti-white? What the hell is anti-white? It's the most ridiculous thing.
Oh, hold on, anti-white.
Anti-white is hilarious to me, and I think that the more that we give credence to critical race theory and anything other than the study of the law, the more we'll see people packing up their cardboard boxes and not doing the real work, and sort of moving a needle forward, because it becomes easier to rest in a space that is protected by a false narrative. That's how I feel about CRT.
Indeed. And so, well. So did the whites are the same whites that were Black Lives Mattering? Are they the ones CRTing and voting for the GOP and also taking over school boards? Or are those whites just kind of silent? And now the whites that for always been for Trump and all that, they're the ones being even more vocal than they were vocal before. Like, they're no longer they took off their mask. Is that it? Because they took off their mask, now they get to talk? Is that it? Was the mask preventing the racism? That is that Inkspill for the Blacks or Blinkspill for the Blacks? Was that going to be your theory, that the masks were the reason why we weren't talking about critical race theory and being more racist yet? I don't recall as many Karen issues. Were there Karen issues? Were any of those Karens wearing a mask? Look at that. Look, these are the issues. And this is why we come to the Black Issues, This is Black Experience on the Clubhouse every Friday. It's Black Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yes. Because only here will you get such insights, yes, into blurted Black and urgent issues as we do here. Yes. I will adore all of the blallowers, blimfluencers, and blacksmiths of the Black Issues, This is Black Experience and the For the Blacks movement. Indeed, yes. Is it that the masks stopped the racists? Is that it? Is that it? Was COVID an inoculation or inoculation from the racists? Yes. And now that we have COVID under control, racism is out of control. Is that the issue? Is that an issue, or problem? This is a Black exclusive. Black Issues, This is Black exclusive. We are wading in the waters of the critical race theory issues. Black issues for Black for the Blacks, notorious RFTB, excuse me, yes. And is it a parasol?
Not an umbrella.
Not an umbrella! And we're Black. So what say you? Any of the blallowers, influencers can weigh in on the theory that I have now, and whenever Inkspill for the Blacks wants to weigh in on that, yes. Samuel was just mentioning about the issues, yes, but I really want to know. Is it the mask? Was the mask preventing the racists? Was that it? Was that the solution? I don't know. For the Blacks.
I think it's a good theory. That's definitely worth investigating.
Investigating. Thank you so much for that, Ink. And so, Inkspill for the Blacks, what say you? Now, was that going to be your conspiracy theory, yes? Or did you have one of your own? Are we in competition? Are you challenging? Is this a challenge?
There's enough room for both.
Indeed, yes. And so would you like to, I'm rolling out the red carpet here, or the runway. Information! Are you able to weigh in now with your particular theorem, Indeed, yes, around the notion of why critical race theory is a thing or an issue or a problem right now? Indeed. The inquiring minds want to know.
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, indeed.
I think that
Oh, hold on. For those of you with your 400-page notepad, please take copious notes, starting now. Indeed. Quill, let's go.
So I think that, the surface level of it is sometimes.
Hold on. Blinkspill. When you say for the Blacks, when you say surface level, is this going to be something about exfoliation? Yes. Do you think that the racists were exfoliating their face or perhaps their heels? Yes. All of that dead skin off the surface, Blindy, yes. And so that they exfoliated all of the fear of how racist they could possibly be, yes. And so that's where we are now, right? When they were home on lockdown, that's what they were doing. They were exfoliating. Is that it? Is that going to be your theory?
Yeah, I think the base level. This is the fear at these, school board meetings and these hearings about, why a white child is being taught that they are racist and they are evil. This is just the surface level. This is the smoke screen. I feel like the real deeper issue and the hidden agenda behind the pushback.
The agenda.
Critical race. Yeah, there's definitely an agenda.
The agenda.
Agenda. I feel like it's the deeper level is that critical race theory examines the laws on the books that were, discriminatory, racist, and once you actually get into breaking down those laws and following, the systemic consequences and results of those laws in practice, and you can trace a direct line from, those policies to the outcomes that exist today, and you do that law by law on a case-by-case basis, you pretty much have a legal framework for a case for reparations. And that is ultimately what they're afraid of.
Oh. 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 What the block?
It's money, honey. It always has been.
Oh.
Follow the money.
Follow the money.
Oh. So what you're saying is, Lindy, yes, Blinksville, for the blacks, is that if they keep us getting caught up right now with the issue, yes, which is not an issue, of critical race theory, yes, it will swallow up, yes, kind of like I'm swallowing huge gulps of this Grey Goose, Lindy. It will swallow up, Lindy, yes, the notion of reparations. Is that what you're saying? Blinksville for the blacks?
Indeed, it becomes clear there would be nothing to refute this legal case.
Indeed, 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 indeed. Well, to me, what you're saying, yes, it seems as though critical race theory is kind of like a chain belt, And I'm going to show you all now, those of you who are, if you click the link at the top there, you can join the critical race theory YouTube experience. Yes, I'm going to show you right now. Yes. So I have this outfit tonight. Yes, I'm really exploring mod. Yes. So, and speaking of mod, we're talking about, the 90s. Yes. Groove is in the heart, right? So in the 90s, it was this whole mod thing. So I'm really doing mod tonight. If you all need to look at my look right now, you can just click on the top there, the YouTube link there, and you will see that. Yeah, yes. And so, I've explored it and I said, okay, so I have here, yes, this is, the little top with the peplum sleeve, yes. And maybe I just need to stand up on my own lucite chair. God help me, I hope it doesn't break it. And so really what I have here is a bell bottom. It is a whole, if you all can see here, yes, if you're on the YouTube, you can see this here. It is a whole bell bottom look that I have here, yes. And so, it is quite nice, yes. But the issue is I don't have a chain belt, And the chain belt would really, put the whole look together, Lindy, yes. And so, I'm kind of listening, if I may, yes, and I will, for sure, yes. From what you're saying, Blinksville for the blacks, is that critical race theory is kind of like the chain belt to bring the entire outfit or bloutfit, yes, or fit, as they say. I learned that, hold on here. I learned that is on page, hold on. 146, yes, of my third 400-page notepad, that the blacks, yes, specifically in the hood, they've shortened it to fit. Instead of outfit, they say fit, yes. And so, the chain, it's kind of, so critical race theory to reparations is kind of like a chain belt to a fit. It just brings everything together, Lindy, yes. Is that what you're saying, spelled for the blacks? Indeed, yes. And so if you agree, and thank you so much for the PTR, Tracy, for the blacks, if you agree, yes, that critical race theory, yes, and the analysis, yes, and the outlining, yes, of the legal, yes, argument for reparations is really the reason why they must destroy, indeed, yes, critical race theory, just like they destroyed disco. Shameful, indeed. Please unmute right now and say, what the black? What the black? What the black? I just, it is so important. It is so important that that we really explore all of these different facets and machinations and trends within the fight against critical race theory to see if any of them make any sense whatsoever. Yes, kind of like shrugs. I'm so excited. I'm going to share that a little bit of fashion. That I looked at first when shrugs were a thing. In the late 90s, early 2000s, I said, I really didn't like it. What is this? This is not a sweater. Like, how dare the fashion industry sell you, yes, on 1/8 of the material of a sweater, yes, and then say, oh yes, we're going to charge you more money for it. I was like, what is this shrug thing, yes? But then now, and then I adored shrugs, 2001, 2002, 2003. And then I've been even talking to tailors to make me some custom shrugs, yes. And then to my surprise, guess what, y'all? Guess what? Shrugs are black. They're black in stores. I'm so excited, yes. And so, when I think about that and I think about, what Inkspill is sharing, that maybe we will be black to the Black Lives Matter murals and the protesting. Maybe we'll be black. Maybe we'll be black to being for the blacks again, or maybe not. Maybe we're black to work, black to school, black to normal. Okay. So let's take a little bit of a poll here. If you think that towards the end of 2021 and into 2022, and this is on the Clubhouse, yes, and then also on the YouTube, yes. If you think that we're going black to normal, that is so old. We're not Black Lives Mattering and protesting and fist stomping and taking a knee. We're not doing that anymore. We're hugging our grandparents, yes. You will say black to normal, yes, or you will type in black to normal. But if you think, yes, that we are still going to be Black Lives Mattering, yes, then you will put the word blurgent, B-L-U, it's like urgent, but you put B-L in front. So if you think we're still going to be blurgent, we're still going to be marching into 2021 and 2022, we're still going to be having black issues, have some solutions, right? You'll put blurgent, yes. But if you think, no, black to normal, we're hugging, we're kissing our grandparents, we're excited to have ham along with the turkey or something like that, we're not really doing this whole Black Lives Mattering anymore, then you will put black to normal, yes. And so I'm so excited. We have, hold on here. Anissa for the blacks. Is also so excited, yes. And so let's take a little bit of poll. And for those of you who are in the audience would like to also come up on stage, as you know, we do these polls that are exclusive, yes. I'm just going to go through that here, yes. We already have Catherine for the blacks weighing in on the YouTube, saying blurgent, that she thinks in 2021, 2022, she predicts, yes, that we're going to be continuing to fight for racial equality. So we have one for blurgent. Tracy, what say you? Are we going to be blurgent or black to normal? Blurgent or black to normal?
I'm worried we're black to normal.
Black to normal, indeed, yes. So who would like to take the tally, please? The tally. Who would like to help? Thank you so much for that. So please put down blurgent for Catherine for the blacks. Paul is questioning blurgent to normal. I don't know if that is actually one of the options, Paul, for the blacks. It's one or the other. Blurgent or black to normal? Shameful. I'm in the media. This is serious. This is about. Thank you so much for that. I'm so excited to also have the hungry medium here. Yes, so those of you who are in the audience who would like to come up onto the Penthouse of Clubhouse stages, which is the Black Issues stage on the Clubhouse, please come up to participate in the poll. Indeed, yes. So we can have the official tally. Indeed, yes. Christopher for the blacks. I'm so excited. Serene, Tae, all for the blacks. Congratulations on your recent marriage, Indeed, yes. Monique as well. Indeed, I'm so excited. I'm going to follow you, Black, yes. Plant's mother, love you, Black, yes. And so let's move on. So Catherine for the blacks has already weighed in with blurgent. Thank you so much for that. Paul for the blacks. It's either blurgent, people are going to care about black issues, and they're not like the brand, no, in the magazine. There's 400 pages, by the way. No. I'm talking about the actual issues that we're going to be marching. They're going to be asking for racial equality. So if you think that, you will put blurgent. But if you think, no, we're black to normal. We're hugging our grandparents. We're not caring about Black Lives Mattering. We're not taking knees anymore. None of the above, you would say black to normal. So which one? What say you? So Paul is saying, I'm saying blurgent because we need the positive energy on it. So that sounds like you don't believe it, but you want to will it into existence. Yes. So Tracy, I would put that down as a tentative blurgent. Indeed, yes. Thank you so much for that. Paul for the blacks. Samuel for the blacks. Weigh in. What say you? Blurgent, black and urgent about these black issues, or black to normal? No one cares anymore about the black issues. What say you? they're just, everything is being overshadowed or overshadowed by Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson. Are they in love? Are they dating? Did that kiss where she was playing Jasmine and Pete Davidson was playing Aladdin, was that kiss really a precursor or foreshadowing an entire romantic relationship? I do believe that that really is the issue. Yes. Thank you so much for that, Samuel, for the blast. What was that? What was that, Samuel, for the blast? What you were going to weigh in on the blurted issues? Yes. What say you? Yes, Samuel. Samuel, for the blast.
Oh, I'm sorry. I no longer recall.
But yeah, it is an issue. That is an issue. Yes. And so, what is your vote? Blurted, black and urgent, or black to normal? Blindy. Yes. You were talking about the overshadowing issues, Blindy.
Oh no, the issues are overshadowed by a discussion of CRT. It's not. It's not as blurgent as the other blurgent issues that it's designed to overshadow this conversation.
Blindy. And so you think black to normal, people don't care anymore about black issues? What say you?
I think that black to normal was starting to get to be something that was people did care, and now this is allowing people to retreat to being comfortable with not having to be uncomfortable and not having to look at anything other than three little letters that encapsulate so much more. But the more is not on the table anymore. It's been overshadowed.
Blindy, yes. And so Tracy for the blast, thank you so much for that. Samuel for the blast. We're going to put that down as a black to normal. Thank you so much for that, Samuel for the blast. We're taking a Blow official poll, yes, for black issues. It should be some in the media. It is a 400-page magazine. We're taking a poll as to whether we think that moving forward into 2021 and 2022, if we're going to continue to be blurgent, black and urgent about solving these racial issues, yes, and really getting towards equality, or are we instead black to normal? Yes, we don't really care about black issues anymore. That's so 2020. We are here with our grandparents. Yes, we've taken our vaccine. Yes, we want to go to football games and homecoming king and queens. Yes, we're black to normal. Black to normal. So thank you so much for that. And so ink spill or blink spill for the blacks. Yes, what say you around the notion of black to normal? No one cares. Or are we going to be blurted in 2021 and 2022? Maybe yes. What say you? What blacks?
No false. I definitely say black is normal.
Do you have any explanation for that? Or is that it?
Caught up in the movement, and that is past. So it's black to normal.
Black to normal, indeed, yes. So thank you so much for that. I do believe Michael Jackson had a song. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. All I want to say is that they don't really care about. I was over to something. I knew something to something. Sing along. Something to something. So, and then police brutality. That part I knew. And it would just go on. All I want to care is that they don't really care about us. All I want to say, sing along. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Indeed, yes. And we're black, yes. And so thank you so much for that, ink spill for the blacks, for your musical contribution or inspiration, yes. to the tally of are we black to normal or being blurted? Yes. And so with that, we're now going to go to Anissa for the blacks. I adore you, I appreciate you, and I miss you. How have you been? Kisses no COVID, kisses no racism, kisses no knees on nest, kisses no CRT. Indeed. Is that also a thing?
Kisses no Karens.
Oh, kisses no Karens. Indeed. Yes, must add that to the 400-page notepad of no's. Kisses no this and that. Indeed, yes. And so, from your particular experience and lease on life or leash on life, not a noose, a lease on life. Yes. What say you around the notion of where are we now? Are we black to normal? We don't care, yes, or are we? Indeed, yes. Being blurted, black and urgent, in terms of seeking out racial equality. Which one? What say you?
I'm gonna have to go with Inksville on this one. We are black to normal.
Okay. Indeed. Black to normal.
Our current president has even shown that, if anybody's gonna be kind of show what the upcoming years are gonna be like, then he started it off by not giving a damn about us.
Shameful. And what do you mean by that? Well, first of all, before look at that. Wardrobe malfunction there, yes. Before we get into, Biden issues, Blindy, yes. Would you like to share what your particular profession is and why that might color your opinion around the notion of critical race theory? For blacks? Blindy, you're a educator. Blindy, yes. I knew that. I take copious notes on my Blalowers, Bloomswinses, and Blexford, Blindy, yes. And so, is there any issues? Flash your microphones. Are there any issues that you are experiencing at your particular school around the notion of critical race theory?
Well, in particular, I just don't think it's being really discussed. So there's a lot of leeway and freedom as far as social justice issues and us expressing ourselves as staff and even our administrators, but it's not really something that's being discussed. I know one teacher in particular who was a Black English teacher who talks about those types of things, but as far as anyone else, it's a dead topic.
Shameful. And so, is there something? So, when the meetings are happening at your school, yes, is there anything that's talked about beyond, donuts and who's going to refill the ink in the copier? Do they talk about critical race theory? Like, what is happening?
Well, we out of most any other high schools in our district are a little more about it, and we like to touch on it, but I think that one of the bigger issues is coming from our district in general, not so much the people in our schools. I think that the staff and the admin in our schools would be about it, but we can only get away with so much as far as what the district will let us, and the district ain't ready for it.
What do you mean by ready? Are we talking like there's like a thermometer, with the certain models of thermometers? You can get them on Amazon, where you stick it into the turkey and it lets you know just when the turkey is cooked and juicy, but not too much that it dries out. Yes. So when will they be ready? Without getting a little saying juicy, but not getting a little too dry. Indeed, yes. For the critical race theory issues.
I don't think they're ever going to be ready. I don't think it matters at what point you stick the thermometer in. At some point, they're going to turn the oven off, so it's not going to finish cooking.
Oh, indeed. That would be the issue. Yes. Well, maybe they're trying to save on gas, because I know gas prices are going up, and we want to stay warm for the winter. Is that it? Is that the solution then, maybe?
Something. They're saving on something. The reality of it.
And so with that, you're saying black to normal. You're saying there's no hope. They're going to fight this.
No, we actually did the opposite in our district, where they passed something through called the comprehensive district design by masking it as being together or integrating when it actually is a version. They rezoned our school district, and basically the schools that might have been predominantly black and brown are now have a lot more white to it. So it basically whitewashed our schools that weren't whitewashed. Whitewashed. So yeah, they're doing the opposite. Not because of us, like I said, it's the district, it's their superintendent, but my school in particular is pretty dope, but we can only do so much.
Indeed. It is so important. What you're doing is so important. You're exploring the notion of being a blood educator, critical race theory, and can you let them know where you're calling from, or where your clubhouse rooming from? Like, where geographically are you? Are you in Bali right now, or are you where else? Are you in Cancun? Where's the school that you teach in, Lindy? Is it a resort?
I am in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Oh!
About a mile away from, not even actually, I'm about 5 blocks away from where George Floyd was murdered.
Oh!
Where the revolution kicked off.
Oh! And so even from that purge, yes, from the Minneapolis, Lindy, yes, you believe that it's pretty much black to normal, that they're not even really 5 blocks away from George Floyd, or just the whole Minneapolis in general, no, not so much.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, we do have smaller movements about other people, because there have been, as you know, quite a few other people, black young men who have been murdered since then, more recently. And we have marches and things and going on, but it's very small, and went from like thousands to maybe a couple hundred here or there, and otherwise it's crickets.
Indeed, yes. It is so important. I just want to welcome Dr. Chi. Dr. Chi is on the YouTubes, and I'm also on Clubhouse. I'm going to cut and paste the Clubhouse link into the YouTube. And for those of you who want to watch on YouTube that are on Clubhouse right now, the link is at the top there. Yes, let's see if it lets me do that. Yes, so that everyone can be, in the loop. Lindy, yes, but
I wanted to say something else for Black and for the Blacks.
I adore you.
We just had our election, and we were trying to
vote on
police reform.
Yes.
Yeah, and it did not go through.
It did not.
Minneapolis, it did not. So
Did they fund the police?
We're black and normal. It's
Shameful.
Yes.
Shameful. Indeed. And so, let us hold on here. So for the fact that Minneapolis, yes, ground zero, Lindy, yes, for the George Floyd protest that went global, yes, for not even being black and urgent enough. Hold on, I'm looking for my blurgent mug, which is for sale, by the way, at Black Issues. For the black1619.com, yes. For not being blurgent enough, yes, to actually pass police reform, yes, and not really do critical race theory or really talk about racism in the schools to the degree that they could. Let us all have a moment of silence. And we're black, yes, I do believe we are indeed black, yes, and thank you so much for that. Exclusive around the notion of the critical race theory, indeed, yes. but I don't know. Is there any hope? Yes?
One can always hope.
Indeed. And so, but I don't even know.
I just don't think white people, when it comes down to it, are ready to give up all the things that they benefit from. In theory, it sounded good when they were restless, they were out there. But now that, like, when the shit's hitting the fan with critical race theory, they are black stepping, so to speak.
Black stepping, Lindy.
They're
Yes.
they're backstepping, they're black stepping, yeah.
It's a new dance. It's a new dance, the black step, indeed. I adore that. Well, thank you so much for that. We also have D-Rec here. I'm so excited. We have Dr. Mina, yes, and also Dr. Chi, yes, and also Sean for the black. So we have quite a few black influences and black space with a lot of different black experiences. D-Rec here, the PTR is you know, it's a fist up, indeed, yes. And so clearly, that is definitely a black, blurgent. Also wants to be invited onto the stage. So I'm excited, yes. And so we're taking a poll right now. And thank you so much for that. Anissa for the blacks, live and direct from Minneapolis, Minnesota, the ground zero for all things George Floyd, yes. And then also all things black to normal, unfortunately, not really caring and not really blurgent, black and urgent anymore. Not Anissa for the blacks, but the Minneapolis region, indeed, yes. And so with that, we're going to go on. We had Catherine, we had Paul. Oh, we're so excited. We have Sean for the blacks, and then we're going to move on to Dr. Mina, Dr. Chi, and D-Rec for the poll, Lindy. Yes. And so Sean for the blacks, yes. 2022, the end of it into the holiday season, high season. Yes, we're still going to be cutting down trees for the Rockefeller tree lighting ceremony, even though we're also talking about the climate accord in Paris and the CPAC conference, or whatever that thing is called right now. But it's an issue, but we're black, yes. And so, do we think that as we celebrate the high holiday season, yes, and go into 2022, yes, do we think that we are black to normal, where, we just don't care anymore? All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Or do we think that we are going to be blurgent, right? That we are going to care about these black issues, and we're going to seek out racial equality, right? So which one? If you think they don't care anymore, you say black to normal, or if you think we do care, you would say blurgent. So Sean for the blacks, what say you?
I say that we're black to normal.
Oh, indeed.
Sorry to say it, but I feel like, people are juggling all these other things, whether it's just general life, trying to achieve some type of normality, even though, a lot of us are still wearing masks. I think that people are, short attention theater. That's us. And they're black to normal. I think everything's black to normal. And I don't think that they care about us. And I'm going to do an awkward body roll and to that song as I land it.
Indeed. And so, when we move on to the second section of this Black Friday experience, maybe we can come up with some coping mechanisms for those who believe that we are black to normal. Indeed. So what we do about that, indeed, is an issue. It is an issue, yes. So I'm excited to have quite a few on the YouTube Black Issues channel, YouTube channel on the YouTube. I love you all black. I love you black. I love you more. I love you more. Yes. And then also here on the Clubhouse stage, the penthouse of Clubhouse stages, which is the Black Issues stage on the Clubhouse. We have quite a few luminaries here. We have Robert, Jake, the real Alicia, Nicole, all for the blacks. We have Katrina, Christopher, the Hungry Medium, and Dan, all for the blacks, yes. And we have some new Black influences in Black Swiss, including Chica, Monique, and is it Svetlana? All hopefully for the blacks, yes. So excited. And so with that, thank you so much for that, Sean, for the blacks. And so Tracy, what is the Blowfacial tally up until this point here? Yes?
You're catching me off guard. Can I give it to you next after the next person?
Oh, indeed, yes. And Catherine for the blacks also wanted to share this will cause protests, which will die down again until the next time. Indeed, yes. So thank you so much for that. The ebb and flow, indeed, yes, of being blurted, black and urgent, yes. It is conditional, indeed, yes. Just like my hair, it needs conditioning, indeed, to act right, indeed, yes. And so with that, let's move on to Dr. Mina, indeed, yes. I would appreciate all of you, all for the blacks. So, Dr. Mina, for the blacks, what say you? Are we black to normal? We don't really care anymore, right? They don't really care about us. Or are we blurted? Are we going to be black and urgent in 2021 and into 2022 and really caring about these black issues and seeking equality? What say you? Blurted or black to normal?
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Mina Blazy, and we are black to normal, but we need to be blurgent and make it urgent because this is insane. Because
Shameful!
Now activists come to school sites and board meetings, and they don't even have children in the school districts, and they're talking about critical race theory from a perspective of news media and not real research. And I love Catherine's PTR photo, just how a conservative activist invented the conflict over critical race theory. There is no conflict. We are looking at it all the wrong way, and we really need to take a step back and say we need to have this academic knowledge. We need to understand the perspective of what critical race theory looks like for our children, the historical context, the interdisciplinary perspective, the experiential knowledge. I don't think we're talking about that, and it's the social justice and praxis. I mean, how do we actively do something about it with research and not this made up stuff? And we need to challenge the dominant ideology and really change the identity of the definition of the wrong definition of race and racism, because typically the dominant culture is looking at race from their own protection, and they don't want it to go away because, how dare we have a voice in society, and that's not okay. And when I say dominant culture, I mean non-allies that have this idea of supremacy. So I'm Mina, and I'm not finished talking about it, but I will land the plane for a moment.
It is so important. It's so important because Dr. Mina, you like Anissa for the blacks. You're both educators within the K through 12 school system. Is that right, Dr. Mina for the blacks? Yes.
Yes.
Indeed. And so, can you speak from a personal perspective? What exactly is happening in your schools? Are the meetings all about replacing the ink cartridges in the printers and in the photocopiers? Yes. Or the issues around should the children and the teachers vaccine or not vaccine, mask or no mask? All the issues around the notion of the polyester content in the school uniforms. What exactly are the conversations that are happening right now in your school, Lindy? Yes, Dr. Mina, for the blacks.
And yes, for the blacks, because it's not for the blacks. It's about to mask or not to mask. That is the question. Or to vaccinate or not to vaccinate. That's the question or the conversation. So we can't really have those real discussions about understanding cultural proficiency and what we need to do differently. And I have to say, as a former principal, I was able to talk about it for 7 years, and we changed the dynamic, and we were broke. For lack of understanding, we were really woke, and I was able to really work with the dominant culture to look at our Black and brown children and say, no, we're going to do something different. I'm in a new school district, and I'm slowly coming into what we should do, what's best for brown children, because the equity is not there. And if you look at the state test scores around the United States and the nation's report card, it is our Black and brown children that may be getting the same education, but that's the problem. They're getting the same education. And it is very 1920s, 30s, 40s, and we have to change what's in the textbooks, and we have to give them the right information and the right history, and not the old history that if we keep doing dominant culture history, we're going to keep our Black and brown students in some type of submission or blemishin. We don't want that anymore.
Shameful.
And I'll yield the mic.
And so, before we move on to Dr. Chief for the Blacks, I see that you have a lot of appreciation right now. Those of you who are on the stage and in the audience, please follow each other on the stage and in the audience. I love you all, Black, the Blalowers, Blimfluences, and Black Spirits of the Black experience before the Blacks movement on and off of the clubhouse. Now, before we move on to Dr. Chief,
Blacker for the Blacks, I can't hear you.
Oh dear. Well, you all heard on the YouTubes, we're not able to hear on the clubhouse, indeed, yes. So we're Black, yes. And so I was just saying, yes, this is exactly why I'm so excited to have Dr. Mina and all Dr. Chi and Lisa. Like, I love you all, Black, yes. And I don't even remember what I said. What did I say? Someone who's on the YouTubes probably heard me and didn't quite hear. But I just draw this. And before we move on to Dr. Chi for the Blacks, I just want to know if it's so important, yes. So if indeed, yes, the issue that the white children, indeed, yes, won't they feel ashamed to be white if they learn about slavery and racism and Jim Crow? Isn't that the issue, though, that we're trying to make sure that they don't feel ashamed of themselves? Like, what if the white children start to commit mass suicide because they're learning about critical race theory or they're learning about the history? Indeed, yes. Isn't that an issue? Anyone can unmute on the stage and weigh in, and also weigh in the comments section on the YouTubes. Indeed, yes.
Everybody, this is Dr. Chi speaking.
For the Blacks.
For the Blacks. Dr. Chi for the Blacks. And I want to say that when people are already killing themselves, like there's already like really high suicide rates happening right now. People are desperate in this country. And like the reality that they've been fed a lie. People, I feel like the whites are upset because they've been fed this lie that they are the best. Everything that they do is the best, that they should deserve all of the things. And it's a lie. And when they see brown and Black people, especially Black people, Black people doing all of the amazing things, they're like, that's not
amazing. Right? Amazing.
It's like, yeah, we're just amazing. And they're like, wait, that's not the narrative. And the reality is that I don't think individuals should be ashamed of themselves if they didn't do anything. But they should definitely be giving grandpa and grandma and like their parents a side eye. And they're like, yeah, we need to like become anti-racist. Because the whole shame feeling, I feel like shame doesn't really do much. People might feel ashamed of being white, but whiteness is a myth, it's a lie, and it created racism, right? So people need to, frankly, I really think that white Americans should be identifying with where they came from. Like, are you Polish? Are you German American? Are you Polish American? Are you Irish American? But in a way where they're not devaluing Black lives, not in that colorblind way. Like, oh yeah, like I'm race because I'm Irish and Polish, but people didn't have slaves. Not in that way, not in that BS way, right? But this way where they're like, this American narrative of eating bologna and like Wonder Bread is what's really killing us.
And hot dogs.
And we need to like
milk and magnesia. Milk and magnesia issues.
What I'm talking about, I'm like, bro, you need to be eating some pierogies. Go back to your roots, eat some like more cabbage. The vegetables are good for you, and leave that Wonder Bread alone because it's not good. It's killing you. And like, and link arms with brown and black people to end white supremacy and racial capitalism, because it's killing us all. People, and like, think about what Dr. Mina was saying about how, like, you know, blacks in this country are not getting a good education, or we're getting the same education that's hurting us. But in the reality, when you look at our, like, reading skills, you look at our math skills, like, as a whole, right? White people, the whites aren't even doing well in comparison to other countries, right? Take a white kid from like the best school in the United States and compare him to an average kid from Finland. I'm telling you, he's not going to compare. She's not going to compare, right? They're not going to do as well. So, like, they've been fed a lie, and we need to, like, have them recognize it so we can all do better. Because why can't our kids read? Why can't our black kids read? Why can't our white kids read? You know, it's a lie. It's a lie. White supremacy. That's all I got.
And so, before we move on, yes. So what do you? So do you think? So what you're saying is they're already committing suicide, and just keep telling them the truth. Is that it, Dr. Chief, for the blacks? I'm so excited to also have Elijah Joy for the blacks also here. So excited. So but Dr. Chief, yes. What is the solution? Because the white children. Yeah. When we talk about white tears, yes, we were not talking about the white tears for the children. So preemie white tears, yes. Is it even white embryo tears? I mean, what say you around that issue? Yes, the white children are going to be crying. Their white tears. There'll be teeny tiny white tears for the younger whites. And also the in vitro whites. And even the whites, when they do what do they call that? When they do the artificial insemination, like before that, the zygote whites. I mean, zygote white tears. I mean, what say you about all those issues? It is an issue.
White tears are necessary.
Yes.
So you gotta mourn and grieve before you move on.
But wait.
I actually hear their delicacy. I'm done speaking.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Elijah Joy. Thank you so much for that, Elijah Joy, for the blacks and the rest. But really speaking around the notion of in vitro fertilization, right? And it's such a delicate process, yes. So what if the white woman who has been desperately seeking a child, yes, and then the zygote or whatever the manifestation of those cells or whatever, what if after the fertilization or everything seems to be fine, and then the doctor, the OBGYN, whatever the alphabet soup is, comes to them and says, things were going well, but the saline, yes, concentration within the zygote has now been the sole reason why the embryo is no longer viable. What if the white tears of the zygote is so much saline that it dries out what could have been a formidable embryo, yes, and now for naught? And they have to all those hormones, I mean, like the thousands of dollars, yes. So the Blackwoods influencers and blacks are saying that they do not care about the artificially inseminated IVF zygote white tears?
No.
Oh my!
I think this needs to be a poll. I think this needs to be a poll. Hold on here. Someone was going to weigh in, and then we need to take another poll. And Tracy, we still need to finish the other poll. Tracy, you need to keep up. I love you, Black.
I've got it. I need to know what Elijah wants. Then we can move on to the next.
Okay, because right now we're taking a poll about the viability of zygotes after zygote white tears are shed, right? If we care about those, do we care about those embryos? Do we care about those tears? I mean, it's an issue, yes. So someone wanted to weigh in, and then we'll take the poll. Who is going to weigh in?
I was saying, okay, go ahead. No, this is just giving me all the light. That's all.
Oh, well, you know, I don't know if you're trolling at that point, Anissa, for the blacks to say the word giving me all the life when we're specifically talking about zygote issues. I don't know if the For the Blacks movement can be put, you know, because the For the Blacks movement is about justice, you know, it is. So I don't know if that's really how you want to proceed with that issue, but you know, bluntly, I'm for all of those blacks. I'm for the cold-hearted blacks. I'm for I'm for the I don't give a fuck blacks. So clearly, Anissa, for the blacks, you seem to be the I don't give a fuck. I think that that is the type of black you are. Maybe not all the time, but specifically around the zygote viability after white tears or shed issues are you know, concerned. Indeed, yes. Thank you so much for that.
That is
Black-accurate, indeed. And I strive for black-accuracy because I'm in the media. I'm in the media. Thank you. And after Dr. Mina for the blacks, we're going to go into some commenting that is happening. This is a huge issue right now. So there's a lot of comments on the YouTube. So I will go into those after Dr. Mina for the blacks continues, and then we go back to the poll indeed about the zygotes, and then also if critical race theory is racist, and then also are we blacks normal? Indeed, yes. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mina, for the blacks.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm having bang issues. I'm having issues with my bangs. Those of you who are watching on the YouTube right now, the link is at the top there. Critical race theory, race war issues. My blender totally, completely messed up the title of the room.
It's gonna be fine.
But I'm really having some bang issues. So those of you who are able to click on the YouTube, you will witness that right now. Someone is telling me that my bangs are amazing. No, my bangs are amazing, but right now they are clouding my ability to see beyond the 400 years of racial oppression. I can't really see right now, but I soldier on, and we're black. Yes. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Mina, for the blacks. What say you?
Okay, so thank you for that. And you know what? The tears of others can never measure to the tears of what black children went through. And I'll just give you just a little history of the Eco landing or the tribe.
Oh, copious notes. Is this a 400-page notepad issue right now? Yes.
Yes, it is. Just get your notepad out, because this tribe that was enslaved was brought over from West Africa as captives and in Savannah, Georgia, and instead of being enslaved, they got off the boat and they all walked into the ocean. Now, there's a few books around it, but instead of being enslaved, they were powerful, beautiful, very dominant black Africans, and they said, no, we will. They did a mass suicide, and they just walked right into the ocean, because they were, and those are the tears that we don't shed. So when other people have to shed a tear, they don't that's the history that's not in a history book. Talk about slavery.
That's an issue.
They glamorize it. We need to read that book, because there are some picture books out there about this, and I'll try to find it and I'll send it.
Oh no, you're in the Matrix.
I do not believe that. We talk about. Oh, sorry. Anyway, hopefully you can hear me.
We hear you. We love you, black. Yes. Blunt you.
Okay, yes, I'm black. So what I was saying about the tribe in West Africa that was taken IGBO, they came to America. They were taken from their country, and they are wiped out because they decided that they were not going to allow another human race to enslave them, and they walked right into the ocean in Georgia, and they just said nope. And there are stories around it. And is that in the history book? Are we shedding tears about that? How many people that are for the blacks didn't know about it? And I have to say that I didn't know about it for years, because it wasn't in the history. It's the dominant culture or the conquerors that get to tell the story. So, and unfortunately, that is not okay. So this is Mina for the blacks.
You know, it is so important. It's so important. I'm taking copious notes. Oh, Blindy, yes, I adore you. And You know, call and response on CP time counts. It counts. So I love you, Black, for that contribution. Elijah Joy for the Blacks. Always on time. Indeed, yes. I adore and appreciate you for the Blacks. Yes. And so let me go into some of the YouTube comments and then we will continue with the poll. So hold on here. And Shireen is for the Blacks. I'm so excited to have Shireen here as well. Yes, all of the for the Blacks, massive. Indeed, Patrick also. Indeed, so exciting. Yes, all for the Blacks. Yes, and so again, there's a little bit of an issue, a mix-up with my blender. Why are you still here? Well, I told you to leave. No. You know that you have a copy of the key, and that is not an issue. You were supposed to leave it on the countertop and leave. No, I am going to show off my black ass, and you better be out of here before I do, because I won't be able to relax. Shameful! Indeed. And so my blender, yes, titled the room tonight, Niagara Spray Starch Creek Khakis Respectability Politics Issues, indeed, yes. When really tonight is critical race theory issues. So that is why if you look at the YouTube link that is at the top there, that's why it says critical race theory, race war issues versus the Niagara Spray Starch issues, which is not as blatant for this particular week. It is an issue. It is an issue. Indeed, yes. And I love you all, and we're Black, yes. And so we're going to get to Dr. Chi, if Dr. Chi wanted to weigh in again, along with Elijah Joy for the Blacks and Shireen for Digital Sister for the Blacks as well. But let me go into quickly the YouTube comments here. Changing Black Expectations says those parents, who are, I'm fixing my bangs here so I can see past the 400 years of racial oppression. Sometimes it blinds me, yes. Those parents who are, is it an issue? I thought we were in a sisterhood, Anissa, for the Blacks. She's marking my bangs issues right now. Yes, it's an issue. But we're Black, yes.
No, it's the fact that you can't sometimes the issues blind you.
The issues blind me. Yeah, I can't really see. I'm trying, yes. Perhaps I need a new prescription. I don't know. And, that's another issue with Condé Nast and the blunder-funded Black Issues magazine, and how I don't have health insurance right now. It's tons of issues! Stay on topic! For the Blacks! And we're Black. So, changing Black Expectations says those parents who are upset can help white students, who feel bad to become equity advocates for Black students. This is Philip for Blacks, for all of the Blacks. So he's saying there that the white students can become equity advocates, and that is what they can do with their tears. Lindy, thank you so much for that suggestion of a blurted nature, Philip for the Blacks. Paul for the Blacks says there's no time for embryonic white tears. It's another issue. Thank you so much for weighing in on that for the Blacks. Catherine again says that my bangs are amazing. Paul for the Blacks also says my mom taught me about racism at a very young age and didn't give me a complex. Kids are smarter than we give them credit for. Thank you so much for that, Paul for the Blacks. Yes, I do believe that is it for now. Yes, Mina for the Blacks also shares we need to look at race straight on. Indeed, yes. I thank you so much for that, Mina, Dr. Mina for the Blacks, doing double duty on the Black Issues YouTube live experience and also live on the Penthouse of Clubhouse stages, which is the Black Issues stage on the Clubhouse. Indeed, yes. And so with that, thank you so much for that. Dr. Chi, you were able to weigh in as to whether we are Black to normal or being blurted in terms of critical race theory and racial equity. You were able to weigh in on that poll?
Yeah. No, I wasn't able to weigh in on that. I think that, I don't even know how to answer the question, because I feel like last year when we were saying protests with all the whites, they're really protesting George Floyd and not racial inequality writ large, And I think that a lot of the white people now who are complaining about critical race theory, they're the MAGA people who've been encouraged to run for office, to join school boards, to complain about nonsense that's not even happening in the schools, right? So are whites back to normal? I don't think so. I think that whites are doing pretty badly, and I think there are enough woke whites that can be mobilized. You just gotta like figure out how to get them active and not just, or get them activated and not just crying salty tears that like are fun to drink but don't do anything, you know. So I think we feel like we need to be running for boards, you know. We need to be, you know, the ones running for office, and like let the MAGA people like leave them behind, because some whites can't worry about. And of course, there are also those whites who are just there for show, who just want to look cute for the gram and like go to the protests and like take the pictures and do the videos. Like, I really care about Black issues, but they don't, and you know, F them. So I just have a hard time painting all the whites with the same brush. I think there's still enough room for the whites who really care to get activated and get involved. That's just how I see it.
You know, it is so important, yes, to have Black experts such as yourself, Dr. Chi, for the Blacks. Blindy, yes, I'm speaking live from.
I love me a Black expert.
You know, I'm speaking live from within the Black expert mug. Yes, I don't know if you can hear a particular tinge of you know, a 400 years arc or timeline that you can hear that a Black expert can speak from and through. You know, and if you're not a Black expert, maybe if you get the Black expert mug, you can feel more like a Black expert about Black issues. Yes, and yeah, so thank you so much for that, Dr. Chi, for the Blacks. And so what I'd appreciated, yes, is that he was saying that a lot of people, yes, and the whites really, thank you so much for that, had issues with George Floyd. Oh, thank you so much for that. Elijah Joy for the Blacks. Blindy, yes, thank you so much for that on CP time. Call and response, it counts, indeed. And so what you're saying, Dr. Chi, for the Blacks, is that the issue is really with George Floyd, but not really with all of the other issues, like only having two rock heads. You know, some of those other issues for the Blacks, you know, not so much. Indeed, yes. Is that really what you're saying, more or less? Yes.
Yes, I think that's a lot of what we saw last year, because it was so egregious. But like, people just don't see the other stuff, you know. They don't. Some people don't care. Some people who do care just don't pay attention enough. I don't know. It is what it is, you know.
Indeed, and you know, speaking of, you know, it is what it is. I mean, that is how I felt tonight, right? You know, there's a lot going on a Friday, you know, I was putting this room together, critical race theory issues, and Colin Powell's funeral. You know, I was not able to apply the press-on nail to not one but two fingers. Yes, and I said to myself, you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm still going to be live on YouTube, you know, flaws and all, you know, and so thank you so much for that, for saying it is what it is, because you know, I'm a walking, talking poster child for it is what it is issues, because if you're looking on the YouTube link, if there's a link at the top there, if you're looking at Reblacka for the Blacks on YouTube, you know, you will see that I'm for the press. Thank you so much for that. I love you, Black. Yes, I'm for the press-on nails wearing Blacks, and I'm even also for the press-on nail wearing Blacks that don't have time to press on one or two nail Blacks. I'm for those Blacks because I am that Black myself. Indeed, yes. And we're Black, yes. And so thank you so much for that, Dr. Chief, for the Blacks. Tracy, hopefully you were able to take that as a tally. Yes, that is another one for Black to normal. Indeed, yes. Tracy, for the Blacks? Maybe Tracy is adjusting the quill in the 400-page notepad.
I'm here. Now that you've got me live, let me see where I'm at.
Oh, indeed.
Okay, here we go.
With the poll, and then we're going to move on with the others, Elijah Joy, Shireen, and all for the Blacks for the rest of the poll. I love you, Black.
At this moment, we have 8.5 Black to normals.
Indeed.
and 1.5 bludgeon, because I believe it was.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
Was that Paul for the blacks?
Paul, he's the half and half.
That was all my fault.
Shameful.
That's cool. We're good.
Shameful. So, Paul, are you going to adjust your vote right now? Is that because this is official?
If I'm forced to choose, I'm gonna say black to normal, because I think, like a lot of things in American politics, there always is that crest of interest, and as many people have brought up, attention span, and then the outrage dies down, and kind of life goes on for a lot of people. I think one thing that you can do to get those white allies to help is get their money. If you want to take advantage of white people with goodwill, get that money, get them to pump it into black-owned businesses. Just little things, buy their Christmas presents at black-owned businesses, put that money back into the black community, into black families, to black activists, little acts of donation here and there. Because as we said earlier, follow the money, right? And I'm kind of a cynic, and I'm like, the money gets it done. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, it is so important. Is it? Thank you so much for that. I adore all of you. Yes, I heard that. Yes, all of the Black wisdom influencers and Black spirits that we believe in, call and responsible. Indeed, yes. It is so important. Speaking of money, Paul, for the blacks. Because that makes me think of it's time for the blackulator. It's time for the blackulator. Yes, it's time for the blackulator. And for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I'm holding up the Blackulator mug right now. Yes, you can get it at fortheblacks1619.com. And we're really trying to calculate, tabulate the money for the reparations. Yes, and so Paul is mentioning that is something that can be done. That you can start to support Black-owned businesses. Black Issues is a Black-owned business, underwritten by Condé Nast, which is culturally appropriating my brand and my business, yes. But yes, you can support Black Issues as well. It's fortheblacks1619.com. And if you purchase anything, it will be 35% off with the code BLACK2WORK. Yes, so if you are interested in getting the Blackulator or the Black to Normal mug or Blackspert mug that you can brandish as you go to your Zoom meetings or your in-office Black to Work meetings, and you want to be passive aggressive, you can definitely do that. You can support a Black-owned business being mine. fortheblacks1619.com. And we're Black. And thank you so much for that, Paul, for the Blacks, for that suggestion and that pivot. It is an issue. And sometimes maybe even, I also have that here, yes. There's also the Black Solutions mug. Let's be reminded that sometimes there are some solutions. Indeed. Thank you so much for that. Tracy, who's taking the poll. I see Ben Mendelsohn is here for the Blacks. We have quite a few on the stage, and Dr. Keisha and Dr. Fani, whichever one would like to come up. I understand that it says khaki issues, but it's really critical race theory issues, Blindy, yes. And I love you all Black for that, yes. And so, Elijah Joy, for the Blacks, what say you? Yes. Are we Black to normal? Yes. Where we don't care about Black Lives Mattering, we're not taking knees anymore, we're not uploading book lists, and we're not donating and supporting Black-owned businesses. No. Kisses, no COVID. We are visiting our grandparents. We're making sure that we can go to Cancun, all expenses or whatever it is in the hotels as they like to do that. Yes, we're Black to normal. Or do you think that we're going to be blurgent? Hold on, yeah. Black and urgent, yes.
Oh, can I just add to the poll? I don't think that we're back to normal. I don't think so. I don't think we can go back to normal. I think normal is pretty trashy. I just want to say, I think a lot of white people realize that too. That's all.
But do you think they're going to do anything about it?
Yeah. I think my students, at least, are just fed up. They're looking for a way to help. So I'm just thinking of my students.
Normal is cafe, normal died in 2020 for sure.
Yeah, right? Like, my students even 5 years ago were very different from my students today. My students today are just like, this is all bunk. What are we going to do? So I do see the urgency among my students.
Oh, well, that's exciting. That is exciting.
It is.
Wait. I'm sorry?
Oh, I just said the young ones are also giving me a lot of hope.
Oh, indeed, yes. So, waiting, being blurted, even though society doesn't want you to be blurted, but you're still going to be blurted. Waters. Waiting, being blurted because of all of the different issues, and thinking about whiteness in a new way, and maybe stopping and causing equality issues. Waters, children, wait. In being blurted, even though sometimes being blurted means being very, very difficult and being uncomfortable, but you're still going to figure it out, even though some of these college students are also drowning in college, but they're still going to sit there and be blurted because they have nothing else to lose. And the climate, and we're still cutting down Christmas trees for Rockefeller Center, but they're still going to be blurted. We're still going to be for the blacks, waters and issues. God is not going to trouble all of those kids that are drowning in college debt, knowing that the forest fires and the trees are being cut down, and the water's rising, and the climate is changing, and the temperature's rising, and the climate, of course, is not really happening, but they're still going to be for the blacks. Waters. Lindy, yes.
And people are sick of hearing about it, so how do you keep them engaged?
Lindy, yes. And the war on the woke culture war. Is there anyone else that would like to add to the Waiting in the Water song? Thank you so much for that, Paul.
I think we need.
Thank you so much for that, Anisha, for the blacks and salty dried ups. Zygote, water, bitches.
I feel something coming on. I didn't really have an answer, but now I do. I feel a sense.
Are you getting your period? Are you getting your period? Is that an issue?
Bloated. I'm feeling a little bloated.
Indeed.
But I'm also feeling a sense of blurgency. And I think the call to action is like an underground railroad of sorts. And we've talked about this. The revolution definitely has to go a little underground. Let's just put it this way. And pop up from time to time. And I think that we're showing our hands too much, those of goodwill, and not we're not realizing that we're at war. So we're not in the game. We're just getting pummeled. And so I think once we realize that we are under attack for real, then I think that we should be able to do something about it. But where is this education process going to happen? I think it may have no record. That it may be necessary to have no record of it. So I'm done speaking.
Are you saying we need to be more poker face with our?
Absolutely.
Blabsolutely.
Blab-so-blutely.
So if you believe, yes, what Elijah Joy for the blacks is saying, Lindy, yes, that we need to be a little bit more covert, Lindy, yes, instead of overt. We need to embrace the 21st century version, yes, of an underground railroad, Lindy, if you will, yes. Say, what would be the thing to say? I had it and then I forgot it and I didn't write it down in my 400-page notepad quickly enough, yes. But if you believe,
well, this time, when we do a Black Starliner, it can't be a flashy, ditty experience. It just has to happen.
So the revolution will not be on Instagram Live. Is that what you're saying?
Tweeted, monetized, advertised on, none of those things.
Clubhouse. The revolution will not be on in a clubhouse room.
Diddy can't have a party on there. It's not.
Won't be on Versus.
It's not Afro pop.
It won't be on Versus.
On speed. It's not any of those things. I think
it will look like what it needs to look like for now. And a lot of that work has to be done, you know, definitely less overtly. You still have to find a way to connect to, you know, the masses to bring them into the work. But yeah, it's a dance.
And so, are you in need of a bulletproof vest, Elijah Joy, for the blacks?
Absolutely. My Cash App is in the bio. You can get money, all the things.
Yeah.
I need all the protection.
Are you in danger right now?
Absolutely. At all times, I am ready for war.
Indeed, yes, indeed. You know, and speaking of war, you know, I'm really thinking about, you know, war couture, Blindy, yes. You know, something about the fatigue or distress fatigue, yes. And then with the military, you know, regalia, you know, with the buttons going down and then lapels at the top of the shoulder, yes. I'm really thinking about war couture, Blindy, yes. And then, you know, the little beret, you know, what is life without one? Yes, I was about to say we need the beret, you know.
Little Swiss military jacket.
Indeed. You know, with pockets, you know, and you know, bring back the cargo pants. Yes, the cargo pant is multifunctional. But I would do a little bit of an update. Yes, it was a cargo pant with skinny leg, Blindy. Yes, and so you know, it starts off form and then goes down into function, Blindy. Yes, so you get that little bit of a balance, yes. And then, you know, army boots are already in style, you know, like Doc Martens, you know. But then I would add like a little bit of a rhinestone, you know, like a Swarovski crystal type of motif going on. I, for one, would do kittens, you know, with a little bit of kittens and with little eyes that are hearts, Lindy, yes. That is what I would do for the military boot, yes. And then, you know, again, walk at all, you know, fatigue it, you know, and then really I would do more of a take on fatigue, but really do it, you know. I'm inspired by my orchid here. For those of you who are watching, you can click the link at the top there to also watch Rebecca for the blacks in all of her regalia in her living room. Indeed, yes, I love you all, black. Kisses, no bad choices in living room decor, Indeed, yes. And so, you know, I would really pull from the colors of the orchid here. It is more, it's like a chartreuse here, along with a little bit of a magenta almost, yes, and then with a darker green leaf, yes. And so those would be the colors that I would pull through for my war couture fatigue, you know. Just a little bit of an update on fatigue. It can be a little stiff and a little dowdy, you know what I'm saying? We have to update it, you know, for the new millennium, you know, Lindy does it, for the race war.
Well, then our beret needs to be raspberry.
Oh, indeed, raspberry. I adore that. Yeah, those definitely, you know, fashion, you know. And then, you know, when we think about the runway, right, and the walk, yes, it would take on more of a military-esque type of walk as well, with all the models kind of left, right, you know. And you know, we could even have a band, you know, with the drums, like that. You know, that's what is that what you're thinking, Elijah Joy, for the blacks with race war?
I think it will be decisions will be made in community.
Indeed. And so for the FBI, you know, and the CIA, you know, and the Condé Nast and the Vogue and the Vanity Fair that are all listening right now, Lindy, yes, and Michelle and Barack Obama, I see you. What you're saying, Elijah Joy, for the blacks is that you are going to be overt and also covert, is what you're saying, yes, on and off of the social medias.
Well, I think I'll call it on the battlefield and off.
Indeed. And
when you're off, you're on.
Lindy, and you know, speaking of that, I do believe that when you know, I'm going to be in talks with Blue Ivy, yes, with Beyonce, but Say, that's the new way that, by the way, you all don't know this, but Beyonce is actually going to change her name to Say, Indeed, yes. And so I'm already in talks with Say to do a For the Blacks Blue Ivy collaboration, Lindy, yes. And so thank you all so much for this inspiration. I'm going to talk about war couture. So stay tuned for that. Say, Notorious RFTB, which is Black for the blacks, for the war couture, fatigue issues, Blue Ivy, say Notorious RFTB, Liberation, and Elijah Joy for the blacks. I'll wrap you into that. We'll even maybe have you model on the runway. Fashion. It's exciting.
Can I wear my T-shirt that says "I wake up knowing that I'm black"? But does anybody remind you that you're white? I'm just saying.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mina. Maybe we'll actually add that to the line. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that instead of you being in witnessing the fashion show, maybe that will be one of the T-shirts with the say Notorious RFTB Liberation for Blue Ivy. So stay tuned for that. I'm excited. Thank you so much for that. Yes, Dr. Mina, for the blacks. Was someone else wanting to weigh in on any?
Yeah. Hey everybody, what's going on?
Oh, it's for Black or for the blacks.
For Black or for the blacks. My fault.
All of the blacks, including the fatigue wearing for the blacks, orchid inspired war couture blacks, and for those blacks as well. Yes. If you can weigh in quickly around the fashion, because we're still in the Poland and Shireen for the blacks is in excess. But you wanted to share something about your war couture?
Yes.
Oh, indeed, so exciting. Fashion.
Well, I wanted to respond to what Elijah was saying because I agree with him.
Elijah Joy for the blacks.
Yep. As it relates to doing things publicly versus doing things that's a bit more underground. I run a nonprofit called Inspired Minds out in New York City, and I work with high school kids. And our kids are actually running their own virtual town hall on Tuesday called More Than a Theory in response to the debate.
So exciting.
Theory. Because they were upset that there's no youth being represented as it relates to like what their opinions are as it relates to this. This is their own education. And in talking to them, they were just like, they talked to their friends or family about it. None of them even know what's going on. And so one of the main goals of them doing the campaign that they're doing, More Than a Theory, for the public, is to raise awareness within our community. Because within their communities, it's not even something that's even like relevant right now. So they've created songs. They wrote 3 songs. They wrote poems. They made PSA announcements, and they're going to be presenting this Tuesday. So if you guys are interested in going, if you go on my IG page and click on the link in the bio, you can RSVP for the event. It'll be held soon. But now what we're going to be doing that's more underground is that I heard somebody say we can get funding from white people to support.
Oh, hold on. Katrina for the blacks. Can some of the Blalo's influencers in Black Springs please assist Katrina in the proper pronunciation?
White. You lead with the 8.
White, because you add that aspiration because it whips around the world just like colonialism. Whites, indeed.
Okay. I don't know if I can do it. Is it white?
Oh no, not quite. Try again. Are you watching also on the YouTube? Because if you're watching on the YouTubes, hold on, Katrina for the blacks. Because if you're watching on the YouTubes, I'm also sharing it on the YouTubes now. How to curl your lip. Whites. Indeed, the link is at the top there. Whites. Try it one more time, Katrina for the blacks. Try it one more time. No. No.
White.
Oh, you just did it. You did it.
I did it.
Indeed, whites. Indeed, yes.
Well, one of our funders actually granted us $20,000 to start a virtual Saturday school.
Oh, exciting!
Program called Sankofa Saturdays. Sankofa Saturdays is going to be affinity space for Black and brown kids, and for me, this is going to be more of our underground conversation, where our kids are going to learn the truth about their history, starting with ancient Africa, all the way through the Middle Passage to the Black Liberation Movement. They're going to learn practical skills like financial literacy, civic engagement, and also self-care. This is important for them to learn how to, gain the skills to be the change that they want to see, along with learning their history. And in these spaces, because to me it's about really regaining and capturing the minds of our young people to be able to change the things that, because right now I'm getting older, I don't have the same kind of energy that they have.
We're forever 21. We are forever 21 issues.
With the skill sets to be able to, to be able to do what they need to do. And that's going to be more underground. We're going to allow everybody into that space. And we're going to be connected with a lot of experts from our community who are going to come in and invest in them and give them the skills that they need to be able to, to be able to make a difference. So if you guys have kids or you know people who have kids, because we got funding, this program is actually free. It's going to be virtual. So no matter where you are, your kids can click in and be a part of the program. If you're interested in the application for Sankofa Saturdays, just back channel me and I will send you the application.
In the Black Channel, Blindy, yes. And speaking of Black Channel, we were speaking, Elijah Joy for the Blacks was talking about the Underground Railroad. So it is only fitting that they will hit you up in what is called the Black Channel, Blindy, yes. So exciting, Katrina, for the Blacks. And I know that we are also in talks to have Rebecca for the Blacks to also be addressing your students there for the Critical Race Theory Conference, Blindy, yes, and also the Sankofa, Blindy. I'm so excited to do that. So we will also be talking within the Black channels and also on the film. I adore you and appreciate that and love you, Black. Yes.
Love you too. Thank you.
And we're Black, yes. And I'm Rebecca. For the Blacks. I'm for all of the Blacks, those that have been waiting in the summer and now fall of critical race theory being an issue when it's really not an issue. Voters waiting in the issue of the critical race theory issue in the summer and now also into the fall, but it's not even really an issue. Voters, look at Catherine's PTR because it's an article in New Yorker magazine. Waters, children waiting in being Black over the summer and also into the fall, and they're still talking about this goddamn critical race theory issues when it's really not even an issue. Waters. God is not going to trouble those Blacks that have been wading in the waters, and so that these whites sit there and get over all the time they were marching last year, and now they don't give two shits or a fuck about Black issues anymore, and instead they're trying to take over critical race theory, parental meeting, and take over the school board issues, and they have no idea what the hell curriculum is, but they're talking about it, and they're making all types of issues about it, and they're making it seem like that critical race thinking or critical thinking is not about in any way, shape, or form thinking about the true history of America. But these are all issues that we're still Blacks and we're Black issues. We are still being blurted Black and urgent. We're still using the Blackulator trying to calculate 400 years of racial oppression. We're still being Blacksford, and I adore all of you for being Blacksford. Black was influences of Black issues. We're still trying to clarify what our agenda is because clearly the whites have their own agenda. We're still sometimes it's just a Black egg. Oh, it's just an egg. 400 years and it's just an egg. Sometimes it's a Black tragedy. What the hell is going on in Minneapolis? They can't even do anything to reform the police, and it was there that the things that happened with George Floyd actually happened, and we thought it was 8 minutes and 46 seconds, but it's really like more 9 minutes and like 32 seconds that the knee was on the neck of George Floyd by the Chauvin. These are all the issues after the summer of critical race theory and now also into the fall of critical race theory issues. Whoa. Where's Biden on all of this? And we're Black.
Amen.
Indeed, yes. I'm still working on getting the For the Blacks Black Issues tambourine for sale on the fortheblacks1619.com. So stay tuned for that, but as of right now, you can still get the mugs. That's another issue, plenty, yes. So thank you so much for that. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Blame man.
Amen.
Can I get a witness? Indeed. And can we get to the end of the poll? Shameful. We've been doing this poll for 9 hours now. And it's only been 400 years. Shameful. Indeed. And we're black, yes. And so with that, thank you so much for that. And so now we're up to Shireen for the blacks. I know that you've been waiting almost 400 years to speak. I adore and appreciate you. Shireen for the blacks, what say you? When it comes to critical race theory, yes. Are we going black to normal where people don't care about black issues anymore? They don't care about taking a knee. They don't care about George Floyd and knees on necks and Black Lives Mattering. Black to normal, we don't care anymore. Or are we urgent? Are we black and urgent? And we do care. And 2021 holiday season in 2022 is going to see a resurgence in caring for the blacks. Indeed. What say you, Cherie? Indeed, yes. I will adore you and love you, black.
Are we asking about whether white people are going to care about the blacks in the future?
The whites, indeed, yes. Are we black to normal? Are we black to normal?
No, I mean, I think we're for the blacks to normal.
Thank you. Would you like to give any further dispensation on that, or would you just like to leave it at that? Drop your microphone and keep it moving.
I can go into detail, but the fact that we're debating CRT and they can't even figure out what it is to protect our children from, I don't know where to begin at that point. That's how I see it. The way I see it is that, what these parents are doing in these counties is targeting our children. And I'm not seeing anyone coming to our children's defense. That's me.
It is so important what you're saying, Lindy. Yes. So, are you saying that the children are just being neglected, not tended to? What is it? They don't really care about us.
No, I'm being very specific. These attacks are targets on our children. They're basically targeting our children. I'm not talking about, our children being neglected in this, that, and the other way in terms of the school system. I'm saying these are literal attacks targeting our children. Period.
All children or just the blacks?
No, it's the parents' rights hidden agenda is targeting black children. We might as well have a segregation debate right now.
Well, I do believe we have another exclusive, yes. First, we heard from Inksville for the blacks that they have to attack critical race theory because then they, the argument for reparations won't be as strong because critical race theory makes the argument about all the laws in which prevented the blacks from achieving anything, and so then that's why they need reparations. And so now what you're saying, Lindy, yes, Shireen for the blacks, is that they might as well be segregating schools all over again. This is another exclusive, Indeed, yes. And this is why we come every Friday, where every Friday is Black Friday, to the Black Issues Experience, where we're able to hear black experts, such as Shireen, blow pine, yes, and give opinions, Indeed, yes, around these urgent, black and urgent issues, Indeed, yes. And so, well, should there be a law? Wasn't there a law passed, Brown versus Board of Education, just to, I learned that was on page, that was on page 17, yes, of my fifth 400-page notepad. I learned about Plessy versus Ferguson, and then Brown versus Board of Education. So do you think there's going to be a law to, just like they desegregated the schools, would there be a law to then teach about racism in the schools, or no, there won't be. No, there'll be no. What say you, Shireen, for the blacks?
No, I think that we're being pushed into this scenario, it's some binary scenario of those schools that get pressured but not know how to do, and it's not critical race theory, not not know how to do history or discussions around race or diversity in schools, and those who can't do it will be, will be shamed for not being able to do it properly, and those that are successful will be touted, and no one will understand that we shouldn't even be debating about it at all. It shouldn't even be a debate.
Blindy.
I don't see laws happening. I see what I see in terms of, if you actually look at the bans that are quote unquote in place, they're I mean, I don't want to get into it, but to me, it's a reminder of the history. We might as well be burning books. That's what I mean.
Indeed, yes. Indeed. Speaking of burning books, Indeed, yes. I remember when they were burning bell bottoms. And now bell bottoms are black, right? So, everything is a cycle, Indeed, yes. I don't know. I don't even know. But I thank you, Shireen, for the blacks. For Tracy for the blacks. Hopefully you were able to take the tally, Indeed, yes. With Shireen's Blomentary. It looks very dark, black is the new black. Thank you so much for that, Shireen, for the blacks. Yes. So we're going to get to Eric, the architect, and then Sean for the poll. We're going to go into any coping mechanisms for the blacks. We're going to do a moment of silence one more time for the white tears of IBF zygotes. Indeed is an issue, yes. And then we're going to go into the last round before I do need to soak my black house. And I do adore each and every one of you, for the blacks in this critical race theory room that was mistitled Niagara Spray Starch, Crease Khaki, Respectability, Politics, Issues. Indeed. That is another issue. Indeed. So stay tuned for that. And thank you so much for that, Shireen, for the blacks. You heard it here first. Another Black Issues is exclusive. Yes, we might as well be segregating schools and burning books again. Indeed. Thank you so much for that, Shireen, for the blacks. Digital sister, who's also a black but in her own right, speaking on disinformation and misinformation. Yes, so we have black academics, we have black educators, we have social media influencers. I'm so excited to have all of you on the Penthouse of Clubhouse stages, and also in the Blue audience, and also on the YouTubes. I love you all. I see you on the YouTube. The link is right there at the top if you also want to witness Black for the Blacks and all of my regalia, as well as listening to me on the Clubhouse. Indeed, yes. And so with that, yes, the architect. Oh no. We up to, hold on, PTR order. We're at the Eric Foster for the blacks. What say you around critical race theory? Are we black to normal, Eric, for the blacks? Do we not care about racial equality and George Floyd and the knee on the neck and the Black Lives Mattering? Do we not care anymore? And the John Lewis thing, do we not care anymore? Or do we care and we're going to be blurgent, black and urgent? So which one? Are we black to normal? We don't care. Are we blurgent and we do care? What say you for the blacks?
So, thank you, Black, for all the blacks.
All of the blacks.
The black allies of the radical Trump insurrectionist terrorists.
Shameful.
Also white supremacists.
Shameful.
Fake Christianity.
Do we need to do a moment of silence for those blacks?
No, we don't.
No,
because
not
they
even.
made their choice.
Shameful.
And if Dr. King spoke on them in February 1964 at American University, he called out those folks back then. So
shameful.
They are still behaving as out of pocket as they were back then.
Black then.
They are today.
Black then.
Black then.
Shameful.
And black now.
Indeed.
But so no, we're back to a BS norm.
Are we back or are we black to a BS norm?
Black to. No, I'm not going to disrespect black with their norm.
Yes, it's keep it high.
That's bringing down the quality of the word black.
Indeed.
The essence of blackness.
Indeed.
associated with the retrograde.
I thought you were going to say reblacker. When you said I thought you were going to say reblacker. But yes, well, I want to just really quote the patron saint of all things Black woman magic, Michelle Obama or Blobama. When they go low, I learned this. Hold on here. This is on page. Hold on. This is on page 72 of my 400-page notepad. It says here, yes, that when they go low, we go high. Lindy, yes. And with Black.
You know what else? That was nice. If I could chime in though, see, I have the 60-year addendum to the 400-year original manuscript, and then the 150+ year second edition. I've got the 60-year addendum to add on to the new DS that is warmed over, repackaged nicely, and laid out in public square.
Oh, shameful! And hold on. Hold on 1 second, Eric Blerick for the Blacks. Belijah Joy, did you want to also do some more of a call and response? Was there a tambourine I heard in the background? Yes, you wanted to go along with the patron saint?
Absolutely. But I'm just going to let the brother rock. He's doing so great. I just everything.
Oh, indeed, yes. I'm going to now retire the tambourine for the moment.
Going high is not permissible anymore. We have to be clear.
Copious notes.
Addressing this BS. So yes, please get out the quill feather, dip it in the ink, because we're about to let a few things out. One, we have to call these fights, these battles, and this crap exactly what it is. This is modern. Basically, this is a modern white fake evangelical jihad on white people who don't agree with them and any person of color who doesn't agree with them. Starting first with African Americans, but then running through the whole list of everybody else in terms of how they have their own different ways of attack, disrespect, and retrograde all of us. This is an attack on basic human rights. So we have to start changing a few of our conversations. One, no more January 6th was a riot. That was a terrorist attack brought by radical Trump terrorists on this country.
Extremists? One. Extremists.
Radical Trump white supremacist terrorists.
Indeed.
Two, the people that are in the radical Trump terrorist white supremacist code, jihadists who are in Congress, who are in state legislatures, who are in governor houses. No more nice conversation from our allies and even us that are in those same bodies. They're not our colleagues. They're not our friends. They are anti-American terrorists in suits. As Adam Schiff, our Jewish brother from California, just said, they're terrorists in suits and ties. And we need to be that clear. Additionally, when it comes to the whole issue of voting rights, the lie is that the 14th or 15th Amendment made voting rights a tie bar to the birthright citizenship, which is a national right. But 4 Supreme Court cases between 1876 to 1884 stripped that and basically stripped a lot of the written intentional purpose of both the 14th.
Or intention.
And the cases are the slaughterhouse cases that were combined from Louisiana, Kuroshank, U.S. v. Raines, and U.S. v. Harris. And what U.S. v. Raines being the most egregious said, that the 15th Amendment did not confer the right to vote as a federal right tied to citizenship, but it's a state's right that can be treated as germane to the state that you live in and the rules that it grants. So voting is a grant of the state, and the federal government's only role is to make sure that the states don't get out of pocket with discrimination. That's bullshit. we have to take that fight back to the beginning. That's got to be the first correction. The 14th and 15th Amendment writing is clear. When these so-called constitutional constructionists say that we need to read the text is clear. 14th and 15th are top are like my grandparents were happy, married, and loved, and truly loved each other till they passed away. That's what the two amendments were. And we've let them take it, decouple it, and then have us arguing where they want us to argue. The reality is those people, the radical Trump, white supremacists, terrorists, jihadists, don't want anybody to vote that's not part of the code. So we have to frame it in that way, speaking in that way, and be comfortable speaking it in that way, regardless of how somebody's going to say, feel, and act. 3, these folks that are also in the terrorist code who don't want policy to help people, things that actually go to helping families, things that help you with helping pay for things with your parents, if you need to help them with elder care, your kids, or other stuff. These so-called fake-ass pro-life, pro-family people, we can't let them slide on that. We have to call them what they are. They are anti-family. They hate kids. They hate elderly people. They basically just hate about anybody that ain't part of the code. And we have to be that clear in our communication that the things that are happening that we are responding to a terrorist code inside of the country. This is ISIS in America, vanilla ISIS, inside of America. And the actions we have to take for those that are in favor of democracy are that clear, that direct, and can't be equivocated on, which gets to schools. So we got to even stop with the conversation about, well, when they say critical race theory ain't taught in schools, periods. No more shit. You're lying, stop it. What you are doing is you don't want history taught that makes or talks about the reality about the way white people treated black people, Native American people, the 2.7 million Mexican American citizens that were deported by Hoover and by Eisenhower. While Eisenhower was building the freeways, he was deporting Mexican Americans. You don't want to talk about stuff like that because that makes you feel bad and it goes against the narrative of the white benevolence mythology. We can't let that slide. And if you don't want to agree to that, if you want to come in and terrorize, threaten to kill teachers, other parents, principals, school board members, the rest of us have to be more vocal and call the cops. And if these people don't want to get vaccinated, we need to replace them with other folks who want to be in those jobs and want to follow rules, get vaccinated. So we can then go arrest them, put them in jail, and take them through the legal system with hopefully people who also want to get vaccinated, who are willing to adjudicate laws effectively. I know it's a little bit of a rant, but I am so tired of the shit that they make, that we let them force us to fight the battle on. We have to stop. Today is the end of fighting the battle on their terms. No more. No more. Solutions to the 60-year addendum, to the 152nd volume, to the 400-year original version of the hell that we've been through. But we can fix this, but we got to fight this shit, excuse me for cussing, on the terms of what it really is. And we can't give any break. We can't give any pause. We have to stay on them like a hostile bill collector until we either get what we need or get them to move to their little states and they decide to secede. And if they want to secede, you know what, go ahead, kick rock. Have fun in South Dakota and North Dakota. Not a lot of economy going on there if you don't have the rest of us in Michigan and Illinois and California and other states that are helping contribute to your way of life. So have fun over there. If they want to go, let them go. I'm done. I hope this is helpful because I don't, and lastly, I hate these other rooms that are on Clubhouse because it's a bunch of garbage from either the racist stuff that's on here or the crazy stuff with black against black and black slaves versus black of the islands or from Africa. I hate all of that because none of that is helping us solve a damn thing. I come on for stuff like this and I keep the hell away from it because when this stuff pops up, it is ridiculous. And there need to be more people in this room. But I do wonder if the shadow banning that Rebecca for the Black spoke of is still happening. That's keeping people away from good conversations like this, even in the funness of it, versus going to ratchet bullshit. I'm done speaking.
You know, it is so important. And so important that, you know, you took us through 400 years of issues, yes, and the Supreme Court issues, yes, and the amendment issues, yes. I mean, just keep flashing your microphones, issue on top of issue on top of issue on top of issue. It's kind of like me with the ruffles, you Blindy, yes. Sometimes, you know, I just have ruffle on ruffle. You know what I'm saying? Is it a crime, Sade? Blindy, yes.
Can I double black on something he said?
Can you double black? But I had one quick thing, and I adore you, Lighter Joy for the blacks, but we have a blurgent bliss you, indeed. For those of you who know, my blend turn, for lack of a better word, fucked up, indeed. And titled, this room is supposed to be next week, Not Anger Spray Starts, Crease Khaki, Respectability, Politics, Issues, indeed. The room tonight is what is titled for the YouTube live stream, Critical Race Theory, Race War, Issues, indeed. And so, and Rachel J. Burned It All Down for the Blacks is also now in the room. Excuse me, hold on. Wants to come up, indeed, yes. So, you know, the issue right now, I see you, Manny, also for the Blacks, yes, is do we keep this room title the way that it is? And a lot of people are going to be in said rooms that Blerick for the Blacks has just mentioned, along with the amazing expertise that was burning up my text messages in my DM. So many appreciated what you had to share, Blerick for the Blacks, yes. And so before we get to Elijah Joy for the Blacks, which I'm so excited to hear from, Lindy, the issue, the pressing issue, Lindy, at hand, yes, is do we change the title and trust that those that are in the room right now will come into the new room? Or do we just continue the room the way it is? Because if I change it to Critical Race Theory, Race War Issues, Lindy, yes, it might not be as intimate as it is now. And might what I've been hearing in the Black channels is that this room is so important that it's so important that there needs to be more in here to receive it and to gain value from it, so that maybe they get some expertise themselves. So really it's up to you all if I shut this room down and just reopen it up again with the correct room title, or do we just continue? Indeed.
I say let it rock.
Let it rock. I agree, because the truth is just reading that title, Crease Khaki's Respectability, is exactly what America, the dominant culture, thinks that we should just have, you know, roses and whatever. But that's it. It makes you come in going, that's what society thinks we're supposed to be. I love this title right now, whether it was an accident.
It was not intentional. It was not intentional.
But it was a happy accident. Yes, to me it was like, yep, everybody thinks we need to be in khakis and creased and all proper the way they think we should be, but no, I actually I was like, yeah, let's just spray starch everything, make it the way people want it. It's all crisp and clean, and not the way we want. I totally loved Eric before this is Blurgen.
Indeed.
I love the school of thought that everybody who's supposed to be here, you know, is here.
Indeed. And so
and your blood pressure matters.
Oh, indeed.
The folks that come in when you put Critical Race Theory in the title, they try that blood pressure.
Oh, that is an issue. That is an issue, Blindy. Yes. And so with that, we just want to really appreciate if you appreciate and thank you so much for that poll, Blindy. If you appreciate what Blur for the Blacks had to mention in terms of I do believe it would be called as what I learned here. This is on page, hold on. This is on page 392 of my fourth 400-page notepad, Technology, Blindy. Yes. So if you would appreciate what Blur for the Blacks had been mentioning with the technology and the years and the laws that have morphed, but yet still never really add up to justice, Blindy. Just blow mute and say, love you, Black! Love you, Black. Love you, Black, yes. And so with that, we're Black. So we have Elijah Joy for the Blacks who wanted to weigh in before we then go to the architect for the Blacks who did not do any form of Sade shade, indeed, yes, because I did sing briefly, Is It a Crime? For which there was no Sade shade. So I love you, Black.
Oh.
You know, I'm going to have to open up the parasol for that level of shade because it's not supposed to do that. We don't. It's a few rules that we have in this room, and the most important rule is no Sade shade. Shameful.
Well, one thing this kind of demonstrates a revelation I had about myself, and I guess about the overt thing that we were talking about. But in response to the Michelle Obama thing, when they go low, we go high. What I learned about myself is that when they go low, I can go low and high at the same damn time. I'm done speaking.
Oh, is that a new dance move? Is that on the TikTok? Is that
same goddamn time?
Is that a TikTok challenge? Low and high.
It's racial justice limbo.
Oh, indeed. Racial. I absorb. Yeah. Yes. Maybe that'll be the racial justice limbo. Blimbo. The Blimbo challenge. Oh, this is so important. Yes, I'm going to take copious notes because my blend turned useless. Indeed. So we'll write that down. The racial justice Blimbo. Indeed.
And we love Michelle Obama. We love the narrative. We love having something to aspire to. But you can best believe that she's had to be Olivia Pope at some point in life and handle a few things.
Oh, Blind, it's
Inspiration.
And then go high and put and honey and put on her American Designer of the Day and call it a day.
It's an issue.
And go to the garden.
Well, that is what
we love her for it.
We love her Black, yes, and that is.
So I think she's like me with the low and high at the same time. She just could say it like that.
Blindy, I mean, that is what Givenchy is for, Blindy. Yes, that is what Fendi is for, Blindy. That is why when I don't know if you all saw, but Rebecca for the Blacks is starting to do more content on TikTok and also on the Instagram, and so I did do a video live from my walk-in closet. So if you want to know how big it is and things of that nature, you can definitely go to the Black Issues or the Black Issues on TikTok or Instagram to see that, the walk-in closet issues and, how I drown in ruffles to drown out this scourge of racism, Lindy, yes. And so thank you so much for that, Elijah Joy, for the Blacks, for that pivot, Blindy, yes. And then now the architect for the Blacks. What say you? Are we Black to normal? Do we no longer care about Black issues? Are we no longer taking knees? People need knee replacements, so they're not taking a knee. They're not Black Lives Mattering. They're not painting street corners yellow BLM. They're not marching in the streets. Their knees hurt. Is that it, or is it that no? We're going to be urgent, Black and urgent. That there's going to be a backlash to all of this critical race theory nonsense, and so it is going to whip people Black into Black Lives Matter as they burn down police stations. Is that it? What say you? We're taking a poem.
I don't think anything is back to normal because what is normal? Like, what metric are we using is normal?
because nothing has been normal for quite a long time. And that goes to even what's transpired last year with the marching. You know, a lot of those folks marched, but when it came to actual substance change, nothing really happened. And now we're seeing the reverberations of that year, and it's playing out in really aggressive gerrymandering. So the critical race theory that that dog whistle that was going around.
Oh, sorry. That was for the YouTube audience. If you haven't seen the link at the top there, you can go to the link so that you can witness for Black Before the Blacks on the YouTube and also on the Clubhouse. So you get a real robust Black experience, Lizzie. And you're Black, like the architect for the Black. You are continuing to discuss the fact that they don't really care about us. Continue.
Yeah, they never have. And when I say they, I mean the structure that's in place. The system is gamed. I mean, we're playing a system that is not in our favor. So realistically, it's about what they're willing to give you in return for complacency in certain other areas. I have pretty much given up on this American experiment. It's a little bit controversial,
I'm on
but
YouTube.
I don't
I'm in
believe
media.
that I will be in this country next year because I don't feel that my kids should have to grow up with the traumas that I've had to deal with.
The Black hate.
In this country.
The Black hate.
So I am proactively taking them out of that situation because I feel it's only going to get worse, and I don't want to have to experience that. So this whole critical race theory, I think, is a distraction, not because it's not important. I think it's a distraction because while we're talking about critical race theory, they are putting more judges into position. They're putting more district attorneys in position, more state attorney generals in position, so that when the 24 election comes, and whoever they push forward comes, that when it comes to each state and the electoral college and making decisions on those votes, they'll have the people in place that they need to take whatever election they want to take from the people. So I that's kind of my foresight on that issue. So I think even talking about critical race theory, they don't want to talk about it. They don't even know. Most people don't even know what it is. So there's a lack of information. There's a spreading of misinformation, of course, and there's a criminal who staged insurrection, walking freely saying, run for president again in 24. So just if you want to gauge where we are as a country, you have to say to yourself, someone almost overthrew the country and the government and almost okayed the vice president being killed, even though if we didn't agree with him, he was still the vice president of the United States, and he's still walking free and still has the nerve to say he might run in 24. That's where we are. So we're talking about critical race theory. That isn't even on the list. That isn't even a consideration. To me, that's never going to happen. I don't think it's ever going to happen because nobody voluntarily gives up power. If you look through history, nobody has ever said, you know what, this structure that benefits me, let's share this together and be friends. I have never encountered that in all my years of studying history, and I don't think it will happen here. That's it. I'm friends with the architect and I'm done.
It is so important, because it sounds as though the architect, I'm going to go out, I'm going to take some liberties here, the architect Franklin for the Blacks, and let them know. You all have been listening to not just the architect for the Blacks, but you've been listening to the new producer for the Purge 1619. Not the Purge 1, Purge 2, not Purge 3. You're listening to the new producer for Purge 1619. And so this is a very dystopian purge through the lens or the filter, if you will, of 400 plus years of racial oppression, Blindidias. And so the election, the streets, the race war, the couture, the war couture, all of that, we've been brainstorming that. And so stay tuned for Black Issues, the architect Franklin for the Blacks, the For the Blacks 1619 Purge movie to be premiering. When are we premiering this?
Can I just quickly add something? Mm-hmm. I'll just say this. The reason why
my response is a little bit dark is because, one of the reasons why.
Because you're producing the movie. That's why.
One of the reasons why I became an architect is because I saw very few people that looked like me making decisions for our community. And the more I find out and the more that I see transpiring each month, each year is so overwhelming. And it's not something that's going to happen voluntarily. So that's why I'm just saying this out loud. I think sometimes we don't want to verbalize that because it's
an issue. It is an issue.
And thinking about it is scary because what does that mean for me and my family and our safety? But I'm just here to verbalize those maybe thoughts that you maybe haven't fully processed yet, or maybe are not wanting to delve into yet. So that's it. And yes, I will produce that movie as long as the Black people win. That's all.
That was easy.
Well, indeed. And so that will be it because you're producing the movie.
Actually, the architect, I think that so I love it. But
you love it?
I love what you're saying.
Love it.
Until you leave, I love what you're saying, but until you leave, I still need your help in this battle because I'm a 2-time cancer survivor. God has me here for a reason. And if it ain't to be a part of stopping these radical Trump, white supremacists, fake Christian jihadist terrorists, I don't know what it is, but I'm going to at least do my damn part to try to stop them. And until you leave, can you just keep helping the brother out?
Brother, I will be there for you while I'm here. I will support you while I'm here, and I will support you when I'm not here. I will be your aid and comfort when you are here and when I'm here, and I will be your Harriet Tubman if you ever want to leave.
Thank you, my brother. It is so important. It's so important,
Special.
And special, indeed, yes. Especially, yes. Especially, it is so important. Especially when the For the Blacks Army or Blarmy, indeed, yes. Pull up rank and file and plan out battles, on and off of social media, so that the FBI and the CIA can't intervene. Indeed, yes. And speaking of that, Elijah Joy for the Blacks and I were speaking earlier around the notion of a bulletproof vest. Rebecca. For the Blacks. Have me waiting 400 years. It's just fine. I'm used to it. Thank you. I'm thinking about, again, war couture and also.
Can I make a motion, Rebecca for the Blacks?
Oh, what is the motion?
When we do pull up to the war, can we play this?
Oh yes. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. For those of you who are watching on the YouTube, the link is at the top there. Rebecca for the Blacks is dancing along with one of the foremost blacks in the genre of the hip hop split. Yes, I do believe his name is DMX, and he would kind of do that type of a vocalization. Perhaps because he was so blurgent, about the issues. And really, Black Issues is the first club on Clubhouse to be raising funds for a bulletproof vest, because speaking about Black issues is dangerous, and we see that now with the war against critical race theory. And so if you're so moved, it's Black Issues on Cash App, and also the Black Issues on the Venmo. I love you all, Black. So we're continuing to wait. In the Niagara Spray Stars, crease khakis, respectability, politics, issues, sometimes including wearing a kente cloth khaki, kente cloth bow tie, because you still want to represent some form of blackness, even though you need to conform so you can keep that job, get into that school, graduate, and get a promotion. Waters, even though you know that there's also simultaneously a war on critical race theory. But what do? You show up tomorrow in those same khakis or another pair of khakis, and this time also penny loafer issues. It is an issue, and we're Black, yes, and we're Blacker. For the Blacks, and for all of the Blacks, And this happens every Friday. Every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is what is called the Black Friday Experience. And so, this is a war against critical race theory, and we are showing up in khakis. Blindy, thank you kindly for that. And thank you so much for that room pivot, because those have voted that we want to continue to have the room title as it is, Blindy. Yes. And so we have not heard from Manny and also Leo Simone. So you both Black for the Blacks. Manny, what say you around the notion of critical race theory? Are we Black to normal? We do not care about Black issues anymore. We are not taking these anymore. We're not Black Lives Mattering, wasting yellow paint on streets. No, no, no. Who cares about that? Or are we, Lindy, urgent, Black and urgent, where this war on critical race theory is going to have people in the streets again, burning down police stations again, being blurted, Black and urgent about Black issues, Lindy? What say you?
I'm just sitting in tonight. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. I don't know what people are saying stuff, but I don't think I'm going to do anything. So thanks for the invite. Thanks for letting me be up here. I'm just going to sit back and listen to you.
You have the vote! What the Black? What the Black? Aren't you Black? Aren't you dealing with these issues? You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. 400-page magazine filled with issues. And Manny Blinty gets blood pressure. And Manny has an issue with not speaking about the issue. What? What the Black? Yes or no?
I don't know what critical race theory is, so can y'all enlighten me a little bit?
Enlighten.
That is the most honest thing I've heard in about a month. That is amazing, Manny.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Indeed, it is an issue. That is more honest than going up to Whole Foods and them telling you that they're out of organic cilantro. Oh, it was an issue. I'm telling you, that happened on Tuesday, and I'm still Black. Manny, I don't think you need to know exactly what critical race theory is. Paul for the Blacks had mentioned in great detail what it is earlier, for you to know yes or no whether we don't care about Black issues anymore, and then we just want the Blacks to shut up and wear khakis. Yes. So without knowing critical race theory, I think you still know whether the world is or is not for the Blacks. Basically, is what I'm asking. I'm in the media. It's a war on today's magazine. Let's go. I'm on deadline. Yes or no? Do they care about the Blacks or not? Yes or no?
So I'm gonna tell you this. At this point, I don't really care if they care about the Blacks or not. I more care about if we care about the Blacks or not. And so that's my
Well, that is an issue. That is a whole other issue, but that is not in the poll.
Yeah, but that's why I'm sitting back. That's why I'm just gonna.
Oh, so that's why you're sitting Black? That's why you're sitting Black?
Yeah, because I've kind of dedicated my whole life to the Black issue, and the last couple of years, especially the last year, there were so many fakes that jumped up, ready to do whatever and say whatever. But we knew this moment was gonna come when they're just gonna sit back and go back and watch the NFL. So I've been pretty big on this stuff since I was a teenager. And so I'm just kind of sitting back to see what happens.
You're sitting.
I take that as he thinks Black is Black normal.
Black. Thank you so much for that.
No, I'm going to agree. He thinks it's Black normal.
Agree. Indeed, yes. Because thank you so much for that. Paul for the Blacks, the architect for the Blacks, Elijah George, Sharif, Blair, Dr. Mina, all for the Blacks. Thank you so much for the translation, Blindy. Yes, I do believe he had on his khakis.
Is that a bad thing, though? I just want to know.
No, we just think you had on your khakis. That's all. We think that you had on your khakis and that your kente cloth bow tie was on a little bit too tight, and it restricted your breathing and your ability to articulate the truth. That's all. Thank you so much for that. Tracy, you were able to take that for the tally, Lindy?
I got it. Oh my. Yes, I got it. Manny, if you're new, just hang out. Just hang out with us.
I think that's what I said I was doing.
Lindy.
Right, cool.
And I do think, I don't know, because the For the Blacks Blarmy is, quite, a blurgent bunch here. But I do think, just so that we don't have any more suspense, I do believe that Manny is For the Blacks, because I know that I'm going to get that in my Black channels, Lindy does. But Manny, we before we continue, because I see Leo For the Blacks is also here, but we must ask, yes. Manny, are you for the Blacks?
Always been for the Blacks.
Indeed. We just needed some clarification on that, because again, you were wavering, you were waiting in the waters, your kente cloth bow tie, the indigo dye in it was running all over your white shirt. I don't know, but we just needed to make sure. Thank you so much for that.
And the translation is, he's frustrated with society, he's advocated for Black people, and he's done with trying to figure out fake people.
Blindy, thank you so much for that. For going behind the scenes, the BTS of it all, or BTS of that of it all. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Nina, For the Blacks, for blockupying the counter narrative, whereby we're getting meta around the Black issues and the For the Blackness of Manny For the Blacks, who is indeed metazized, and that's not to be confused with, what is it now with Facebook, what is it called?
Metaverse.
Metaverse.
I can't even use the word meta anymore. That is another issue. Stay tuned next week. So many issues. Can you find a solution? Can I get a witness? Can I get a solution for the Blacks?
On that point, why the hell is Facebook running advertising saying, if you just would regulate us, we could be good? That's like the bank robber saying, if you just come up with laws to stop me from robbing banks, I would stop. But it's not my fault, but I'll try to rob them nice.
Well, it's what the Black. Well, it's kind of like children, right? Who stick their hands into the cookie jar, and then they look up at you and say, and if you would just chop off my hand, then I wouldn't be stealing cookies from the cookie jar. It's the same thing. Thank you so much for that. Blur For the Blacks. Thank you so much for that. Was there someone else? I just heard another blah influencer in Blacksburg that wanted to weigh in. I just heard a voice. Oh, it's Shireen For the Blacks?
I'm just saying, Eric, that's another room. But that's why we have Meta now. So, they can regulate whatever the hell they want out of Facebook. But they feel like they've moved their needle to the verse. So, keep let the regulations come. They won't be able to touch anything else but Facebook.
Mindy,
Which is now just the product.
Now just a transfer of cash from one facility to another.
it is an issue. Which is an issue. And, if we go into that issue, we will be here for another 400 years on the Clubhouse. And I do need to serve my Black eyes. So stay tuned. Shireen, digital sister For the Blacks. Perhaps you can weigh in on this and assist for Blacker. For the Blacks. Especially the Blacks that don't understand the metaverse or Facebook, or need to know the next moves in a blurred nature, to wade in those waters, yes, around the issue of the Facebooks, indeed. And so we're Black, yes. Sean already went. So Leo's on the train. Leo Smith who also said that she adores what is happening here. Love all of this, and also a laugh out loud. But indeed, yes, I don't know if I'm sure Leo perhaps had an issue when there was the exchange between the architect and I around Sade's shade. I don't know if that was why the laughter was happening, laughing at the folly and the shamefulness of the architect for attempting to throw Sade shade. Maybe that's what it is. Leo Smith for the blacks. Are you still on the train? Are you able to? Had to hop out. So Leo Smith is on the train. So there's a little bit of a signal issue there. Yes, so it's a little bit of an issue, indeed. Yes. But Tracy, can we do the official going once, going twice? Is there anyone, any of the Blalowist, Blimfluences, and Blackspurts that so Manny, Manny, before you go, did you want to hear from anyone else around this formal definition of critical race theory? And then we're going to go to the official part, indeed.
Yeah, I'll sit around for a little bit. Yeah, so if anybody wants to do it, that's fine.
Indeed.
But yeah, I'll sit around just for a little bit. But I head out a little bit because I was actually headed to bed.
Oh, there is such a thing, isn't there? Indeed. You're black and going to bed. Pray for you. Yes. So Paul or anyone would like to go into a little bit of a dispensation as exactly what critical race theory is briefly for Manny, for the black, so that he can have nightmares, indeed.
Okay, so I lost the page I was on, but there are 5 basic tenets, and I'm not going to remember all of them. The basic core idea of it is that it's the study of racism and inequality in America and how it is codified into law. It's the basic idea of it. And yeah, there are 5 basic tenets. One is experiential knowledge, which means that you have to understand the stories, the storytelling, the history to understand the oppression of a people. I am searching frantically trying to get back to the page I was on. But
oh yes, because it had like 4 pillars or something. Indeed, because it had 4. Yeah, it had something about centering race is centered. Race is a nightmare, something like that. Race is a social construct.
Yeah, it's neutrality. Hi, Rebecca. It's the challenge of dominant ideology. It's the commitment to social justice and praxis, meaning in praxis identified as taking action on change. And then centrality of experiential knowledge, like you said, and then the historical context of interdisciplinary perspective and really looking at changing what is happening in how it's being taught in education. And if I were to elaborate, I would even say just the fundamental commitment of what we're doing differently, and then changing the context of curriculum and getting people around how the dominant culture affects the economy, and specifically with curriculum and what's being brought into schools, K-12, and then how we are disseminating this information from the perspective of the news. So that helps it whole lesson, and it really looks at changing the dominant culture's perspective and understanding racism as the oppression of people looking at the oppressed and really using that as a way to take advantage of the oppressed. So, I mean, I'm finished.
You know, it is so important that we take. Oh, indeed, yes. Thank you so much for that CP time call and response. It counts. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. It's a solution. It is. That we take copious notes in our 400-page notepads. For those of you who are watching, the link that is pinned at the top of the clubhouse room. It is for Black Before the Blacks on YouTube. You can see the 400-page notepad and the copious notes that I also take. I'm up to now my 89 400-page notepad right there. Yes. And so, yes, race is a construct and how it is reinforced. Yes, I learned that on page number 34 of my 42nd 800-page notepad. As you can see and hear here. Hold on. Race is in the law, and so the law makes racism legal, and so critical race theory is a study of said laws and how those laws prevent the blacks from accessing or black-accessing all sorts of opportunities and resources and the like. And so looking at the law and looking how racism really is at the central or the core of everything, how then it could be new laws that could undo that, indeed. And it was that
Like
Manny
the 14th Amendment.
Indeed. The 13th Amendment, indeed. Would you like to share briefly with that? And then I do believe Manny for the Black had a question. I couldn't see whom was sharing about the 13th Amendment.
That was me.
Oh,
And I will go there and quickly, basically, with the 13th Amendment, which is horrific, it basically, with the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, it was, well, you know, we're not going to enslave anyone, but the 13th Amendment basically allowed to enslave those that did a crime. So let's go after Black people and make everything they do a crime. So the 13th Amendment is a horrific amendment in the Constitution. And I actually did, I think I put it in your YouTube live.
Oh, indeed. So exciting.
So it is a conversation. And if you've never seen I think on Netflix, it's called 13th. Watch it because it is profound. Because I'm tired of people using the 13th Amendment to go after our Black children, especially our Black boys. I'm finished.
And that was by the Ava DuVernays, Blindy, yes. The 13th, Blindy, on the Netflix, Blindy, yes. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mina, for the Blacks. And so, not Doctor, but Manny for the Blacks. And then we're going to go to Leo Smith, Simone Blindy, yes. Also for the Blacks, so excited, yes. And so does that clarify, Manny for the Blacks, more around, the important aspects of critical race theory, so that you have some form of what is called a framework? Didn't you just?
Yeah, so what I heard is basically, if you're a person who cares about the culture, that cares about the Blacks, these are things that you kind of study and kind of would know already. So what I'm hearing though is critical race theory codifies this stuff that we care about. And my question now though is, now that we've codified it, is the point to kind of get it to more people who don't know, or to get it to the inside of the system to kind of I don't know, help change the system by them at least knowing what we know? Is that the point?
Urgent.
It's Black and urgent, indeed. So, I think, from what I've been, again, my 400-page notepad here, yes, if I may, yeah. I've started to write an op-ed or blop-ed around the notion of critical race theory. And Rachel John, burn it all down for the Blacks, is also Black. So excited to have Rachel John to weigh in if Rachel John can. And Kirsten's also here for the Blacks, and also Jake is for the Blacks, Wanda for the Blacks. So excited, the Hungry Medium, the real Alicia, Nicole, all for the Blacks, Samuel and Philip also for the Blacks, and not for the Blacks, yes. There's a difference, right? So critical race theory, yes, is not just overall armchair criticizing the whites or criticizing things as being, that's racist. That is not what critical race theory is. Critical race theory is really a series of researchers and scholars within the law. Usually it's taught in law schools, and sometimes psychologists have also weighed into to again show the psychological toll, indeed, yes, of the laws and the phenomenon of racism, indeed, yes. And so I'm reading from my 400-page notepad here, yes, that is, so critical race theory is not really a layman's thing, right? It's a purely black academic pursuit, yes. And it's not even taught in undergrad, indeed. It's really taught on a graduate school within the law school level, and then also, for some schools for policy, and then maybe sometimes, a social worker or some other person, who's dealing with the community, they might take a class or two. But in terms of those who really major, the majors are really law, that is really good, because it's really looking at racism through the lens of the law, Yes. So what they're saying when they're like critical race theory, what a lot of people I think are really reacting to is just the notion of what they think they hear, critical of race, and so that then becomes the issue. When really, so that is critical race theory as a theory is taught in law schools, plenty, yes, but the notion of criticizing America, they don't want that to happen in K through 12. Now, so what they do instead is just say, oh, critical race theory is taught in schools. Because what they're saying is, we don't want you criticizing America or white people in any way, shape, or form. Indeed. And that is all in this. I have a whole notepad dedicated only to critical race theory, and it's all right here. This is actually my heaviest notepad yet. It feels heavier than any of the other notepads, indeed. I do have one 400-page notepad all dedicated to the elimination of ash. And so stay tuned for, again, an entire 400-page magazine on different ways to apply lubrication or lubrication in counterclockwise motions, specifically at the ankle, the knee, and the elbow. Indeed, yes, the biggest issues, yes. But this notepad here, filled with critical race theory, this is the heaviest notepad yet, indeed. I don't know if that clears it up for you, Manny, for the blacks.
I appreciate you guys being so
Appreciate
and welcoming of me, and thanks for letting me ask the questions. I appreciate it a lot.
Indeed, we love you, black, yes, and we love the fact and we appreciate the fact that you're also for the blacks. But yes, it's a lot going on in terms of critical race theory. Paul for the blacks has mentioned FTB. I don't know what that means, but maybe we're black or for the blacks. I'm not quite sure, but thank you so much for that, Paul for the blacks, and then also Elijah Joy for the blacks. Y'all for the blackity black blacks over here, respectfully. So that is another issue, like, Manny, maybe even because you said that you care more about the blacks, caring about the blacks. When you say the black, are you Manny? Before you go, you said you're for the blacks, yes, but are you for the blackity blacks? Are you for the black and mild smoking and their lips are black right there in that little cusp area towards the tongue tip, whatever, in the center? Are you for those blacks?
I've been for the blacks, even Martin Luther King and MLK and Malcolm X Boulevard blacks. You know what I'm saying? Those people.
The shoot 'em up on Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard blacks. You're for those blacks.
I'm down with them. I'm down with everybody.
Are you?
What about blacks and Popeyes and chicken commercials?
Lindy. Are you for those blacks, Manny? For the blacks?
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, what about the blacks that live in the Frederick Douglass projects and then want to shoot other blacks? Are you for those blacks?
I don't know, man. I don't know what the Frederick Douglass projects is, but I've been in the projects, and
are you in one right now?
No, I'm not in a project.
Indeed. It's not an issue.
It brings up a really good question.
It's not an issue.
I wonder whether blacks, from the Frederick Douglass projects who shoot blacks, are they anti-black? Has it come to a state of internalized anti-blackness? Is that where we are? Is that what we're actually dealing with?
And that is, and would critical race theory save those blacks?
Things that make you go,
We're waiting. We're waiting.
My PTR was ahead of y'all with the.
Right? I think we have an obligation to go out of our way to get people out of that mindset of hurting ourselves. Sorry, my dog. I think that
your dog is for the blacks. Your dog is agreeing. You hear that?
And because I think there is ignorance, and we put people in situations where they think that the norm is to hurt ourselves. And we have to go and into those spaces, in those uncomfortable places and spaces, and say, no, stop it. And I am going to say, as a leader of a former school and now in a district, it is my obligation to educate our Black women and men, moms and dads, and our children and say, we need to help each other because other cultures do that, so we need to do it too and stop fighting each other. Stop it. Just stop it.
Indeed. It is so important because it seems like another room, not this room, because I do need to serve mine. Black ass. It seems like another room would be uncomfortable conversations, black issues, and white issues. And white issues, indeed, both issues, right? So it seems like the whites have issues around how many issues they actually have and are in denial of, indeed, yes. And then the blacks have issues with not being able to understand the anti-blackness within the blackness issues, yes. And sometimes that is a conversation that some of the blacks don't want to have, yes. And so it seems to be that there's a lot of not talking about these difficult issues, but this is why black issues exist, yes, to have these issues talked about and explored, yes. So I'd love you all black for that, so stay tuned for that. Blurgent, black and urgent issues. Indeed, yes. And we're black, yes. So Leo, I think, is in and out of the train, so hopefully Leo will be black. But I do believe we can take the tally now, Tracy. 400 years later, what is the official tally for the evening around if we are black to normal or if we're going to be blurgent based on this war on critical race theory and war couture, Lindy? Yes.
Well, we have, I guess we could say, one optimistic holdout.
A optimistic holdout. Was that Manny? No, it wasn't Manny.
It was Catherine.
Shameful.
For blurgent.
Indeed.
And
indeed. Catherine, are you changing your mind for the blacks?
I'm not changing my mind, but the reason that the question originally was, were there going to be protests in the streets? And I feel because it's yada, 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 there's going to be more police violence. It's not going to stop. There will be, it will continue. I believe we'll see another episode that will prompt more protests.
Sounds like she's black to normal. I'm just saying.
Maybe.
But I think what Catherine for the blacks is saying is that it is black to normal in the blinter realm, but that black to normal is going to have a cumulative effect, kind of like layering, you know what I'm saying? Just like I would layer, like I would have a blouse, yes, and then I would have on a vest above, layer over the blouse, yes, and then I would have a blazer, right, and then I would have the tie here, yes, but then I would also have some type of a necklace to go underneath the tie, you know what I'm saying, just accessorize, it's kind of layering, kind of like, 1 chain belt, 2 chain belt, 3, can I get 4, can I get 4, can I get 5 chain belts, can I get 6 chamber? So I feel like it's a layering or blayering effect that Catherine for the blacks is mentioning, so that it's going to become a blurcendo or crescendo, blindiges, where it's going to be so many black issues that we're going to be right back to being in the streets again. Again, my copious notes have been taken here just this week, yes. Kyle Rittenhouse, the case with the judge is saying you can't call the people who have died victims, you can call them rioters, yes. And then there's Ahmaud Arbery, yes. And the jury, there's only 1 black juror out of 12, yes. There's all of these different issues. And this is just this week, And so what Catherine is saying is that right now, we're black to normal, we're happy to see our grandparents because there's no COVID. But after a while, all of these black issues, these blagedies, these black tragedies, and the black ache, yes, it's going to become so much so that we're going to be in the streets again. Indeed, yes. So thank you so much for that, Catherine for the blacks. So Tracy, what exactly? We had 1 black domestic, which is Catherine for the blacks. But what is the official total in the tally? Indeed, yes. Are we black to normal? Yes or no? 12. Hold on, I was supposed to do the whole bell.
Black to normal is at the count of 12.
So 12 black to normals and only 1 blurgent, indeed. Indeed. Would any of the blowers, influences, and blackspreads on the stage or in the audience like to blow pine one last time? Is there anything that's shocking? Do you agree? Are there any issues with the poll? Do you have anything before we go into words of inspiration? Indeed, yes, it's been quite a room. The Black Issues is experience on and off of the clubhouse. Indeed, are there any issues around this poll? We are Black to normal. Are there any coping mechanisms that we can have as we wade in the water of these issues, or is that it? Is that it?
This is Anissa for the Blacks, and I know the question was posed to Manny earlier about whether he was for the Frederick Douglass Hood Blacks.
Oh, projects.
Blacks.
Projects. In project.
Projects. Yes, projects. I am for the Frederick Douglass Project Blacks that are killing Blacks. I'm not for their behavior, but I'm for all Blacks.
Indeed. Anissa for the Blacks. Are you for the Blacks on Clubhouse that want to name room titles? Hold on here. I will just go into the hallway right now. Are you for the Blacks that start rooms? Hold on. Hold on here. Oh, here's one. No, not that one. No. It seems to be a lot of positive rooms on Clubhouse right now. What the Black? What the Black? Oh, no. Here we go. Black kings plus governors in the 1770s in America versus ADOS. There you go. So are you for the ADOS room creating on Clubhouse Blacks?
I don't even know what ADOS is.
What the Black?
Well, I think what she means is ADOS, meaning African descendants of slavery, versus Africans from the continent. Who is better? Who think they better?
No.
Who got better hair?
Who had the hardest struggle? Or Ray.
Indeed. So, Anissa, for the Blacks, are you for those Blacks? Are you for the Blacks that are on Clubhouse sometimes 10 and 12 hours, Indeed, yes, arguing back and forth with other Blacks, mind you, around, are you an immigrant? Are you an African? Are you Caribbean? You're not for the Blacks. If you're not an African descendant of that, if you're not an American Black, you're not for the Blacks. Are you for those Blacks that start those rooms? Anissa, for the Blacks.
Okay.
What say you?
I'm committed to all the Blacks. I am not committed to the shenanigans and fuckery conversations of them, but I'm.
What about the technology?
No, not for that.
Issues.
For them, for the people themselves, yes. For the fuckery, no.
Indeed. And so, thank you so much for that, Anissa, for the Blacks. Anybody else want to weigh in before we move into the words of inspiration around the poll, critical race theory? Where do we go from here? Indeed. Is that Eric for the Blacks?
Yes, it is.
Indeed. I love you, Black.
Having some friends that are in that particular space, which they're there, I don't agree with it.
They're in the ADOS rooms, you mean? Those Blacks.
The Black Freedmen and all of that stuff. Look, we're all Black. Whether my family is American family originally from South Carolina, 1725 is when we were brought here, but we were brought here from Mozambique. So I'm African American. That's it. There ain't no other lines about it. I'm African and American, in my opinion. And so I'm for the African Blacks, the American Blacks, all the Blacks, and all the African Americans around the world and the greater diaspora, and whatever other names we want to come up with it for, but I'm for us. Damn it. Just make it simple. We got to keep it simple.
Right? And I don't know, nobody gets judged. I did a whole 23andMe, and I was like, oh, Nigerian, and Liberian and Sierra Leone and Guinea. I just was like, yep, East African, Congolese, I'm good. No, I'm for the blacks, and I am too. My descendants are from Africa. I just happen to be born in America, so they can have that room all day long. We still come from the same place, and I think honestly, it's just the conversation that gets people to come in there, and the dominant culture gets to come in there and gets to see our shenanigans and
The issues.
just the followers.
The issues. Now, I would also say, Dr. Nina, for the blacks, yes, that there's a black-owned DNA company called African Ancestry. I have that. Hold on here.
I'm getting up at. Okay.
This is on page number. Hold on. This is. Oh, I don't even number these pages anymore. You were supposed to. I did turn.
Yes, I need that page number and send me that.
Indeed, this is on page 1.
Just a correction on that. My understanding of that is they don't do exactly what Ancestry.com, 23andMe does. It's more going to like your tribe, like the tribes that you come from in Africa, rather than.
That's amazing, though.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I just wouldn't want somebody to go into it thinking it's going to be something similar and you're just supporting a black-owned company on that other level. But
I support a black-owned company.
Oh, no, yeah, but it just won't be like the same as like what you're getting from 23andMe necessarily, which is fine as long as you know what it is.
And some people say 23andMe is less accurate, actually, than AfricanAncestry.com. Dr. Mark Kittles was featured in Henry Louis Gates, Dr. Henry Louis Gates' first series, African American Lives. It was his research that was able to, find out where a lot of these celebrities that were on there were from. And like, he's been in the game pretty much as long as everyone else, and I think he's definitely worth using. And I haven't done mine, but that's the one I want to do.
Oh, cool. I'll do that one too. But selfishly, I'm an identical twin, and my mom had her own thing in there, and my twin sister did Ancestry, and I did 23andMe, and then my mom did her own experiment and decided to do my oldest son for Ancestry, and my nieces for 23andMe, and both companies assumed that my sister's child was my child, and my son was my sister's child. So it was a whole, I know, it was a lot, but it was a whole experiment my mom did. So, and and because I have a background in biology, I was fully enamored with the haploid information for DNA. So, but I'm all over. Somebody needs to give me the name of that company that does the black one.
Hold on.
African Ancestry.
Yes, AfricanAncestry.com, and they're the only DNA. PTR, black, blood light, joy for the blacks are being so blurted with that information, yes. And they're the only DNA company. Hold on here. This is on page 182 of my third 400-page notepad. Yes, they're the only DNA company. Yes, that destroys your DNA and doesn't save it and sell it like all the others do. Indeed, yes. So just know that they own your DNA forever and ever and ever. Think of, we're going to have a moment of silence, yes? For Henrietta Lacks. The Henrietta.
Not do your children without their permission. You just go through a whole institutional review for it. So I agree. They can own it. I made a conscious choice when I did it. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Be very aware of what you're doing before you do it. I'm 50, so I don't care.
We believe you're forever 21, and I love you, Black, for that. Indeed, yes. And we're Black, yes. And so with that, we're going to go into words of blinspiration. Yes, words that will inspire us to continue to persevere from this week to the next, filled with issues. Flash your microphones. And sometimes solutions. Sometimes there might even be a Black solution. But either way, there are words of blinspiration. So, the word of blinspiration that I would like to start off with is Blinformation. Yes, I do believe that a lot of people still, even after the summer of CRT, still don't know what CRT is, and there's no shame in that. But specifically for those that are against it, but then don't know what it is, they're the ones that really need the, everyone unmute, blinformation. Indeed. Indeed, yes. Love you, Ball Black, for that. Tracy, do you have a word of inspiration?
I'm going to go with love.
Indeed.
I'll just leave you with love.
Indeed, indeed. Everyone unmute. Love. Indeed. These words of inspiration to get us from one week to the next, filled with Black issues, flash of rose, and sometimes solutions, yes. And so we're moving on to Catherine for the Blacks. What say you? A word of inspiration.
Come back to me. I'm really sleepy.
We will come black. We will come black to you. We love you, Black, for that. Paul for the Blacks. A word to get us from one week to the next of Black issues and sometimes solutions of inspiration. Empathy. Indeed, yes. Everyone unmute. Empathy. Indeed. Love you, Black, for that, yes. And now, Anissa for the Blacks. What say you in terms of a word of inspiration? Indeed. Everyone, ancestors. Indeed. Those of you who would also like to see the blessings that are happening, the candle that is burning or burned out is okay. You and the bells and the orchids can click the link at the top there, the YouTube link, so you can see all of that. Yes. Let's move on. Thank you so much for that. Sean for the Blacks. A word to get us from one week to the next, filled with Black issues and sometimes solutions of inspiration. Indeed. Along with being blurted, we need to bladvocate. For everyone unmute, bladvocate. Bladvocate. Indeed, yes. Love you, Black, for that. Yes. And now I do believe in PTR order, we're up to Dr. Mina. Indeed, yes. So Dr. Mina for the Blacks. A word of inspiration to get us from one week to the next of Black issues and sometimes solutions. Oh, indeed. I'd appreciate that one. Enough! Say it with some emotion now. Enough! Like you've been waiting in the water for 400 years. Enough! And we're Black. Thank you so much for that. Oh, thank you. And our CP time, enough on CP time it also counts. Thank you so much for that, Elijah Joy for the Black. Speaking of which, it is now your turn for a word of inspiration. Elijah Joy for the Blacks. What say you? Money. Indeed. That is also an issue of blurted nature. Yes. Is that your Cash App? Oh, no. Oh, Axios. I adore Axios because it's in the media. I'm also in the media. Oh, it's even less. Do I need to adjust my bangs and also my glasses? Is it now shaped down to 1.2? I thought it was just 1.5. It's down to 1.2 trillion dollars for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, sending it to Biden's hand for signage. Indeed, yes. Oh. Well, and we're Black, yes. I do believe that 1.2 trillion does not include not even a penny for reparation, not even a penny. And would you be mad if they gave a penny? Or would you rather have none? That is another issue for another room. Indeed, yes. And we're Black. So everyone on mute, please. Money. That is an issue. Money. Black and urgent issue. Indeed, yes. Or guap. I learned that was on a page. I forgot here. My notepad, yes. And we're Black, yes. And Shireen, digital sister, queen of disinformation and misinformation, content on and off of the clubhouse for the Blacks. What say you for a word of inspiration? Meta, is it going to be Meta?
No, it's going to be fight.
Indeed. Indeed. So everyone,
Is
mute.
that fight or fight?
Fight.
Oh, indeed. So for those of you pulled from your 400 years, yes, of witnessing Black issues and no solutions, fight! 2 bells. Fight! It is an issue and also a solution. I love you, Black, for that. Shireen, digital sister, fight for the Blacks. Indeed, yes. And now Eric, another Black academic, rolling, wading in these waters of the Supreme Court and amendment issues and no solutions for the Blacks. What say you for a word of inspiration? Blubber. I thought you were going to say Netflix. So, blubber again. Blubber, you want to mute. Blubber again! Love you, Black, for that. Eric, all of the expertise about the Supreme Court and amendments issues for the Blacks. Thank you so much for that. Now, the architect, don't you dare hate on or throw shade on Sade for the Blacks. What say you for a word? I'm so scared to even ask you this. Give you permission to speak and take up space and possibly shade on Sade for the Blacks. What say you? Word of inspiration.
My word of inspiration, words are as self-care. I feel that, with COVID going on and just the really fighting for our lives, there's so many different levels of trauma. So to just take some time for yourself to step away from work a little bit, maybe if you can, just find something that you can really focus on other than what is currently going on right now around us. So self-care. And there was never any Sade shade. You sound just like her. I'm Craig Langton.
There are not enough parasols in the world for all of this shade. And I was getting more and more nervous the more that you speak it. And I was like, oh no, this is no self-care. Yes, doubling down on the self, tripling down, you did a Dominique Dawes, triple flip, and then you did a Simone Biles triple sow cow. And you were really, really doing so well with the self-care. And then at the very end, you slipped in like a glacier in Alaska, okay, over the tundra. You slipped in some Sade shade.
Well, see, we're Black for the Blacks. You know me offline, so you know that my self-care, my personal self-care, is appreciating the two tones of Sade.
Interesting. Quite interesting. Andrew Black has moved him into the audience. Shameful. There is no Sade shade. It is an issue. Manny for the Blacks and then Catherine for the Blacks. You better have a word of inspiration after the Sade shading. Indeed, yes. Manny for the Blacks.
Shun go? I just want to make sure we didn't forget about Shun.
Oh, hold on. Oh, Sean. I think Sean went. Sean for the Blacks, were you able to give your word of inspiration?
Yes, mine was Bladvocate.
Bladvocate, indeed, yes. That's what I thought. I love you, Black. Thank you so much for that. I love you all, Black. Blog blood. Indeed, yes. And so, Manny for the Blacks, what say you? A word of inspiration?
Is Blamunity.
Oh, indeed. Blamunity. Yes. Everyone, please unmute. Blamunity.
Look at Manny catching on his first time in.
Indeed. And so, the architect no longer has the moderation badge. That is one of the stiff penalties for throwing Sade shade. Indeed. And so with that, we are going to do the last installment before we do round it out with a Sade song selector. Thank you. Tracy, are you for the Blacks? Are you for Condoleezza Rice cooker blacks?
Yes.
Indeed. Some people just boil it in a regular pot, and some people use a rice cooker. And some people don't think that Condoleezza is black. Indeed. Thank you so much for that. Catherine, for the blacks, are you able to give your word of obliteration and also share if you're for the blacks?
Black voices. Yes, I'm for the blacks.
Indeed. So, everyone, I'm going to add blurted to that. Blurted voices. Blurted voices. Indeed, yes. And thank you so much for that you're for all of those blacks. Yes. Paul, for the blacks. Are you still for the blacks?
For the blacks.
Indeed. Are you also for the... Are you for the blacks that drown themselves in interior decorating and obsess over things like tufting on couches and nail petting on couches instead of really tackling and being more blurted about black issues? Are you for those blacks?
Yes, I'm for those blacks because they need just as much help as everybody else.
Lindy, just making sure for that. Thank you so much for that, Paul, for the blacks. Anissa, are you still for the blacks? What say you?
Always and forever.
Lindy.
I know I might catch some heat from the architect, but it's all right.
Lindy.
No, that was really beautiful. It was like diverse. Your tone was good.
Up.
You had like 3 tones versus 2.
Up. Move to the audience. Look at it. Oh, I couldn't even do it. What voodoo do you do? I click, move to the audience. Oh, you're so happy with the last. And you stop.
It's called a Panamanian voodoo.
God, I have to take. I don't have any more space in this notepad. Copious notes on Panamanian voodoo. Oh, God, issues. Yes. I don't even remember asking Anissa if she's for some of the blacks. I don't even know anymore. Anissa, are you for the blacks that use white emoji? White emoji. Are you for those blacks? It is an issue, though. It is an issue. It triggers. Like, what? You're not white. Why are you using white emoji? White fist? Really? Really? In the 21st century? A white fist?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
It's a thing.
For them.
It is a thing. Especially for Android. They don't have those options. Indeed. And we're going to have a moment of silence for the Android users that don't have the option of using black emoji. And we're black. Now, I do believe we're up to Dr. Mina for the blacks. Were you able to share if you're for the blacks? Dr. Mina, are you for the blacks?
Yes, I am for the blacks, Rebecca. We're black for the blacks. Oh my God, I'm so sleepy. But yes, I'm for the blacks and for that Blurton book.
Are you for the blacks that don't have a mica or marble countertop, and so they just use like a wallpaper and then tape it on their countertop to make it look like a marble countertop? Are you, or kitchen island, are you for those blacks?
Yes, I'm for the blacks that don't have the marble countertop and for the blacks who have a Blandroid.
Indeed. Thank you for being for both of those blacks, because we just blended those blacks, but you brought them up again. Thank you so much for that. Indeed. Indeed, yes, to be for those blacks. Thank you so much for that, Blanisa and also Dr. Mina, both educators for the blacks. Now, Shireen, digital sister, fight for the blacks. What say you in terms of, are you for the blacks?
For the blacks.
Are you for the sovereign blacks, the blacks that think that they don't have to have a social security number, and that the Moorish blacks, and that they can just escape being arrested by the cops because they're sovereign blacks? Are you for those blacks?
Yeah, I'm for those blacks too.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Are you going to do a room for those blacks about disinformation and misinformation? Are you going to do a room for those blacks? So that's the question.
Yep.
Indeed. Holler black at me and we'll figure out how to do that room for those sovereign blacks. Indeed. I love you, black, for that. Eric, all things law and policy for the blacks, calling it all out, naming names. What say you? Are you still for the blacks?
I'm going to give a conditional approval
Oh.
of being for the blacks.
Oh, that's an
There's
issue.
Conditions. There's a few other blacks that have to be, further investigated.
Oh, this is a black exclusive. This is a black exclusive.
For most of the blacks, hell yeah. But there's a couple of shady brothers out here in these streets that, I don't know about.
Are you for the Sade Eyes and Old English 800 drinking blacks?
Funny you mentioned that. I am for the 8-ball and the Sade Eyes and the C45. And you don't know nothing about that 64-ounce C45.
I'm taking copious notes. These are new genres. Are these all malt liquors?
Yes, they are.
I have to take copious notes.
Your black history.
Your blistery.
Your blistery. The struggle of C45, 8-ball, and St. Ives circa 1991 to 1992. That's a tough time for being black folks.
Wait.
Tough time out here in these streets.
I want to know what 8-ball is about.
8-ball Old English 800.
What?
Can you PCR that, Eric, for the blacks?
Versus Colt 45, or C45 as we used to call it out, on the yard.
Can you?
I'm just saying, that was some critical times back then. But I got a 4.0 or a speech in one of my public speaking classes at Oakland University, Persuasion, the value of drinking 40 ounces over 6-packs.
Lindy, do the math.
Thunderbird blacks, Eric?
So what?
Remember the Thunderbird blacks?
Oh yes, I'm for the Thunderbird blacks. Now them Wild Irish Rose drinking blacks though, you gotta watch them a little bit.
What about the Southern Comfort drinking blacks?
Oh yes, Southern Comfort. Yes, Southern Comfort.
That's another genre. It's another genre of liquor. It's not a malt liquor. No. It's what is Southern Comfort? Is that a gin? I don't. Is it?
Oh, that's a whiskey.
It's a whiskey.
That is
What
a
they
whiskey.
call it, the Black Cow? Southern Comfort and chocolate milk.
Ooh, that's an interesting combination. I never did that one before.
Well, that is an issue.
But are you for those blacks?
Are you for those blacks?
Yeah, I'm for those blacks. I'm definitely for those blacks.
Well, maybe. And I see Dallas Penn for the blacks. I adore him and appreciate him as well. Maybe Blerick, if I may, for the blacks. Maybe you do a room drinking this said Southern Comfort milk blonde combination of blonde, get something, help blondination, indeed, yes. And do a room and then speak about all the blacks that you are for as you continue to drink the black milk. I do believe that would be the room. Yes.
That would be a great room.
That would be a great room.
Yeah. Thank you, Rebecca, for being for the blacks
and for content. I'm for creating more content.
For the drinking blacks.
For the drink,
for the
yes.
liquor blacks.
For the drink, for the malt liquor drinking blacks and also Southern Comfort drinking blacks. Indeed, yes, we have to be for all of those blacks. Yes. Philip, you're also a blood educator, but are you for the blacks?
It is so great again for the blacks to be in your room. And
I appreciate you.
Yes, hang in there. As I said during our Colin Kaepernick episode that last week, there was one black in a high-tech company here in Austin in a high-ranking position who advocates in her...
Bladvocates.
Yes, bladvocate in her diversity and equity and inclusion groups at work, that Colin only took a knee to show a sign of respect, like for a fallen football player. And as I said last week, I was caught off guard by that explanation then. And perhaps she's going out of her way to make the whites feel comfortable. But I do know for sure that it was more of a statement of rebellion, as he said at the end of his first show on Netflix. And so I'm wavering back and forth whether or not I'm for those blacks who try to appease others in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm wavering about those, but I'm for all the other blacks tonight.
Indeed.
Especially all the black children, all the schools, everywhere.
Indeed. So are you wavering or are you wading? Are you wading in the waters of the waters of the blacks that try to accommodate the feelings of the whites, and so they're not as blurted and they don't really speak their minds? Water children. Are you wading in those waters, Philip, for the blacks?
Yes, I am.
White-splaining waters.
In the white-splaining waters, drowning in the white-splaining waters. Indeed, yes, it's an issue.
Yes, it is an issue, and that's what I appreciate, that I can try to maybe put some language around what's going on with some of our colleagues, some of our peers who get into the position of having to try to make others feel comfortable instead of seeing this as a blurgent issue.
Indeed.
So I am not sure about those, but I am for all the blacks, especially all the black children in every school, everywhere.
Indeed. It is so important. What Philip is mentioning around being for all of these different blacks, including wading in the water of the blacks that are wading in the water, and so yes, so Philip for the blacks was Rebecca for the blacks teamed up with a new platform called TRUEcolors earlier this week, yes, around the notion of the Netflix special for Colin Kaepernick. And Eric Duggins, I do believe is his last name, he's in the media, who is the writer, a senior art critic at NPR, was there. And so the Black influences and Black space of the Black issues experience were able to engage him around the notion of Colin Kaepernick. We had Rashidi Hendrick, who is a Black man who used to be advising the FCC, and is also a producer. He used to also be a comedy writer for Jimmy Kimmel. He was there also to speak within the notion of the media, and he's also a showrunner. We also had Tanika Ray, who was a senior host of Extra, the celebrity show. So we had quite a few there, including, yes, Philip for the blacks. So it was exciting. So again, there's a YouTube, Black Issues on the YouTube. There's also Black Issues on Instagram. Subscribe and click the bell to alert to all, so that you're in on all of these blonde conversations, and follow each other on the stage and also in the audience. Yes. And so we have two more here. Yes, I'm so excited. Yes. We have a lovely black for that, Philip for the blacks. Philip, last thing, and then we're going to go to the architect for the blacks and also Dallas for the blacks. Philip, are you for the blacks that reheat their fried chicken in the microwave? Are you for the microwave reheating of fried chicken, blacks? Are you for those blacks? I think it's an issue, but I don't know. I learned that was in my 400, that was in my 400-page notepad. That is a thing. So, are you for those blacks?
Well, Rebecca for the blacks, I'm glad you asked that, because I drove 30 minutes to get soul food here in Austin, Texas. It took me that long.
That is it. Do we need to have a moment of silence for that?
Yes, we do. Yes,
Hold on.
We do.
For driving more than 15 minutes in order to get soul food, let's have a moment of silence. And we're black. Yes, Philip for the blacks.
And so, yes, I ate half of the soul food wings before we started tonight. And when I was down in the audience, I reheated the rest of the soul food wings in the microwave, and they were just as delicious. So I am for all of those blacks also.
Oh, Blindy. I mean, sometimes, it's too much work, to clean a whole pot or something like that. You don't have an air fryer. I don't know. And so just zap it. I guess we can still be for those, those blacks are having, those blacks have some issues, and so we need to be for them. We don't need to judge them. So thank you so much for leaning or leaning into also being for those blacks. Appreciate that, Philip, for the blacks. And so now, the architect, are you for the blacks?
I am always for the blacks.
Mm-hmm. Are you for the Sade loving, go to every tour that she's goes to all around the world, sing all of the songs, know all of the lyrics? Are you for those blacks?
I love and support any black person that is out there, whether they have 5 octaves or 2.
Here we go again. What say you? Does that count? Elijah Joy for the blacks, Eric, Philip, Shireen, Sean, Paul, Nisa, all, Dr. Mina, all for the blacks, and for the no Sade shade for the blacks army. Does that count as Sade shade? Yes or no? Yes or no?
We have to answer the question: is it a crime?
Lindy, thank you so much for that, Paul, for the blacks. Dallas Penn, what say you? Was that Sade shade? Yes or no? Rebecca.
Rebecca for the blacks. I do not believe that was shade.
Fine. Thank you so much for that, Dallas Penn for the blacks. And you're here on CP time, but we love you, black. Yes. So what say you? Are you for the blacks? Indeed.
All the blacks.
Indeed. Are you for the wedgie having, and they don't know it, but they're walking up to everyone in their khakis, shaking hands vigorously during networking parties? Are you for those blacks?
Rebecca, I believe that no blacks should leave black
behind. Thank you.
Dallas, are you for the blacks that have the white stuff caked in the corners of their mouth because they're not properly hydrated?
Lindy, thank you so much for that, Blanisa, for the blacks. That is an issue. Are you for those blacks? Dallas Penn for the blacks. Are you for the dehydrated blacks? And not to be confused with the ashy blacks. It's a different genre.
I believe the crusty mouth, the blusty mouth blacks.
Indeed.
Should be splayed with a bliss on the mouth.
Oh, indeed. Solution. Hold on here. That is it. Hold on. I have the mug here. I'm going to show it now on the YouTube. You can click the link at the top, pinned to the top of the room. That is the black solution. Blindy, yes. So thank you so much for that, Dallas Penn, for the blacks. There's a solution, and thank you so much for that, Anissa, for the blacks, for questioning for the query or the blurry, Blindy, yes, because sometimes those blacks can slip through the cracks, pun intended, Blindy. It is an issue, and then also a solution, Blindy, yes. So thank you so much for that. And so with that, because I have so many devices going on at the same time, is there someone that can pull up a Sade song, please? Because the architect is still on stage, and we know that we end every room with a Sade song. So whom would like to do the Blana for the Blindy? Yes. And I love you all, black. Those of you who've been tuning in, those of blue, yes, that have been tuning or blooning in, yes, on the blue tubes. Yes, I love you all, black. I see all of you there. I love you, black. Yes, they're witnessing my orchid and my gray goose and my tambourine in all of its splendor or blendor. Indeed, yes. Does anyone have it? I see you, Sean, for the blacks, which is also black. Does anyone have the song, a Sade song queued up? I know Paul is in the music industry, Blindidias. I don't know if you wanted to share a Sade song or whom. Elijah Joy for the blacks. I don't know whom, but we do need to We need to play it out with Sade shade. Actually, no Sade shade. Shameful. Shameful! Is critical race theory a crime? Sing along, unmute. Those of you who are in the audience can come up as well. The hungry medium, the real Alicia Nicole, Kirsten, Lindy, Census, I love you all black. Shaquan, Tony, all for the blacks. I can see through all of your lies. Still I miss you. Yes. Nine.
Y'all sound the same.
Nine. I'm going to throw you into the audience. In the audience, kiss.
No, I'm honored because I feel like when you sing at a concert.
She takes, and surely she can feel what I'm feeling now. She takes, but really doesn't know how. Is it her crime? Is it a crime that I still want you? Where are you, Elijah Joy for the black? Sing along. And I want you to want me too. Yes, sing it. My love is wider than Victoria Lake.
Take it back. Go Black for the Black. You did not sound like Sade.
Smarter. Thank you so much for that. I love you, Black.
You have one extra note. You have a C.
Oh, stop it. I see you. One more time, you would be in the audience. No more Sade Sade. Dallas Penn, defend the honor of all things Sade. Sing along. I see you, Sean, for the blacks. For Sade. You want me back? Is it a crime? Oh, he's a tambourine. No, song! How dare you? The instrumental, the whole thing. Everyone on mute. Sing it along now. My love is wider than Victoria Lake. Tall as the Empire State. What? I can't give you more than I. Surely you won't be back. Is it a crime? Is it a crime?
I love you all, and you sound amazing, but please, like Sade, don't put an album out for 10 years.
Stop it! And I want you to want me I see you all on YouTube. I hear you all. You all sound amazing on stage of Clubhouse. I love you all, black. Hit this last note. Tell me. Oh, wrong part. It ripples like the deepest ocean. Can't give you more now. Surely you want me now.
Nope.
If you appreciate my tambourine compliment, say love it. Love you, black. Oh, this is it. Tell me, is it for the blacks? For all of the blacks. Yes. And the black. All right. So thank you all so much for another installment of Black Issues. This is a lot, y'all. This is a lot. You know.
I ain't never lied about that.
You know, the Democrats. I mean, like, I just found out today that the Build Back Better plan and the infrastructure plan are two different plans. They suck at, like, explaining shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, so y'all let the GOP hijack, control the entire narrative with some shit that ain't even real. I mean, conflating critical race theory being in the classroom is equivalent to, like, you know, aliens starting a space war and that we need to, like, send some rockets now into outer space. Like, that's literally that's what they've done. They've literally the equivalent of rockets in outer space for a race war with aliens. Okay, with space war with aliens is what they're doing in terms of the school board meetings for critical race theory. I mean, that's
it's admirable. It's admirable. You want to know why it's admirable? Because they do something that we don't.
Right.
Republicans could light a house on fire.
Hello.
And Democrats will come on the block and they're like, oh my God, you guys lit the house on fire. They can have the match in their hands. Our Republicans like, I don't smell nothing.
Right.
The whole block smell like mesquite chips.
Yep.
Okay? But they will swear up and down, ain't nobody did nothing up. We eat each other up before we get any policy done. So by the time we get to the point of voting, they've already created this narrative that doesn't even exist.
Mm-hmm. And they're clear. There's no one in the Republican Party saying, hey, wait a minute. How dare you? What does this mean for the Republican Party if people know that we're lying and this is not really the truth? Ain't no, like remember McConnell finally did say that, you know, maybe Trump, you know, should not have done the January 6th insurrection. Remember that? Like, they ain't even doing that for this critical race theory. Silence! Silence! Right.
Have said we're willing to, but there needs to be coaching to say, okay, we need y'all to speak on these things.
Mm-hmm.
And then they need to stop giving them votes when it comes to issues, because when you vote with them, when you vote with the radical Trump insurrectionists, terrorists, white supremacist jihadists, you are co-signing, even if you criticize them on everything else, so you can't vote with them. Separately, yeah. We have to stop letting the lie pass. Every lie needs to be called, that's a lie, here's the truth, and here's the bullshit you do that is not happening, that is not working, ain't helping a damn person. Y'all ain't introducing no bills, y'all ain't trying to move any policy, y'all just basically up in here trying to create a terrorist dictatorship.
Yeah.
That's what we're paying you for.
Mm-hmm.
Is to every day, like Pinky in the Brain, what are you gonna do tomorrow? Try to install a terrorist dictator.
Boom. Boom.
That's all they do.
Boom.
Every single damn day. And we don't call that out every single day.
No. And I just wanted to appreciate clearly now I'm out of character, right? So I think I only broke for like 10 seconds. What was that? It was some bullshit I was saying about what was it when I said it was earlier than when I said are you for the blacks that warm up that reheat their fried chicken in the microwave? I didn't laugh for that one, but it was some other shit. Damn it, I'm gonna have to like look over this YouTube thing. There was one time where I did, like, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, but y'all saw me for a split second like crack, like about to literally actually laugh. But clearly, like, I need to do this so I don't lose my motherfucking mind, because my cocktail of choice is a Molotov cocktail. But yeah, it's everything you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Eric, and for the blacks and everyone else. I mean, they're masters of deception. They're masters of not only deception, right? Because you could sit there and be fooled by something, right? Remember Bush, fool me once, fool me twice, fool again, or whatever. Like, being fooled by something, but then you're not just fooled by it, but you actually are like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the equivalent of like yelling in a crowd that, you know, fire, fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't just say something, they emotionalize it. This is why I watch Fox News. I watch it. I love it. I'm gonna start doing YouTube lives as I watch Fox News, because that's what I used to do. Paul knows. Paul, do you want to explain or explain what I used to do before I was doing the Clubhouse? Explain to these people the madness.
Oh, just the Facebook Lives?
Yes.
So basically, it was watching the news with Kanene while she comments.
My real name.
Yeah, her real name. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with the tons of props, little plushies. So there's like a pig that flies. There's a piece of shit for like and it was the shit show, right? And so
yep.
The election and Trump and all that Nazi madness. And, you know, I do believe in humor as a medicine, and that's exactly what it was. Like, oh, a smart, informed person, but who's also hilarious. So that's what the show was. Just watching Fox News, making comments, watching CNBC, and just holding court and commenting and, you know, getting feedback. And it was a lovely time. It was a lot like this, but yeah,
But I wasn't in character. Yeah, but I so those of you who, and thank you so much for that, Paul. You're so sweet, and I adore you and appreciate everything. But yeah, the only thing is that I wasn't in character. I wasn't even doing what Black for the Black said. I was literally myself, a Black woman in my own apartment, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? You know, and it was specifically about the Cuomo and the De Blasio press conferences, right? Paul, wasn't I saying that Cuomo was full of shit the whole time? The whole time?
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
The whole time. The whole time. So those of you, if you could, there's like 20 people in the room. If 20 people can be on my YouTube right now just to see that, or to subscribe to my YouTube channel so I actually can start to monetize my YouTube, that would be great. So if you could all click that link for at least a split second, and then you all will see all the emoji pillows that he's talking about. They're huge. But yeah, and I used to sit here, for those of you again who are watching my YouTube real quick, you will see I have my flying pig, and I would literally mouth with the flying pig in sync with whatever the hell the idiots, the politicians or whatever that we pay our taxes to are saying. And I would sit there, boop, boop, and then, you know, and I would have the emoji pig flying around.
What about the dolls?
Yep, and I have the dolls, All Lives Matter Alma, and what was it? Damn it. What? All Lives Matter Alma, and goodness, why can't I remember? I'm trying to get her, by the way. Hold on. See, thank you all for tuning into my YouTube. But yeah, it's All Lives Matter Alma, and I'm getting her now. She has a MAGA. She has a Confederate flag hat and a Make America Great Again MAGA onesie. Again, if you all are watching the YouTube, you all can see all of this here. Allie the Ally, right? So it's Allie the Ally. So I have Allie the Ally here, and she has a kente cloth bow tie and a kente cloth diaper. She's Nancy Pelosi's great granddaughter. Remember when Nancy Pelosi wore the kente cloth and took the knee? Remember when Black Lives Were Mattering? And so this is again, if you're watching the YouTube, you'll see them. So this is Allie the Ally with her kente cloth diaper, and All Lives Matter Alma, her twin, who is All Lives Matter. So it's Black Lives Matter, Allie the Ally, right? Because she's an ally, white ally, and All Lives Matter Alma. And they would fight. Yeah. So, you know, so I'm about to start doing the shit show again. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm an actual artist. I'm constantly creating and challenging myself. It is not easy to sit there and do YouTube Live and Clubhouse at the same time. And I'm just going to continue to just do more stuff. So it's just like, all right, now I'm going to start to do the shit show again. I'm going to start to do my emoji pillows again. Hold on. I have the... people loved it so much they started to donate pillows to me. So Adam, I don't know if you remember Adam Paul, but Adam... Yeah, so Adam, for those of you who are watching the YouTube channel, you'll see right now, Adam mailed me the emoji, the eggplant emoji one, to say that we're fucked. So the Black Issues Made in America Seriously Silly Shit Show, you know, the emoji, the poop emoji and the eggplant emoji were fucked. It's either poop, poop, poop or fuck, fuck, fuck. And the flying pig, yeah, and then people made the dolls for me and like mailed them to me. So, you know, I'm really all about like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? Because if not, I'm, you know, Molotov cocktail. Like, I'm going to lose my mind. You know what I'm saying? Because this is like, I'm looking at the Democrats like, y'all really fucked this up. Kamala Harris and all her fucking perfect hair fucked the shit up. Like, get out there. Go talk. Like, there's no more rules, right? You don't have to do, like, Trump blew all the pomp, circumstance, protocols for what it is to be in the White House. None of that matters. None of it. If they want to sit there and do a pop-up fucking press conference in the middle of anywhere, like if they want to show up in khakis or sweats, you know what I'm saying? So Kamala Harris, you want to show up in Converse for the cover of Vogue magazine, but you don't want to show up and like just open your mouth. How the hell Trump is doing more rallies and getting his message out more than the people who we voted in? This makes no... Am I making sense here?
Well, see, they are doing, you know, one thing I will give Biden credit, he does do something at least 3 to 5 times a week.
No one cares. No one's watching it.
Detail, but that's the difference. So he's actually like doing work, which is what the job is to do, and then he's talking to people about the work that he's doing or that the administration is doing. But the narrative has been so conditioned to microwave bullshit and ratchet craziness until doing normal work seems like it's invisible, doesn't matter, and ain't real and tangible. So you're right. They need the angry Joe,
disruptive,
a hood Kamala,
to
something. Also join them on the stage to give the other perspective when they're providing the perspective of work and details, because that's the way it's supposed to be. They're doing the jobs, and it does take work. But people are conditioned to either instant gratification or crazy, badly, is the world going to be nuked by a tweet at 5 a.m. in the morning? Bullshit.
Well, here's what I'm saying, right? To whom much is given, much is required, right? For every action, there needs to be an equal and opposite reaction. To me, Biden and Harris, the way that they're running things right now is business as usual. There's no more business as usual, right? Look at me, right? My content is entertaining, engaging, informing, and inspiring. I get 20 people, right? Watch me fucking upload. Canadian actually knows how to dance really well, okay? But I don't want to do that. I think this shit is whack. People just dancing on TikTok. What the hell? Like, it's not necessarily whack. Like, some of it is cute, but a lot of it is just like, if you're dancing because you love to dance, great. But a lot of people are dancing because they know that dancing videos get... Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just corny, whack, non-creative, parroting shit, right? Like, I'm going to be honest, right? I'm a snob. I'm a fucking snob. I'm a performance art snob, right? So watch me do a fucking video of me dancing and that gets like 10,000 views. Watch. All the work I put into costuming, lighting, concept, who cares? Watch me do a simple ass video of just me dancing for like not even 10 seconds. Watch that shit go viral. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing. You got to adapt, right? You got to adapt. A spoonful of sugar, that's the medicine go down, medicine, go down, medicine. Okay, right? Queen of the parasol, Mary Poppins, right? Right? So at some point, you got to figure this shit out. You got to evolve, right? Like, how the hell did a dinosaur become a bird? You know what I'm saying? Scales, feathers, you know what I'm saying? Wings, you know, like, and I feel like they're dying. You know what I'm saying? It's distinct, like they're not adapting, right? It doesn't matter. Hire someone, call them chief communicator of important issues right now, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, chief executive of put a plug, you know, pull the plug out. You know, like, it doesn't matter. You have a very stiff press secretary, and then that's it. Whatever. And then you have the Republicans. They don't even need Trump is a satellite at this point. It don't even matter. Tucker Carlson is now the fucking head of the Republican Party. They got their communication channels on lock. Do you understand? So while they're still, to a certain degree, wearing suit and ties and taking themselves seriously, to you, right? Meaning to them. But then, the Republicans are like, whoop, done. Critical race theory. Boom. Boom. And it's like a minefield. You know what I'm saying? And you think you're walking on, you're walking on grass, and you're really walking on broken glass. You don't even see it. It's like a minefield.
I concur with you. It's got to be a
what the fuck
to accept that the other side, the radical Trump terrorist side of America in elected office and in homes is not one that you're going to be able to do normal governance and normal communication to. You're not really even going to be able to talk to them. But you do have to, for the rest of us, be as real and as direct. That's why
they're not.
Ran earlier today, because those are the things that we've got to start infusing every day. We cannot speak in those terms like when it was Clinton versus Gingrich. That was great in the 1990s.
Yep.
The war has changed. The tools of the war have changed. And at the end of the day, the terrorists are like zombies. That may look like your friend. That may look like Paul. Paul was your boy, but Paul's a zombie now. If you don't shoot Paul in the head, Paul's going to eat you.
Mm-hmm.
You keep saying, but that's Paul. Well, while Paul's eating you, I'm going to be leading up the revolution to get rid of the zombies. Because, and that's where we have to get the rest of our side to be that clear and that direct, so that others understand while we're doing the work, we're fighting the zombies. And we got to fight them with everything. And we got to be animated, loud, clear, and proud about that shit.
Yeah. It's a fight. So for those of you who are, thank you so much for that, Eric, for the blacks. I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have to understand what we're actually, it's worse than what we think, right? So for those of you who are watching on the YouTube, you'll see, because if you hear that sound, it's my dolls, right? Like, literally, I used to do this. I used to literally act out All Lives Matter fighting Black Lives Matter with the two dolls. Critical race theory is an issue. No, it's not even really an issue. And Black lives do matter. And you need to sit there and talk about racism in the classroom because it's the truth. And anything else is not the truth. And it's just called history. That's all what it is. No, it's critical race theory. And it's teaching white kids to be guilty because they're white. No. Well, it's not even that they have to be guilty. It's just about they have to think about doing better. Like, literally, I used to do this. So, and maybe I'll start to do that on TikTok, where I just have my dolls out and I just have them fighting back and forth, right? So, like, yeah, I just feel like the Democrats are fumbling. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like who cares? Who cares? It doesn't even matter. Like, go out and do something. Say something. Do, like, how the hell is Trump doing more rallies than y'all? And it doesn't even need to be Biden. It doesn't even need to be Kamala. It could be anybody. Go go get the baby, okay, to go talk about, you know what I'm saying, how critical race theory ain't in schools. I don't know. Figure it out. Does that make sense? They're thinking way too small. And when I look at my checks and I see all the fucking taxes I'm paying, I'm like, well, what am I even getting for this shit? Like, if you're gonna blow my money, go blow it in ways that actually makes it. Like, I rather go get the baby to go sit there and say, yo, shut this shit down. There's no such thing as critical race theory. I'd rather you do that than what they're doing right now, which is lost. They lost. Okay? They lost.
Yeah, so
Does that make sense?
Really,
and again, this is
really saying is,
yeah, and Elijah Joy and Philip and Dallas.
You have to work and do the battle all at the same time, and you have to make the battle more animated, because while they're doing things, it does not transfer with the other side who brings that loud yelling. It's like a row fans at a football game that are louder than the whole stadium. It's a 100,000 seat stadium, but the 20,000 road fans are louder than the 80,000 home fans.
Yes.
And that's who everybody's paying attention to, is the 20,000, because they're loud, they're visible, and it makes it look like the 80,000 ain't even there. That's what you're saying. And
yeah, it's an illusion.
That's what's got to be a part of the fight. You got to be able to go to work, and then in the evening, go to war. Then go back to work, go to war. Go back to work, go to war.
Yeah. So, and yeah, I mean, and thank you for, breaking that down to that degree of just like what it's going to take, Eric, for the Blacks. But like, yeah, Shireen, Dallas, Philip, Elijah Joy for the Blacks, Paul, Sean, any last words? And thank you all for watching and tuning in on the YouTube, so you can see what, I got going on here with all my props. I mean, again, I'm theater. You know what I'm saying? This is years of madness. But anybody else, have you agree with what I'm saying? You agree? You disagree? You're gonna go, go out there yourself. And I mean, like, let's not forget, last year this time, people were dancing in the streets for Biden. Do we not forget that? Think about it. Last year, everything was boarded up. We were scared that it was going to be the movie Purge, right? Remember? And that's some shit. It was going to be a shit show. Again, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, you will see my poop emoji pillow. We thought it was going to be a shit show, that the election was going to be rigged, that they weren't going to be able to figure out. Remember? We were not going to be able to figure out who won.
And the shit show goes on.
Yeah. Remember, last year, we did not know if we were going to figure out who was the president for like days. Remember? Or even weeks. Stores boarded up. Had private security hired. Plywood everywhere. So a year later, they lost the blue state in Virginia. They hung on literally by the seat of their pants in New Jersey. Okay, my parents live in New Jersey, right? Murphy won by the slimmest. Okay, like credit card sliding to open up a door, like that slim of a margin.
The fact that historically a split is a good thing, because it hasn't happened since Reagan in those two states, where at least you got a split. It's usually been the other party that wins both of them.
Right.
That's not in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Still, and even though we still had higher Democratic turnout than had been in any other of those elections in New Jersey and Virginia, we still got outvoted.
Yes.
And so, yes, it does feel like, in practical sense, that we're losing, and we have to change the narrative.
Yeah, we're not.
Because I know I want other folks to jump in too. I don't want to be just the only one talking back and forth with you. But I'm with you for Blackers.
For the Blacks. Go Dallas for the Blacks.
Do you still dance?
I'm so silly. Oh God. This is hilarious. So So Dallas Penn for the Blacks knows me more than anyone on, and again, it's not about me, but he's asking, so I have to say it, right? So Black in the day, in the early 2000s, I was actress, activist, and queen of the dance floor. That literally was my voicemail. And my parents hated it. Who care about that? Why go sit there and tell all your business like that for, huh? Is that professional? I mean, all kind, you know. So again, I used to literally be dancing on top of tables, having the time of my life, dripping with sweat to 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. This is why I'm up now. I've been up since what, 7 or 6 this morning. It's now 1. This is nothing for me. I could be up for another 2, 3 hours, right? Energy. Or blennergy. No, I actually don't still dance. I suck. So I need to start doing that again. Thank you so much for that, Dallas Penn. For the Blacks. I need to start going out to clubs.
See you dance again with Black, because you dance like freedom.
Oh.
I would like to see you dance again, because you dance like freedom. And once we get past the talk of a Republican or a Democrat or any wing or any ideology, we can possibly get to the heart of the issue with the Blacks. And it is racism. It is the fear of a Black smile, really.
Yeah.
Because the energy that's contained in a Black smile is that's really what they use to get us over to Mars and to the moon and to other galaxies.
It's thank you. Are you still wanted to say some more? I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I in my best enjoyment to watch you dance.
Yeah, that's it. So you're in Brooklyn. You're in Brooklyn, right, Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me know seriously, because at this point, you know, I need to go out and go to the club. Our mayor is sitting here partying with Forrest Whitaker and Ja Rule. And what was that space? What is that spot called? Something zero or something zero. Mayor Eric Adams. That's how he wanted to celebrate becoming mayor. So I was like, what? Like, man, I need to put on some skinny jeans and go out.
They don't dance, though, Black. They don't dance. I'm talking about when you dance, the freedom that you express.
Yeah, because I literally was like, yo, I used to literally be on the dance floor like, nope, I don't drink. Like, this is just a prop, y'all. I hope y'all didn't think that I do not drink, period, as a human being. And I definitely don't drink when I'm trying to run a room about race issues and making it comedy. I'd be out of my motherfucking mind to drink. So I don't drink. This is a prop. It is filled with Grey Goose, but this glass is filled with water this whole time. And that's what would happen when I was dancing. I was sober. I would literally tell people, this dude would come up to me all the time, oh my God. And I'm like, yeah, just get me a water. Literally, I'd be sober and I would just turn around mid, like whatever I was doing. And I'm like, yeah, I just need water. And that'd be it. And my goal, I was like, yo, I am dancing. Don't talk to me. Who are you? What's your name? I don't fucking have time for that. Leave me alone. Right, Dallas? And I'd just be like humping on a wall somewhere on top of a table.
I don't think these folks understand what freedom really looks like. And I'm talking about the freedom that most people don't even understand now, because we're so concerned with what our neighbor thinks we think.
Mm-hmm.
And internally, y'all, we don't understand that our character is more valuable than our reputation.
Boom. That's a t-shirt.
You know how many t-shirts I have? You know how many Ralph Lauren t-shirts I have?
Oh. Y'all don't know the world of Dallas Penn. I adore Dallas Penn, y'all. Just All of you are amazing.
Folks in this room, I will tell y'all, if you ever get the chance to see Rebecca for the Blacks dance, you will get to understand what freedom is.
Oh my God, this is so much pressure, but but yeah, I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Because like I used to literally dance so, and Dallas Penn, he knows, right? Like the Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, Prince versus Prince, all of those parties, like literally, I danced so hard I had a six pack just from dancing. Literally, that was it. My back was ripped, my stomach was ripped, just from, I was like, literally, don't talk to me. You don't exist. Literally. And it wasn't because I was vain. I literally was just like, yo, I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, literally, I'd be the first one dancing. The DJs, like, they were like, yo, she's here. Because literally, I would dance before anybody else would. Right? I was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, what? Yeah. Well, what's the fucking protocol? We're not going to dance until what? Until why? Like, I don't care. That's my song. I'm dancing. Like,
So how, Rebecca, are we going to get to freedom? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to get on the good foot.
Yes.
What does that mean? Are we going to be dancing? Yes, we're going to be dancing.
Yes.
But it is, honestly, it's all of us on the stage and even in the audience, our responsibility to start doing the work. And the work means we proselytize our family. We kindly proselytize our co-workers, our colleagues, our associates.
To dance.
But also,
it's a ministry.
But mainly to start to look at each other and say, I am accountable for you. I'm not just accountable for myself, but I'm accountable for you also, my friend. And this gets to the heart of breaking their system, because their system ultimately confuses us with language and all kinds of terminology, but basically makes us not want to be accountable for anyone else but ourselves.
Yep, it's isolating, right? The language, the technology of it, you know. Whiteness is the masters of language. Look what the hell what they did with CRT. Masters of language. And then they gaslight and they flip it with this notion of objectivity. That you are the problem. You are the one being racist. You are the one that's biased. Well, no. There's this thing called objectivity. That's why these jury pools are bullshit. Because the assumption, right, that the law and the system, that there is this objectivity, does not exist. The Ahmaud Arbery case, the whole reason why he's dead is because of racism. So, and then you're going to sit there and say that the way that we choose the jury pool is objective. What the fuck? Bumba clock, like, what the black, right? So that's how whiteness operates. They vacillate between this notion of objectivity and then shaming and blaming the victim. Oh, it's genius. It's genius. So what Dallas is saying is real. But again, getting too didactic here. Yeah, you know, dance. I mean, like me, when I do performance art, it's the same energy that I have when I was dancing. Right? I would look at like Jimi Hendrix, how he would smash a guitar. Right? I would look at Santana, how he would play the guitar. Right? And I'm like, I want to get to that level of just like, but it's not chaos. It is curated, it's orchestrated, it's masterful. That's the energy that I bring to the fucking dance floor, to my performance art, to all of it. All of it. It's just like, fuck it. But it's beautiful madness. Right? And like, what about these rules? Why can't I dance? Why can't I dance to this song right now? Because no one else wants to. No, I'm gonna dance right now. Like, why do we even follow some of these rules that we have? Anyway, no goddamn sense. What the fuck I can't wear white after Labor Day. What's black? You know? So I get it. But yeah, like one last thing, and then we'll shift the vibe. Like black, and so I was the director of history at Harlem Children's Zone in 2008. I was like the youngest like director. I was only like 28, right? And then this other school had me also be a history teacher. And in 2014, by that time, because I was like, no, 2012, right? So I was like 32, right? So I was older, right? I was like, you know, I'm going to teach these kids about, you know, racism and you know, I had a dream and, you know, American Nightmare. And I would have them do like these collages, because again, I'm an artist, right? Performance art, all this stuff. Just to do collages about like lynching versus like, you know, the dream and the platitudes of what America's supposed to be, do all this stuff, right? But I would also teach them like the Lindy Hop and all this other stuff, the amazing things that Black people did. I teach them about the Harlem Renaissance, you know, Romare Bearden, Zora Neale Hurston, and I have them recreate all these Black concepts. This is like 2012, 2013. And, you know, but I would teach them about the lynching, and I would also have them like reenact, like, you know, who's going to be the dog? Who's going to be the person trying to vote? Who's going to be the cop holding on to the dog? What does the cop do? Let the dog bite, right? I would have them do all of that. All of that. If I had a chance to do it again, I used to be the director of history, wouldn't even do that. Shut that shit down. And I don't mean like, oh my God, you had the child perform as a dog. No, that's not the point. The point is the dog is an extension of power and hegemony and hierarchical ways in which you delineate that Black people are in a caste system and are not worthy. That's what I'm talking about. Not a fucking, oh my gosh, she hates a child. She's a dog. No. That's not what I did, right? But even so, still, wouldn't do all that bladgety again, right? And for those of you who are watching on YouTube, you can see the mug that I have here, Black Ache, right? The perpetuation of Black pain. Wouldn't even do that again. I'd be all about joy. Nope. Children, Lindy Hop. You know, there's enough pain. There's enough bladgety. There's enough, you know, it's in our conscious mind, it's in our subconscious mind, and it's in our DNA, epigenetics. Go dance. Yep. Just, I'm like, no chairs, no desks, no, here's some beanie bags, you know, here everything's soft. You know what I'm saying? If we have little things little tables to fold out, great, but then fold them shits back so we can clear out the room so the kids can dance. You know what I'm saying? They're not learning anyway. Right? So Sean is sending me, Sean, you have my number. You should text message me because I don't always, social media is a weird thing. I don't like people tracking my thoughts, but yeah, Soul in the Horn. So I used to go Soul in the Horn, which is a great party in New York. So I'll go to that again. Yeah, my goal is to sweat. People don't sweat anymore. They don't dance and sweat. So yeah. So I can sit there and talk about racism, blah, 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 and then fuck it, bye. I can go dance all night long. Ooch, 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 ooch. Hey, Mr. DJ, you can get this song. Yeah. Anybody else have anything else to say? I love you all, Black. Thank you all for listening to me rant and also rave. Pun! Y'all remember raves in the early 2000s?
Before.
One day I'll tell you all about the time that I almost took half a pill of ecstasy. Thank God I didn't, because I'm sober. So just so you all know, and I love you all, Black, Canadian Aya Holder has been sober. This has not been opened in months. I don't even know how to open it. For those of you who are watching on the YouTube, I'm showing the Grey Goose bottle. I don't even know how to, like, literally, I don't even have a corkscrew. I don't know how to do, I don't drink. I'm not a drinker at all. So I have been sober, as I always am, so that I can really fully be present for all of you and your amazing blend sites and your sense of humor and your turn of phrase. It's work, you know. It's work that we're all here trying to make sense of an insane world, one issue at a time. So with that, if there are no other last words, thank you so much for imploring me to dance, and for all of you now in the For the Blacks Army for proselytizing. Thank you all for tuning into me on the YouTubes, for proselytizing Black people dancing. right? Dance at home, dance at the club. Everybody dance. I think if white people would dance more often, maybe they get over their fucking shit too. You know, whites like.
Oh my God, amen.
Is that it, Paul? Is that the key?
I mean, white people need to take themselves less seriously, and you know, dancing is a way of doing that. When you dance, you let go.
Yeah.
You know, you get in tune with your body and your mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have a dear friend in Michigan, Gina Deneen Thompson. She does a show every year. She's a choreographer, dancer, and now she's producing shows. And she does a show every year about the history of Black dance and movement in America.
Ooh.
And she starts in Africa and goes all the way through slavery.
I need that.
Movement.
I need that.
It's called, and it's so lovely because she calls it Beau Monde, you know, beautiful world. And that's what that show is about. It is about, like, how do you process all of this pain and terror and, you know, not ignore it, but, like, bring that, you know, bring something beautiful out of it. And it is literally, you know, making dance out of it. And it tends to end in, like, hip hop, and then, like, depending on the show, maybe the audience is coming on stage, and it turns into a party for the community, basically, is the vibe.
Yeah.
And it's speaking exactly to what you guys are talking about. So, yeah, look her up. She's done a TEDx talk. Gina Deneen Thompson. Maybe I'll text you her details.
Yeah.
But she's amazing. And
I'm so excited to learn more about her, because that's like, or meet her. Like that's my vibe. Like 2021.
Yeah, like, you know, like what I love about you is you use comedy as medicine. You know, a lot of your shows are like 30 minutes of informed, you know, difficult stuff, and then 15 minutes of comic relief. And I think that's a beautiful format. And so again, I digress, but you know, dance is another form of medicine.
Yeah.
Dance, laughter, and just people. Yeah, like you said, if white people, do they just need to learn how to dance? And metaphorically, yes, just like loosen your fucking ass and get over yourself.
Mm-hmm. And get in sync with the rest of the world. Like, you know, just like drop the beat, like surrender to something, surrender to the music, surrender to the beat, surrender to the lyrics, surrender to the beauty, like, of the music. Like, God.
Yeah, the rhythm is gonna get you. You know, you just gotta let it.
Mm-hmm. And don't care. I mean, you know, and don't. Again, a lot of white people, we Black people know this. That a lot of the whites can't dance. It's a thing, you know. But maybe it's a thing because they're in their head. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's not like, you know, because, like, I don't know, anybody Black for the Blacks Army. Like, do y'all know why whites can't? Is there a reason? Have you come up with a theorem? Critical race theory, critical white people can't dance theory. Is there? Such an asshole. Is there? Does anyone have anything? Because we all know this, but does anyone have Elijah Joy for the Blacks, Philip, Dallas, Shireen? Like, do any of y'all, or even Paul, do any of y'all have a thought about why?
As one of the whites, I would
Please.
like to say, I think a lot of it is like this Protestant hangover of, you basically, what are the neighbors going to think? You know, and it's on micro levels, like, what are my friends going to think, but just, yeah, too much concern with, I don't know if decorum is the right word, but there's an uptightness in whiteness. It reminds me of the skit Eddie Murphy did on SNL. Did anybody see that in the 80s? He dressed up as a white man to see if life would be different.
Yeah, he was on the bus. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's doing his observation, like, research beforehand. And he's like, oh, look how they walk. Look how they walk with their butts so tight. How do they get their butts so tight? And that shit cracked me up. Because it's such a perfect metaphor. Like, just lighten the fuck up.
Yeah.
America's racist. Like, just accept it as a fact. Like, America is racist. Like, that doesn't mean you're a horrible person. Like, you just gotta fucking accept that, you know?
Everything's so tight.
But to accept it, Paul, then that means you have to confront it. You got
Ooh.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
And I mean, that is what the CRT poses. It poses the challenge to get some information. Now, what do you do with now? How do you act upon it?
And what?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's hard for people. And I also want to thank you, Kane, because I'm new to the clubhouse, but I've been in enough rooms where so many of the rooms centered around racial justice or social issues, they devolve into these intellectual pissing contests. And I just love that your room like attracts people that I feel like genuinely care and want to make change and aren't hung up on proving who's the smartest person in the room, or you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's true community healing right there. Like,
yeah, I'm really blessed. I'm really blessed. Oh, I appreciate it, and thank you for being. Can I get a witness, right? Like, but yeah, like I intentionally or blintentionally create these spaces because, you know, again, I always say this. I do not want people getting into issues with other people about issues that predate them by 400 years. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I started Black Issues, which is 3 years, way before Clubhouse, right? And I've been doing social justice, avant-garde, subversive, satirical for the Black performance art for 20 years, right? The reason why I started specifically Black Issues is because I've been attending so many conferences and lectures and book signings and dance performances, all kinds of, events. Again, I live in New York City, right? So I can do that. And no matter what it was, it could have been about Black people fly fishing. No matter what the topic was, whatever the issue was, it would always devolve. And what we need to do is what people fail to realize is, and I would just sit there like in my 20s, in my 30s, like, here we go again. Where we get this like pent up, like, yeah, but what we gonna do to sit there and solve our issue of being black? You know what I'm saying? So like when the George Floyd thing hit, I'm like, Black people have been talking about what we gonna do for, like, this is nothing new for us. It's just new for everybody else. It's just like Malcolm X. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And so for me, I'm like, I'd never want to get it so that it gets into arguments as to like who has the solution for the Blacks. No, because I'm blurging. You're not as blurging as I am. I know the thing because I know this because I read that because I did this and I did, like, I'm later for that. You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck, if you didn't actually end racism, like, take the bass out your voice. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, am I ending racism? I don't know. I'm having fucking fun. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm making a difference. Maybe I'm making some small. I don't know. I don't know if it's making 1 fist difference, 2 fist difference, 10 fist difference, fist up. I don't know. I don't know how much of a difference I am or am not making it at this point. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo, I'm going to have fun. Kanani Ioholder is not going to fucking lose her mind. You know? And maybe there are other people who feel the same way, like, yo, is it just me? And yo, what is happening here? And where can I find a space where I don't feel like I'm crazy? I don't feel like I'm going overboard. I don't want to be gaslit either. And there's a space where people can talk and be heard and affirmed and not cut down. Like, no, you don't know because you fail to realize what you don't see. Who cares? No, you didn't solve racism yet. So, and some of the people who could have, we didn't listen to, or we don't adhere to them, right? Like the Marcus Garveys, the John Henry Clarks, the CLR Jameses, the Walter Anthony Rodneys, the Ida B. Wellses, the I mean, you know, the Sojourner Truths of the world, like, they're there. Okay, Roscoe, I adore you, Roscoe. You will have the last word because Roscoe just had this amazing talk. I don't even know because I know it's like 2 a.m, damn near 1:42. But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm about. I'm literally like, I got frustrated last week, for those of you who follow me on Instagram, because I was just like melting down because I'm just like, I work so hard, I put so much into this, and sometimes I feel like I don't know, you know. I want to impact, entertain, engage, inform, and inspire millions of people, right? And like, I share people's stuff all the time, and then I'm like, are people sharing? Are y'all sharing my shit that are on this stage and in this audience? Are you sharing my YouTube? Because like every time I've literally blown people up. I go in their room doubles. Period. You know, period. People know this, like literally. I mean, there's the Bomani effect. There's also the Black for the Black Canadian Eye Holder effect, where I literally blow shit up. you know, Clubhouse, not Clubhouse, YouTube, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just want to feel like, you know, this, and again, like a lot of, I'm preaching to the choir because a lot of you on here literally are supporting me because it's 1:43 in the morning. Y'all sit in here, but I just had my meltdown. But, you know, for the most part, I'm like really thrilled, really happy, really blessed, really excited. I mean, I'm on like, I have top caliber Blexperts. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, performers, lecturers, influencers, you know, Shireen, Elijah, Philip, Paul, Sean, Dallas, now Roscoe, you know, Tony, the Hungry Medium, Kirsten, like Wanda, Samuel, the real Alicia Nicole, like blessed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to say talented 10 because I think it's classist, but, you know, I see you. You know what I'm saying? Amazing. Roscoe, for the blacks, what say you? You are hilarious. Like, Roscoe, check out Roscoe's photography. What's good, Roscoe?
What's good, man? What the business is? How you doing? Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You the best.
Oh, I love you, Black. I love you, Black. I remember. Thank you
very much.
I remember when Roscoe, what were we doing? It was something about Black issue.
Alligators. I think that's about.
You did something about alligators. You went into character for like 20 minutes straight. Like you understood the assignment. Yes, the assignments. Yo. Shireen might remember because I think Shireen, you've been leaning with it and rocking with the Black issues you've experienced for almost the entire time. You might have remembered Roscoe, but Roscoe was like, I was like, holy shit, like, whoa.
Nah, you that was a whole thing, like, man, like, who is this person? Like, what is this? Like, it was amazing. I can't lie, it was amazing, highly entertaining. I enjoyed it.
I do it every week, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Bloop. So yeah, let's talk. You know, because you're a photographer, and you know, photographers always love shooting for Black and for the Blacks. I'm actually going to be on the cover, I guess, exclusive, whatever. 1:30. Most maybe y'all will remember in the morning, but yeah. Because I'm technically not. I mean, no, it doesn't matter. It's out there. So I'm actually, Black and for the Blacks is actually going to be on the cover of this huge fashion book in 2022. Yeah, called Street Unicorns. So she's on the cover, and I think oh, thank you. Yeah, she's on the cover, and she's also going to there's also like a whole, like, I think like 2-page spread inside of the book as well about like my character, who she is, who I am, all the research and things that I've done to create.
Is it on our publication? How do we get copies? How do we support it?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, right now, like the publishers told me not to like release I mean, I sent it the link or whatever, but like it's something about pre-order. I have no idea. I mean, right now, really, I'm trying to drive people to my YouTube channel. So for those of you who are in the room, you see the link at the top. That's actually me live, like right now, talking to you all, so you all can see what I look like and stuff. So that's really it. And when I can release the book and the link and people can, because I think it says like pre-order. I don't even know if the link is like active right now, to be honest with you. But when it does, I'll probably just like put it in YouTube, because everything I need 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So everything, the link to the book or whatever, everything I'm just trying to drive to YouTube. So thank you so much for the excitement around. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'll see if I can I know I had texted it to Samuel, so I'll see if and those who are looking at me now on YouTube, you're seeing it like the bottom of my head. Haha. But let me see. Samuel. I'm gonna go in the link. Let me see here, because I can PTR so that you all can see what it is gonna look like. But yeah, I haven't even said that on Instagram or anything. So y'all, it's an exclusive. Haha. But yeah.
Yeah, the exclusive. That's good shit.
No, yeah. It's coming out spring 2022. Okay, so of course, me being not that like my own archive of my work. Okay, I know where it is. Ha ha. There you go. This is why I need a personal assistant. But yeah, so did you want to talk briefly, Roscoe, about the conference that you had and that you presented at?
Oh, it was an amazing. I just got selected to this residency for the African American Research Library in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Broward County, and they was introducing their selected artists to the town. So like a town hall meeting, and then we discussed our motivations, our practice, everything. Different books that inspire us. It was an amazing event. I didn't expect it to be as amazing as it was, but it was a very amazing event, and it was pretty awesome.
Wow. And so you're featured in the exhibit as well?
Yes.
Your photography?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Exciting. Yeah.
It's very exciting. I got a lot of things coming up. If y'all in Miami, holla at me. I got a lot of things coming up.
So Samuel, who's in the audience right now, he's in Miami as well. Last time I've been to Miami was for, of course, Art Basel, but
it's coming up. You gotta be coming this year.
Shit. Damn it! How the hell this damn year flew by this fast? Like Art Basel's coming up. Damn, it's in December. Shit, right before my birthday.
Come on down, Sam. Let's go.
Damn. And it's happening. There's no COVID. Like they're just like go come have fun.
Hey, this is Florida. We don't believe in COVID.
Right. That's right. DeSantis issues.
Exactly. We don't believe in COVID. You good? Come through.
All right. I gotta go talk to some curators or whatever to see like what We're Black for the, you know what I'm saying? Like We're Black for the Blacks needs to be down there to cover. Oh yes, darling, we're here in the galleries, yes, and we're going to be coming with the art, yes, and like We're Black for the Blacks needs to be down there. All right, yep. How the hell did that pass my radar? Like
exactly, you sleep. It's coming up. It's upon us.
Yeah, shit. Because I didn't go to Howard's homecoming.
Oh, you missed HO. Oh my God.
Well, Howard has a whole bunch of issues with the goddamn dorms. And to me, the thing is with Howard, I'm like, that issue's been going on 20 years. For those of you who are watching on the YouTube, you'll see my Howard University mug. Like, that shit's been going on for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? For 20 years, like, I remember I had to stay. This is the reason why I became vegan. Howard dorm issues is the reason why my black ass is vegan. Like, senior year is supposed to be like your best year, right? You done paid all your dues. Supposed to be senior year. I got into like the dorm that no one wants to get into called Slow Hall. My senior year, because they had a this is 2001. They had a shortage on rooms. 2001. There was already like issues with the dorms. Like this is 20 years old. This is not a new. Howard having issues with their dorm is not a new issue because the dorm I was in, I used to eat a lot of meat. And so I was in, I had, up until that point, I had the best luck in terms of staying in dorms because Howard always had an issue with dorms. So I stayed in the athletes dorm because the athletes get treated the best. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna stay in the athletes dorm. So that's what I did. Sophomore year, I was in the athletes. Freshman year, you stay in Sucky, like you stay in the quad, which is like as old as Sojourner Truth. So sophomore year, I stayed at Cook Hall, which was the athletes dorm. So that actually had AC. That was a big deal. Junior year, I was at the Towers, which was like good times, but it was like it looked like good times, but it's like a really good dorm. Like they had a full kitchen. I was cooking 4-pound chickens. It's Tuesday, everybody eat. And I was just eating just lamb chop, T-bone, chickens, turkey, like not turkey, but like meat, freezer full of meat. And then when I applied to stay in the dorm again, they were like, no, they didn't have, I was like, what do you mean? I'm a senior now. Like I should be in this dorm. I'm a senior, right? I'm an upperclassman. Nope. And they moved me to Slow Hall, and Slow Hall had, you can only use a micro fridge. And in order to cook, you have to go down the hall. And I was like, ew. Oh God. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, you can see all of my facial expressions. I was like, no. What the black? Splurgent issue. I was like, I can't cook down the hall. I was like, where am I gonna put my meat? And I had a freezer full of meat. And I was like, take it, everyone, take it, Tebow. I just gave away all this meat because I couldn't fit it in the micro fridge. I'm vegan. Yeah, because I acted like, and Elijah Joy for the Blacks would appreciate this because he's in DC and also, cooks vegetarian meals, vegan meals. And yeah, I mean, like the first day I walked past KFC, which I loved, and I went to Delights of the Garden. For those of you who've ever been to DC, they know DC Delights of the Garden is very you too, Shireen, very famous vegetarian spot. And I was like, oh my God, like I ate vegetables and I didn't eat any meat and I didn't die. Second day, walked past KFC, went to Soul Vegetarian, and they were like, are you vegetarian? I was like, no. They were like, your hair's gonna be better, your teeth's gonna be better, you're gonna be shining brighter, you're gonna be smarter, faster, everything's gonna be better, you need to become vegetarian. And I was like, whatever. Third day, did the same thing, said the same thing. Are you vegetarian yet? You know your teeth's gonna be better, you know your skin's gonna be brighter, you know you're gonna eat, you're gonna have more energy. Boom. And that was it. So I'm looking at all this like activism at Howard, and I'm not discounting it, but I'm looking at them like, this is 20 years in the making. I'm literally vegetarian because of Howard's dorms. So this is not a new, the Howard dorm issue. It's huge. Jesse Jackson fell and had to be rushed to the hospital because he was protesting with the students to get better dorm facilities. I don't know if y'all have been seeing this. I'm highly embarrassed about it, but the Howard University dorm issues are breaking news. It's a disgusting issue. But Black to Miami, Roscoe for the Blacks. DM me your number. I want to talk to you. Let me see if I can go to Boswell.
Definitely, I got you.
Yeah, I need to get the hell out of New York. New York sucks, or it doesn't suck because I'm going to start dancing with Sean and Dallas Penn. Hilarious. All right, so
yes, because I don't like anybody around me when I dance. I don't like partners. I don't.
Yeah, leave me alone.
Like, don't touch me.
Yep.
Like I know I'm cute, but that's not why I'm here.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I don't want your sweat mingling with my sweat. Yeah. I just go stand over there and watch me. Oh my God.
Guilty.
Oh, Dallas. Yeah, and to me it wasn't like sexual. It was just like, I'm just dancing. I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even think about like, I was just like, no, I'm at one with the music right now. Thank you. And whatever the music dictates my body.
Beyond sex, please.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're transcending here. Yeah, like totally. Like freedom. Sovereign. Yeah, like heaven on earth here. Like transcendent. Yeah, like sex.
You had on a bodysuit that night because in my
So
mind
silly.
you were nude.
You can't say these things. I'm still on YouTube Live. Isn't that show? No, seriously. And yeah, and I'm not as fit as I was before. So yeah, I probably do need to go to the club and get in shape because it's probably the only way that I could. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just so much joy. And everyone, please check out Dallas Penn's Instagram and also the PTR right now. It's highly artistic and meta. The polo, the polo Ralph Lauren hat, balancing. Are those Nike's Air Force Ones or what is this here?
I'm a sneakerhead in this PTR.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Literal. I think Roscoe for the Blacks is going to appreciate that. Literal sneakerhead. We some creative Negroes. We some creative Blacks. I tell you that much. But yeah, those of you, so stay tuned for, I mean, if anything, everyone, support me. Just go to my YouTube. Just go to Black Issues Issues YouTube. Subscribe. Tell 5 people to subscribe because I'll be dropping content for my web series, Black to Normal. That's the name of the web series. I'm editing some of it now. I've dripped some of the snippets and from it, Black Serps from it on the Instagram. But really, just if anything, just YouTube. And when the book comes out, if you all can PTR, you see the book cover, Street Unicorns. When that comes out, I'll share the link or whatever. But yeah, it's like a really nice coffee book, New York accent. Yeah, so stay tuned for more in 2022. And as usual, my DMs are always open, specifically, yeah, on Clubhouse and Instagram if you want to partner, collaborate, connect. And anyone has anything else happening on and off of the Clubhouse. I know Elijah Joy has respectfully the morning show. And I'm sorry that I was not able to be on it today. Elijah Joy for the Blacks, sometimes I have like these meetings and then I can't. So I apologize. So Elijah Joy, you also have a room, the Weekend Review, respectfully, on Sunday, right? Right after the Clubhouse Town Hall. If Elijah Joy can't, but yeah, there you go. Super duper.
I love you here, Elijah.
Ow. So yeah, so love it. Oh, Blindy, yes. So everyone, check out Elijah Joy for the Blacks. Is going to be doing a room this Sunday after the town hall, and then also Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, CP time, so 9ish. Love you, Black, for that. Elijah Joy for the Blacks. Shireen, I know you do disinformation rooms. Can you tell us more about that? Well, you can click on Shireen's profile. Let me see here. Shireen has it listed. Nope, but follow Shireen. Shireen is dope on and off of the Clubhouse. Dallas, do you have any rooms coming up?
I wanted to do a Church of Violence and ask the question, will the metaverse, will Black Lives Matter in the metaverse?
Nice. I want to be a part of that. I want all that smoke.
I would rather give that room to you, Rebecca. Because the truth was, I guess I became sullen when I realized, yes, Black Lives Matter will have the same problems it has in the real world inside the metaverse.
Yeah, I'm trying to be the first diversity consultant in the metaverse. So, because I already know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stake my claim in that. So thank you. Hold on, Tony. I'm just going to mute you real quick because it's giving a lot of feedback. Because between me being on Clubhouse and me being on YouTube at the same time, it gets hectic. It's getting kind of hectic. So Philip for the Blacks, do you have anything coming up? And then we'll go to Tony and Roscoe. Well, check out Philip. Philip has an amazing nonprofit for teaching young men about STEM. So you can go to his LinkedIn, and he also in his profile has a lot of blend formation. So again, I'm all about amplifying issues and accelerating solutions. Support each other like a push-up bra. Roscoe, you have anything coming up? And then Tony for the Blacks.
With Art Base coming up, I'm hopefully have a show or two during Art Base.
Dope.
We're working on that. If you come down here, come by the studio. They have a gallery space in my studio.
Yes.
I'm all plugged into a lot of events, a lot of things going on. So yeah, if you're in Miami, holla at me. Like this is my shit. This is what we do.
Yeah, and
Christmas, it's our Hanukkah, it's our Kwanzaa.
No, I love it. And so, do you know what date? Because I can Google it, but again, my phone and everything else. Do you know what dates Basel is this year?
It's the last week in November, first week in December. So it's like
it's even earlier.
First, second, third, and fourth.
Basel. God, I have like that's like leaving my parents mid Thanksgiving dinner to go get on a plane.
December 1st?
No, but you said it starts late November, right? Like the 29th?
November 30th, I think that's like a Monday or Tuesday. So it's that week.
Okay.
So, you know, like the closer you get to the weekend, the more shit pop off and shit. It's like that Tuesday behind, Wednesday, Thursday good, Friday amazing, Saturday everything, Sunday to chill. Like that's what shit good.
Yeah, right. Because I was at Art Basel 2018, I think 2017 or 2018, and I was like, yo, Miami, y'all are what the black, like this is ridiculous, like Louis Vuitton outfitted sports cars with the doors that wing open like the Batmobile. I was just like, yo, y'all. Yeah, I remember I saw this. Oh, I remember I saw this one guy, like, and it was two of them actually, and it seemed like they rented the sports car, pulled up into the hotel, probably renting the smallest room in the hotel, and they just wanted to be seen taking out multiple bags of designer clothes, like into the elevator. Like, I swear to you, I was like, is this performance art? Because like this is not in the gallery right now.
Miami is performance art. The whole
Yes.
Miami is performance. It's a huge performance. None of it's real. That's Miami.
Yes. I mean, like they talk about Hollywood. I'm like, no, y'all. Miami is like Trey ridiculous.
I tell people all the time, this shit is different. Like this shit is not normal life. This BBL central. This is all things
Brazilian butt lips.
Yes, that's what this is. This is different.
Yo, like even I mean, like I was like, what the, and I had a amazing time. I was at the billboard party on the beach. I was like, there's actual speakers on the sand. With A$AP Rocky. Like I remember I went to there was a Lauryn Hill concert. I missed the Kendrick Lamar. That was the year that Madonna kissed Ariana Grande, right? Remember? So I missed.
And Kendrick Lamar was at Man and
Yep,
Winwood. I remember that shit.
Winwood. Yeah. So I was there that year. I hung out with Ali Sheedy from the DJ from Tribe Called Quest. I was dripping with sweat then. Dallas for the Blacks. Dallas Penn. Oh my God, like I can't even tell you. And again, always sober. But the time of my life in Miami, it's
amazing. It's not just the art. It's also the events. It's also the music. I've seen some amazing artists during art days. It's so much. It's so much. It's too much, but it's a good too much.
I mean, it's like literally like see. So for those of you who don't remember, so what 2 years ago was when the banana with the gaffing tape, the silver tape.
Yeah.
That's Art Basel. Just like ridiculousness, you know. But that's my world. That's my world of avant-garde, Dada, performance art. Who gives a fuck? Like that's, you know, I swim in those seas of tranquility. So thank you for that, Roscoe. Yeah, I might have to figure that out. Thank you. I need to be down. I need to be down there.
That's you. You are all positive, so you should be definitely here for that.
It wasn't even on my radar until 1:38 when you came on stage. Thanks, Roscoe.
I got you. I'm here for you. I got you. I'm for the Blacks too. Sometimes.
I heard that, but it's too late to even explore that. But you didn't mean it. Tony, what say you? You have the last word. I see you, Paul.
Hey, thank you, Blacker for the Black.
For the Blacks.
I've only hosted one room on Clubhouse, but I want to push for a second one. It's innovation from Black content creators, and just have it kind of be destination programming for the top 5 items for a 2-week period that shows innovation. Obviously, what you did tonight is creative and innovation. Earlier this week, Mr. Sotomayor was a very good use of all links to show his clips were actually behind a paywall, which I thought was very nice, showing clips behind the paywalls.
Oh.
And then I saw a person start to use straw poll. Although we've asked on the app to have a voting app, the person used a very inventive way of using straw polls to show voting. And then lastly, best use of PTRs. It's always been the shoot-to-shot rooms. They have distributed from the link a series of PTRs that you would use during the programming. So you can say yes, still living at the mama's house. You know, a way of using the visuals of everyone's PTRs to create a sensation. So I would like to do that on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. Innovation of Black creators.
Yeah. No, I would adore that because, you know, again, like, there's so much, you know, again, there's the Art Basels of the world, right? Where like the expectation is, oh yes, I want to see that art. I want to see this artist. I want to, you know, yeah, right? You know, but that level of buzz about ingenuity and like hype about like, you know, creators, why can't that also be on Clubhouse, right? About like who we are and what we do, quote unquote, and are doing, right? Like what Elijah Joy for the Blacks is doing, you know, like what I'm doing. You know, like I think, yeah, to like push the culture, you know, and maybe by hyping up creatives that are actually creative, you know, because unfortunately some of these people think that they're like creators because all their rooms are chaos. I'm like, that's not that's not, you're not being a creator because you have a room, you know, vaccine or no vaccine. But like, it's not.
Well, my job is to push people to the side, get in
Jesus.
the small room, and let them know you did something different. Like how do we put some IP around that?
Yes.
How do we take some time to do a quick one pager? How do you send this to yourself? If you don't have time for a very quick IP program, send yourself a certified letter. And as you get more time, let's carve it out. I'm not asking for anything else except for us to grow. And the last one was 10K cards. Has enhanced their QR code and made sure that was part of their link. What that means is if someone takes a picture of their page and posts it anywhere else, they can quickly search because that QR code is ubiquitous for the internet. So they can just drop that image of their QR code and find exactly where people have used your content. Again, protection is part of the process. Tony Landon.
Damn. Well, thank you for cutting through 400 years of racial oppression for the solutions. I love it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's to me that's it. Because I look at some of these rooms and these room titles and these clowns on Clubhouse. I'm just like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, go on. You know what I'm saying? You can get the money, you can get the power, but keep your eyes on the final hour, right? Lauryn Hill. I did that for you, Dallas Penn. But you know, yeah, your room has like 200, 300, 400, 500 people in there, but it's trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you entertaining? Are you engaging? Are you forming? Are you empowering? No. Actually, you're distracting people from actually what does matter. And you're satiating yourself on this faux significance because according to you got numbers. You know what I'm saying? Again, like I did a YouTube live earlier today about Colin Powell. And yes, war crimes. Yes, WMD. Yeah. Guess what? Colin Powell, even with the blight on his record, the tragic flaw of WMD, even with that man, like, so you have 400,000 followers on Instagram, but do you have Republicans, Democrats, world leaders, eulogizing you? What? Quoting your doctrine? Powell doctrine? Like, do you have that? So at that point, we really need to look at, again, I always critique social media. I can't stand it. You know I'm saying? I'm really on here for y'all. Like because it's just, to me, it's just connection, but like actual mechanism of social media drives me fucking insane. I haven't been on Clubhouse all goddamn week. Period. I see rooms, just scrolling across my screen, don't even click. Whatever. Don't. You know, I'm not, when I'm on social media, I'm on, and even when I'm on, I'm really all about like y'all. And when I'm off, I'm off. Done. You know what I'm saying? Like I bifurcate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, analog girl in a digital world, right? So, you know, Colin Powell's an actual, like, what does the word influencer mean? What does the word creator mean? Like, what? Yeah, you got 500 people in your room right now, but where will these 500 people be in a year? Will these 500 people be at your funeral? Like, what? That's when you're looking at some of these people like, oh, this is what you want to do? This is your claim to fame? And you're a grown-ass adult? Okay. I mean, but it's a joke. To me, it's a joke. It's a total joke. And shocking and I mean, I won't even say shameful because I do that as a joke. But like, you know, I'm not going to keep judgment like that. But like, to me, I'm just like, interesting. You know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like our issues aren't blurgent. Like, oh, okay, so we're shits and giggling about who is and who isn't ADOS right now. We're shits and giggling about who threw who out the room. Huh? It's such BS to me. Like that, the room that says who kicked me out my room will have more people in that room than in the original room. I mean, I know what to do to sit there and get way more people in my room, and I don't do it because I'm in my integrity. And I don't want to give people that dopamine rush to condition them into thinking that this shit is real. It's Babylon, right? And Clubhouse does, I've said this for months, for a year now. Clubhouse does that shit on purpose. You think they don't know how to fucking make it so that only one person can shut down a room? They do that on purpose because it gets more engagement. But that's why Facebook's in trouble right now. Because that's why Twitter gets in trouble, because it's about numbers. It's about keeping people on the platform at all. So Malcolm X, people have issues with him when he said by any means necessary. But when Facebook monetizes by any means necessary, when Clubhouse, okay. You know, I'm for any needs necessary for the blacks. And a lot of these, you know, so I adore that and appreciate that, Tony, to amplify, you know what I'm saying? Like actual creativity, actual content. And we're black. So thank you all so much. I'm going to switch my PTR back black to me, but black to my character. But yeah, so stay tuned for Street Unicorn coming out 2022. A whole book of content creators and I don't know what the word is, content creators and other people. And so Black for the Blacks is really in the world of fashion. She really is in the media. I'm in the media. So love you all so much for that. I'm switching it black to the Black for the Blacks. But yeah, I adore you. It's 2:17. I'm gonna go suck my black ass. So thank you all so much for the subscriptions on the Black Issues on YouTube. Thank you all so much for those who have been purchasing the For the Blacks merchandise, the mugs, Blackspurt, and t-shirts that are there. Blackulator. You all can hear the mugs. Thank you all for believing me that I did not drink anything, which I don't. The Grey Goose was a prop for those of you who have been watching on the YouTubes. And now I have to clean up my living room because it is a mess of emoji pillow and tambourine and dolls and parasols, not an umbrella, because I am a theater artist. Boop, for the blacks and my orchid that's doing quite nicely. Beep. So love you all, black. We'll keep following each other in the room and in the audience. I love you all, black. Thank you all so much. Follow Black Issues Club on the Clubhouse if you haven't already. If you've appreciated what you've experienced, please share this with 5 of your friends and 10 of your haters. so that we can actually use humor to heal the racial divide. For the blacks.
The motherfucking blacks.
All of the blacks. The freckle-faced blacks. The don't put a cup on my table without a coaster blacks. The church fan.
Freckle-faced blacks.
Listen.
Grinning blacks.
The grinning, like Eric Adams. The grinning blacks. The church fan blacks. The catching the spirit in the church blacks. Hallelujah, right?
Crossing guard blacks.
Those, yeah. The crossing guards, blacks, yep.
Blacks without facial hair.
Oh, that's an issue. The blacks without facial hair, blacks. The black babies that come out with a full head of hair, blacks. I'm for those blacks too, the baby blacks, yeah. I'm for those blacks as well. And I'm also for the black parents that find out that their children failed. Because I'm sure by now the school year started in August or September. By now you've gotten at least one report card. And for some parents, that report card does not look good. But I'm for those blacks as well, to figuring out how to get that child, that student, to achieve. So I'm for those blacks as well. I'm for all of those blacks. I'm for the plant loving, plant mommy blacks. I'm for those blacks.
For the migration 2.0 blacks.
For the and what is that?
Returning back to the rural South to convert.
Yeah, I'm for those blacks too, for reclaiming the land, right? I'm for all of those. I'm also for the blacks that actually have Native American heritage, but then the Native Americans reject them blacks. I'm for those blacks. It's an issue. It is an issue. So I see Nick. Oh my goodness, it's like a whole reunion of like the For the Blacks movement. Love you, Black. So this is the last time. You all can click on the YouTube link at the top there to see me live. Whoop. I love you. Oh my goodness, Dallas. So sweet. For the Blacks. All right. Love you all. This always means the world to me. All right. For those of you who have my cell phone number, text message me. For those of you who don't, I'll go black in the morning and check the DMs. I love you all.
Love you back.
Yeah, stable encouraged, stable inspired, and Chief Smooth Operator Dallas for the Blacks said that we need to dance. So maybe next week I'll switch from Sade to Grace Jones and do Slave to the Rhythm. Slave to the Rhythm. I'll do that. So love you all, Black. Y'all are looking, for those of you on the YouTube, y'all are like looking at like my press on nails. Love you, Black. Bloop. Love you, Black. Boop. Thank you.